to the Budget Committee meeting for the 17th of May 2023. I'd like to now open the meeting with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay, I'd like to we'll call the meeting open, declare the meeting open, and acknowledge today as Volunteers Day. Recognise that, of course, our region is most well known for its warm and generous people, and of course at the heart and soul of that community are our many volunteers who work within the organisation of council, across our facilities, but just as importantly across the broader community. So to you volunteers today, we say thank you very much. A big shout out to you, and you will see our council staff out and about in their orange attire today in recognition of Volunteers Day. We do have an apology from Councillor Duff. She is away unwell, so if we can note that. And we'll have a request for leave of absence. Mr CEO, do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Henson. Second, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Okay, duly carried. Thank you. Now I'd like to call on... oh, sorry, yes.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, and I have sent an email to the CEO and fellow councillors just to be noted that I do have an important engagement that I have to leave chambers at 1 o'clock today in the event that we're running into that time frame. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. I'd now like to call on a Deputy Mayor to provide the recognition of our traditional owners. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Thank you. Again, the privileges of being the Deputy Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka people, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. And we'll now go on to item 4. Do we have any conflicts of interest to disclose? No? Okay, let's keep moving. 5.1 minutes of the Budget Committee meeting from 19 April 23 is at 5 on the agenda. Recommended that they be received. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter. Second, Councillor Erkins. Any speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. 5.2 minutes of the Budget Committee meeting held on the 21st of April. That's at 18. Recommended that they be received. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins. Second, Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Now I'd like to move a procedural motion that item 7.2 be escalated and dealt with as the next item on the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Okay, those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. And we'll now go to General Manager Meehan. Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. We have this morning just an update from our flood damage program for not NDRRA, that's the old term. The RFA is the new term. Basically, through our infrastructure meetings, we had been giving council information and updates through that. We thought it was timely that the team come in with Kevin, and I'll just introduce Matthew Arnold beside me from Red Frost to come through and just talk council through where the program is up to and provide an update on our approvals and our progress to date, and just some of the way forward that we're looking at over the next couple of months to look at delivering some of these things and some of the key timeframes, just so it's in context that council has that information. So we plan on inviting the guys back on a regular basis to provide an update as the program progresses. It's a substantial program for council in the region, and just yeah, we have got it up on the screen. We have a presentation there from Matt and Kev, and I might just hand to Matt to kick through. And happy to take questions, Mr Mayor, as we go, or after the presentation. Matt's got some fairly positive news at the end of the presentation, which is good. So we've had some success with some of our recent approvals, so we're able to provide an update on that. Things like the rail trail and Dingo Creek Park and that sort of stuff, which is at the end of his presentation. So I'll hand to you, Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors and CEO. So I guess Red Frost. So we did assist council back in late 2018 also with the tree clearing emergent works, and February 2020 we also assisted council with a flood program that year as well. Red Frost also currently assists, works with Logan City Council, Scenic Rim Council and Richmond, delivering QRA funded projects. Yep. So just acknowledging that the DRFA disaster recovery funding arrangements, the program we're administering for council is the assistance is being provided through the jointly funded Commonwealth State disaster recovery funding arrangements, and then Queensland disaster relief and recovery guidelines, which we adhere to. Essentially, QRA is reimbursed on estimates that they provide to the Commonwealth Government, but as council, council is reimbursed on actuals. But just part of that project management framework, we need to demonstrate value for money and eligibility of the works undertaken to get those actual costs reimbursed. So just to step through the process, so there's a fair bit of work that goes on even before an activated severe weather event. So council regularly liaises with QRA even before an event occurs. And then once an event is activated, there's a number of key processes which we go through. Counter disaster operations, emergency works and immediate reconstruction works, then through to the REPA or the restoration works, which is the permanent works, and goes through the data collection, submissions to QRA for approval, and then we report back to QRA on a regular basis through to closeout. So just to highlight, I guess with this program, we did have 5 events from November 21 through to July 22. So a lot of these processes, there's been a significant overlap in the processes and quite a number of repeated processes where we've gone back and had to rework works that had already been completed and re-pick up damage assessments that had already been undertaken. Yeah, so we restart the process over again. So normally the emergency works and immediate reconstruction works phase is 3 months. From November 21 through to October 2022, we were essentially in that phase constantly for that whole period, which did obviously have a flow-on impact for the overall delivery of the program, and hence why it has dragged out quite some time. So just a high-level overview of the program. So the funding guidelines work in financial years. So 4 out of the 5 events from the November 21 through to the May 22 have a completion deadline of June 2024. And the July event, which is the big event, has a completion deadline of June 2025. There's been, I guess, a significant amount of approvals to date. There's a significant amount of dollar value sitting with QRA for approval, and we are still developing a couple more submissions to lodge with the QRA for approval and assessment. And the expenditure to date includes all the emergency works, immediate reconstruction phases as well. Further to that, these slides are about a week old, so there has been a couple of approvals come through in the last couple of days, which is to the value of about $4 million. And also council has been approved for 3 projects under the Community and Recreational Assets Recovery and Resilience Program, which is Dingo Creek Rail Trail and Kingaroy Memorial Park, which is a great outcome. So the delivery timeframe sort of aligns with the process I just talked about. So there's 2 financial years following the end of the financial year that the event occurs in. That's how we get to the June 2024 for the 4 events, and then the July 22 event has a June 2025 completion date. So I guess what that means is depending on where the actual event lies, depends on how much time you have to deliver that program. So the immediate response, emergency works and immediate reconstruction. Immediate reconstruction is the reinstatement of permanent works. So it's a risk-based approach undertaken and is only undertaken where works are absolutely necessary, because there is a risk to council that they're expending money prior to approvals. And then the emergency works is your temporary repairs to ensure that the road network is accessible. Includes your signage and the key thing of that whole process is triaging resources to ensure that we can get the worst impacted areas fixed the quickest. Yeah, so whenever we do immediate reconstruction works, we do look at the risks involved. So obviously we check off a few items where it is deemed to be a high safety hazard. It's absolutely necessary. So generally the works would be undertaken regardless of the funding. So there's really no option but for the works to be undertaken. We always review the pre-existing condition of the road prior to the event, and we do step through the projects with QRA representatives, and quite often we bring them to site to review the works that were undertaken. And then the reconstruction of central public assets, which is the phase where we're moving into now, is the permanent reconstruction of the assets. So we do work through a staged assessment process. We work through a priority order first, and then we do assess the whole network to identify all the damage. We use a lot of various techniques in terms of road video runs to make sure we don't miss any damage, as well as field inspections. And same with submitting the data to QRA. Initially we do priority submissions and then the broader network. So QRA requires a number of things to make their assessment, which includes photo evidence, which needs to be GPS tagged. It needs to align with council's asset database, and they can request maintenance records to determine eligibility. Anything with pre-existing damage is not eligible for funding. So the QRA assessment and approval process can vary significantly between submissions, particularly the size of the event and the size and number of events across the state. So I have highlighted a generalised time frame we work towards, but it can, as we've seen, Council has 5 activations, and across Queensland at the moment there's 16 activations from that same period. So the assessment process is impacted by those factors. So in terms of approvals, emergency immediate reconstruction works, so we've lodged all our claims for all those works across the 5 events. The reimbursed amount is just over $4 million, with $3 million outstanding, which relates to the immediate reconstruction works claims. Of the claims assessed to date, there was only 12,000 of ineligible scope out of the 4.2 million, which is a credit to the teams out in the field to be capturing all the information required to make those claims. So the approvals to date for the reconstruction works, we've separated out into what I guess we're calling the 2024 completion timeframe, and then the 2025. So with the 2024, which captures the 4 events, we've lodged 11 submissions, which equates to, so each treatment out on the road, so whether it's a bulk excavate, a seal, table drain clean out, has a line item. So across those 11 submissions, there's just over 2,000 treatments, so scopes of work. So of all those submissions, 9.9 million is approved, with only 157,000 pending, which is 1 submission, 1 project. Out of the 9.9 million, ineligible scope of 49,000. So that's where the scope was likely deemed to be pre-existing. So it goes back into council's maintenance, and any works that are deemed ineligible, we remove from our work schedules, so the works aren't completed under the flood program, and they just go back into the maintenance pool. So out of that program, the remaining works to be delivered by June 2024 is approximately 2.6 million. And with each program comes a council contribution, which is made up of, so there's a trigger point for each event. Unfortunately, each event does attract a trigger point, so that equated to just under 900,000 across the 4 events. Then there's an ineligible plant and labour contribution, just relating to on costs, and betterment. Council makes a contribution to betterment projects that are approved. So we've had 3 projects approved to date. And then with the works to be completed by June 2025, so we've lodged 15 submissions, a lot more treatment line items. It's a lot larger program, so there's approximately 4,600 line items lodged. Approvals to date, up on the slide, is 7.5 million, noting that we did receive approximately another $4 million in the last couple of days, so that has jumped up. Again, with the ineligible scope, again likely relating to pre-existing damage, out of 7.5 million is just under 200,000. Treatment changes, so that's things like if we've requested a gravel road to be resheeted and we've asked for 100 mil of gravel, QRA may come back, assess the pre-existing condition of the road and approve 50 mil of gravel. So that's where those treatment changes come into play. So then any time that QRA modifies the treatment, we update our schedules to ensure what goes out to the works crews is what does get delivered. So there's no risk of unapproved scope being undertaken. So the remaining which is the big chunk of the program, just over 30 million to be delivered between now and June 2025. So a bit of a breakdown in the types of work. So the scope to be delivered by June 2024 is the betterment projects which were recently approved, as well as the reconstruction works made up of sealed pavements, unsealed grading and resheeting, some minor culvert works, bulk earthworks and shoulders along sealed roads. Same breakdown for the works to be completed in June 2025. There's no betterment scope. Yep. Currently, there's no betterment scope for the June 2025 program. July 2022 activation. We are sort of getting indications from QRA there may be an opportunity for betterment for that activation, but guidelines have not yet been released. So given the size of the program, obviously the road conditions continue to deteriorate. We manage this through a scope change process, through a treatment amendment request process, which we align back to QRA's treatment guide. So they set out the different types of treatments we can claim and what each of those treatments, the process to undertake. We make sure all of the work's undertaken aligns with the CapEx program and what impacts that has on the CapEx program and how we can align to get the best value for council in undertaking those in conjunction. Mentioned before that we prepare the submissions in 2 stages, so they then get delivered in the same manner on the ground. All our procurement for any external engagements is undertaken through Council's Felix system and through the LGAQ local buy platform. There will be a mix of delivery between council crews and external contractors, and then each project or each package of works is assigned to a project manager, and that's where they oversee the approved scope, identify any scope changes required and the approval process for those, and that the works do align with council's quality assurance system, which then all that data reports back through to the principal program manager. And that's the update.
Thank you, Matt. Anything to further to that, General Manager Meehan, before we move forward?
Just quickly there, Mr. Mayor. So I think just to highlight to council that there's 2 key deadlines there for us. I think Matt highlighted there's 2.6 million we need to get through this financial year, which is in progress or in train at the moment to get that work delivered. I think it highlights the unfortunately there's competing priorities from QRA. Not to say that they haven't been helpful, but you are competing with other councils for priority on your approvals, and it's been a bit of a slog, but they are starting to come through now, which we're seeing large numbers come through, which from our point of view, it's important that we plan and execute the work efficiently, and also making sure that we control that scope and investigate those pavements properly. So those processes are underway, and we'll make sure that that's in place before we step off the start line for some of these.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. It's recommended that Council note for information the presentation provided detailing an overview of the DRFA, the QRA approvals and reporting process, the program of works delivered to date, and the delivery plan to continue to deliver the Flood 2024 and Flood 2025 programs. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
Can I just ask, when you say so many submissions, and then the treatment lines. So the treatment, does that actually mean treatment lines, is that each individual area that's affected?
Correct. So each section along a road, so each chainage, so it might be a 20-metre section for a repair culvert, will have an individual line.
Okay,
Correct.
so we're looking, so we've had nearly 7,000 sections damaged across our roads. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Anything further, councillors? All right, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, General Manager Mee, and thank you, Matt, for your presentation today. Much appreciated. Keep up the good work. A lot still to be done, but well and truly on the way. Great to see those recent announcements. Thank you. Yep. So, committee, we'll go on to 6.1 now, which is dog registration fees at 35. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Shoemaker.
I just would like to move a procedural motion that we deal with the report, 7.1, animal management. Next, before the notice of motion.
The seconder.
7.1, animal management, which is on page 38.
Okay, procedural motion that we go to 7.1 next at 38. Seconder. Councillor Erkins. To the vote, those in favour. Carried unanimously. We'll now go to 7.1. General Manager, I may, would you mind giving us an introduction to that? If you could, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is just a consolidated report that we have provided a few reports to council previously. So the team, and I might sort of tag team with Daryl to take a fair bit of this, but because his team's gone away and prepared the comparisons of our dog registrations with comparable councils and our neighbouring councils, provided some information on other options we could look at. I know council's been considering revamping or the registration around dogs. So yeah, the information's been provided there. So yeah, it's probably more a matter of seeking direction from council on matters of clarification. Any questions of the council has had of the information provided.
Thank you, General Manager. So the recommendation is that report be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder. Councillor Potter, thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you for the report. You've given us a couple of options here just in terms of certainly how we compare in comparison to other regions, and it seems, you know, our fees are still considered quite low in terms of dog registration fees for other comparable areas. I know we've had a lot of discussion about this. I know we've seen the RSPCA contract and it's inappropriate to discuss that, but we do know that there's significant costs involved with that contract and just with the management of animals in general. Point 3, you've suggested there that it was estimated from the figures that we'd projected would raise about $200,000 for dog registrations, and that the total budget for the compliance team is just over $1 million. So there was a significant shortfall in terms of covering this function of council, and it was therefore subsidised by the general rate largely. And you'd put I guess we've had some discussion about, is there a smarter, more efficient way of having dogs registered? And I know we've had, and should we consider, an animal management charge across all rateable assessments which would generate income that could potentially offset the costs of invasive plant species and non-rural income for animal management, animal education, those sorts of things. So, I think that is an option that I think we're all interested in exploring. We sort of threw around some estimated figures of, if it was a $35 charge, how much revenue could we raise? If it was a $52 charge, how much revenue could we raise? And I guess we were all thinking around, how could we standardise the system, lower the costs? We thought about, could we actually levy dog registrations 3 yearly instead of annually? Does that cut administration? Could we incentivise desexing and microchipping and raise more funds to enable more community education and proactive programs and focus on responsible animal management? And I think this is a real tricky one because we've also gotten feedback from the RSPCA around some of their numbers and for intakes for the year. So it seems that for this last year, the RSPCA 22 figures to date that we were given, they'd actually received 588 cats and kittens that were straying and 295 dogs and puppies that were straying, and a further 175 cats and kittens and a further 149 dogs and puppies that were surrendered. And, while they do their best to try to adopt out these animals, a large number are euthanized, and of course those that are registered are reclaimed. My question to you is in relation to that proposal around rateable assessments. I understood we've got a responsibility under the Animal Management Act to encourage responsible pet management, and if we did sort of choose another way of doing dog registrations whereby every dog and cat potentially could be registered through this animal management fee, is that actually, you're going to seek some legal advice about that, and is that something that we can actually look to do, is my question.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Mr Mayor. As you mentioned, Councillor Shoemaker, we have gone off and got some legal advice since we last spoke about this matter. And the advice indicates that there's no reason why council couldn't set an animal levy charge or whatever you want to call it against or on rateable properties. I know Ballon do something similar apparently, but also probably we just need to be mindful of section 52 of the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act, where it does say that the local government must fix a fee to give the owner of the dog an incentive to desex it. And after speaking with the lawyer who gave us this advice, that could be adequately addressed in his opinion by offering desexing program as part of this charge or levy or whatever you want to call it. And I know we already have $5,000 in the budget to participate in Operation Wanted, which is a desexing program. So, we may, to address Section 52, we may throw a few extra dollars at that just to make it more readily available to animal owners to have their dogs desexed. So, so basically from the legal advice, that would be the only impediment, but there is a solution in which you could address that concern.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. The other feedback we'd been received was perhaps the National Desexing Network, Cooperative Desexing Network, may be an opportunity for us. Could you just explain that network? And my understanding is the reason why council currently doesn't have a relationship with that network is because of the cost. I just want to confirm that it was a more cost-effective measure to go with Operation Wanted. But perhaps if we were raising more revenue, I guess my thinking is, can we use this National Desexing Network and perhaps get better outcomes for our residents?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Obviously, council in the past has gone down that Operation Wanted desexing program. I think $5,000 is what you currently or have historically contributed to it. National Desexing Network is another desexing program that is coordinated across Australia, I believe it is. So, so basically, what that involves is we would give them a contribution towards that, and then they would then make contact with local vets to get them to participate in that program. And the funds that we provide, that National Desexing Network, offsets whatever percentage we consider appropriate to give back or compensate or provide a rebate to that desexing program. But yeah, many councils have signed up for it. It's just at the moment we've gone down that Operation Wanted option.
Sorry, just supplementary question. So how are those two programs differing, I guess?
In essence, they achieve the same outcome. It's just a different organisation running it, and they still liaise with the vets and you get the outcome that we're all looking for, getting more animals desexed. And obviously the benefit you get is dependent upon the investment, financial investment you put towards those programs.
And just with the RSPCA contract, sorry, my last question, just with the RSPCA contract, is there currently a provision around education campaign programs or partnering in some of that proactive work that RSPCA does whereby they might, we saw a video whereby they might pop up in a park and offer, free animal welfare checks or, those sorts of things with local vets. Do we currently have any of that provision in our current contract? And is my question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Based off the current agreement, no, there is no provision. It's purely just an animal housing management contract. But obviously that contract is coming up for renewal, but that's certainly something that we would be looking at as an option for the next contract.
Okay, Councillor Rickens.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very much in favour of looking at this option. One of the reasons being that I feel that there are a lot of issues that through animal management, such as issues that people have with wild dogs, foxes, unrestrained domestic dogs and pigs, and this is all coming out of the same budget. It's unrealistic to expect that our dog owners can fund all this program. And as I said, from our dog registration currently, we're bringing in $200,000, where our costs are $1 million. So I think that a lot of these extra things, so for people, I know that rural owners currently don't pay dog registration if they have working dogs. However, I believe that council could support them better through pig baiting programs, dog baiting programs to address those issues, which are very much a problem for rural properties. So I believe that also it's a well-documented fact and scientific proven fact that ownership of a dog is very good for people's health. For young children, it also addresses allergies. If they're introduced to pets early in their life, it addresses allergy issues. So I believe that we would be able to, for around $1 a week to property owners, we would be able to carry out a much better program, animal management program. I feel that there are currently a lot of animals that are not registered. We don't have them on our books. It is state regulation that we do have dogs registered. If we were to make this a cost to be shared amongst the whole of the property owners in the South Burnett region, I believe that this would be an encouragement to people to have their animals registered, thereby complying with the regulation, thereby when there is an issue, it is a lot easier for council to find out what dogs, if they're domesticated and owned by people, it's a lot easier for council to address that particular problem. at the moment, the $200,000 that we're bringing in, really, most of that, well, more than what we're bringing in, would be, it doesn't cover the paperwork, the staff, and the compliance officers trying to keep that regulated. So surely if we were to go the other way, and I know that I'm always a big speaker about costs and costs that are carried on to our ratepayers, but I believe that our ratepayers are paying for this anyway. If we're only collecting $200,000 and it's costing us $1 million, we're paying for it. Ratepayers are paying for it. So it's probably better to be upfront. And as I said, you know, we're looking at about $1 a week, and hopefully we'd be able to address this problem, address it properly, and, you know, be carried by a larger range of the community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So for those in community members watching today, just to clarify, so we're at page 41 of the agenda, where there is a table that shows an option to apply a charge to all rateable assessments across the South Burnett. So there's 17,807 rateable assessments, of which 2,180 are rural. So we have 15,627 non-rural, 2,180 rural, 17,807 total rateable assessments. If that was to be applied at $35 per rateable assessment, that would raise $623,000 approximately. $52 per rateable assessment, almost $926,000. And just an item 3 on page 40, the total budget for the compliance team overall is just over $1 million. So that $926,000 obviously would go a long way towards funding the operations of not all, but most of the compliance team's activities. So just so the community understands, that's the matter that's being discussed at the moment. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't mind that one, and I really wish we could do the $32 for all property owners. A couple of issues with that is that if you're a property owner and you've got a couple of properties that aren't amalgamated, that means you're getting charged that amount of money for every single property you own. So it does actually it's not just that one lot of 32, I think it is. It's a lot more than that for some of the property owners. The other thing is, do I address the elephant in the room here, is cat registration. Cats seem to be, from that from the RSPCA report, cats seem to be the biggest issue we have in the area. It's bigger than a dog issue. And I do believe that the report that was put forward to us, I do believe that cat registrations should be put back on the agenda, and I do believe we should be discussing cat and dog registrations, not just the dog registrations. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me. My kids have cats, but I do believe that this is something we should be looking at. And if we can't do that, I know there's a council down south that have, if you have a cat, it's got to be in an enclosure. It's not allowed to roam the streets. And we all understand the issues with cats. They do roam, they do go into other people's yards. We do have issues with that. There's feline aids out there. We know it's in a lot of different places. And I do believe that cats is an area we should be looking at quite intensely.
Just a question for General Manager, Manager Darrell. This table at page 41, if that was to be adopted by council, would mean that there would still be a requirement to register dogs, but there would be no fee attached with the registration, so we wouldn't have that fee revenue coming in. This would replace that fee revenue. Would that be correct under the current system? And so if we would also include cats, there may be additional cost or applied to that. So probably 2 questions, just confirming that there'd be no fee to register if we adopted this. And secondly, would there be additional cost to compliance around cat registrations should that be implemented? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so that's the intent of that what is put on page 41 there is that dog registrations would be 0. However, those dogs that are declared dangerous or menacing, so they're the ones that have been involved in an attack or threatened to attack, I would still propose, a significant fee for them. I think we've got about 15 of them in the South Burnett. And they've got different legislative requirements that they need to meet with as well. And obviously with the cat registration, should council wish to go down that pathway, that could be incorporated into this charge or levy as well. Just to note also in the report, we also mentioned that the revenue raised from the rural sector would be spent on animal management, if you like, in the rural sector. So your feral dogs, feral pigs, rabbits, your baiting programs, aerial shooting programs and that sort of stuff. So the revenue raised from that rural sector wouldn't go towards funding, the RSPCA contract or necessarily that compliance team. That money will be invested back into the rural community and the issues that they are confronted with animals, wild animals.
So just the second part there, I guess it's hard to put your finger on a number, but there would be additional costs of compliance, obviously, to implement a cat registration system, which would increase that $1 million budget, I'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly right, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, exactly right. And as you mentioned earlier, we still would need to maintain a dog or cat registration register, but it would just be simply, someone filling out a form, submitting it, and then they get a tag, and then we maintain that database. But we remove the issue around whether a dog's desexed, whether it's a pensioner, whether the dog moves out of the shire, whether the dog passes away, and we're doing this paperwork on $16 refunds to owners. So there still would be that requirement to have a registration database.
Just one more question before we go to Councillor Erkins. The registration process then, my understanding is that those renewal notices currently go out in about October, so they'd be due to go out again in October 24. Would I imagine have to be then included on the rates notice that goes out with those assessments? And if so, the rates notice applies from 1 July to 31 December 24. Would there need to be an apportionment on the basis that those that have paid have already paid up until October, or does that pay them, or does that payment actually cover the period to 30 June? So probably a question for rates and finance there, general manager or manager. Would there need to be an apportionment adjustment for those that have paid?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there obviously would be. There have been discussions prior to this several times with the other department about how we could bring it back as well. So, yes, it's sort of those discussions are well underway as well.
So, for example, if one had paid $131 for the 12 months for an entire dog in a defined area, and then the levy was $35 for the year, that would mean that they would have a refund on the portion from 1 July through to whatever that October date was, which could be approximately 4 months or 1/3 of the 131, which would, well, possibly almost negate, depending on what the fee was, or offset a significant part of that fee in the first year at least. Just wanting to make that clear for everybody. Thank you. Councillor Erkins, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the cat registration, I do understand where Councillor Potter's coming from with the cat registration, and I wouldn't personally be against having people register cats. However, I believe that most of our issues with cats is not really from cats that are owned by people, although there would be some issue there. But the majority of issues with cats are the fact that we have so many wild cats that are living in all our towns. So maybe with the increased budget that we have, this could be something that could be addressed as a campaign, that we can go out and look at these cats that are, under just about every building in our town centres. So that, I believe, would need to be, could be addressed through that. As I said, because I don't really, registering the cats is not a problem, but that won't get rid of our cat issue, which is when you drive down the towns and there are cats running across the road and, starving. I mean, really, what we want to do is we don't want to have these unowned cats where people do go out and try and feed them because they feel sorry for the animals, but really probably the best thing is to have them, captured, taken to the RSPCA and dealt with in a humane manner, rehoused if possible. But, they're breeding indiscriminately. So, I do believe that with a higher budget received from this, spreading the cost amongst our residents, it would be a better way. And also, I believe because all dogs, it won't be an added cost for someone to go and have their dog registered. We could liaise with real estate rental agencies and ensure that when they are putting somebody into a property, that those animals are registered. So that wouldn't be, I know as a real estate agent, it's not something that we normally ask, but we could do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're expecting rural people to subsidise, and I know, Councillor Shoemaker, you've said that everyone's paying or subsidising for it anyway. So we have 2,180 rural ratepayers there that are going to pay for everybody else's dogs. And the cat, I'll get onto the cats. I mentioned in the chambers a month ago about cat registrations, and I think council should seriously pursue that. I'll just throw some figures at you. With the 2,180 rural residents that are going to pay a $35 fee, supposedly, if it was implemented, will generate $76,300. My argument in this chamber has been that we want responsible pet owners. We seriously want responsible pet owners. And if there's a cost involved with that, so be it. I don't believe the people that don't have pets should subsidise that in this form. Now, in the rural sector, 2,180 ratepayers, and as Councillor Potter's alluded to, if you have multiple rate notices, be it whether you own rural property, primary producer, or you own some allotments in town, residential, you're going to pay multiple times and you may not even have a pet. The $76,300 generated upon the rural primary producers, we in the South Burnett have two syndicates here that are seriously promoting wild dogs and varmint control. Because I am part of one of those syndicates, the figures are this. 25 landowners contribute $35,000 per annum in their own syndicate to control varmint. How do I get to those figures? They pay 25 cents per hectare. There is, on average, since that syndicate has been operational, they catch and trap, to start with, a minimum 100 dogs per year. That generates $35,000 that those landowners are doing to control wild dogs. So on top of that, you want them to contribute part of that $76,300 on top of that when they're doing the job. We have Maidenville, and we have out in my district, the Ironpot Wild Dog Syndicates, doing an incredible job. You talk about wild cats, how do you control that? The costs on that, I'd love to be able to control them. Responsible pet ownership, I've said this time and time and time again. We look at the figures there where we compare other shires with us, and we're cheaper than them, but we continue to be compared to other shires, and yet here we are, our figures are way below. It's there, right in front of you, comparable to several other Gympie Regional, Western Downs, Lockyer Valley, Southern Downs. We are cheaper in almost every category bar one. Two, I beg your pardon, three, where the rural residential entire dogs and de-sex dogs, where they're not categories in those. In the other categories, we're anywhere from $10 to $20 to $30 cheaper in those categories. There is no way the primary producers are going to wear a $35 or a $52 levy. Now, you want to call it a levy, you want to call it a invasive species or whatever you want to call it, it's a levy. There's no way the primary producers are going to pay that. No way. The conversation I've had with those over the last month since this has been tabled, and I come back to rateable properties, and Councillor Erkins, you've alluded to if a person goes into a flat or a unit and has got a pet or a dog, that the landlord would make sure that dog pays a registration fee. There's 17,000 rateable properties there. We have a population of what? 34,000 people that vote, is that correct? Roughly 30 odd plus thousand people. Sorry, divisionals, 4,000, roughly 24,000 people that vote. Of those, and I'm sure there's some junior people there that own pets as well, so we have 17,000 rateable properties, but we have 24,000 people that actually vote that are adults that have the possibility to own a dog plus the children. It is, I'm sorry, it's to me, it's ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous to think that to generate this income from people that, even though Councillor Shoemaker, you say that we're subsidising it now, that's imposing a cost on people that have nothing to do with a pet. And I'm sorry, there is no way I'm going to support this. And the rural people out there and the prime producers that I'll go into bat for that have said to me and come to me, and Councillor Duff, she's not here today, we will be lynched if we were to impose this upon not just the rural people, the people that they're subsidising, the people that are in units that don't pay rates. I'm sorry, there's a lot of work to do in this space, but this is not the path I'm going to support to go down. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before we go to Councillor Shoemaker, General Manager O'May, just on that table on page 39 to which Councillor Henson referred, we've got NA there on the rural residential categories for all other council except ours. What does that mean? Does that mean that they don't charge rural res or that they pay the same as in the defined area?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, yeah. So they don't have a rural residential category, so they would just have the one registration fee across the. So rural would pay the same as our defined area and our desexed areas. So because.
So rural residential, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so rural residential. So say in Gympie Regional, if you've got an entire dog, whether you live in rural residential, rural or town, it would be 153 for the entire dog. A D6 is 45. So their registration would be region wide.
So what we're saying is that in Gympie, Western Downs, Lockyer and Southern Downs, everyone pays the same, irrespective of whether you are in town, whether you are a rural res or whether you're out on a farming property, you still pay the same dog registration fee. So, for example, in Lockyer Valley, if you've got an entire dog, you pay $140, irrespective of where you live.
Yeah, that's right. And remembering that the registration isn't a local law; it's under the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act, so it doesn't look at categories. It's just at South Burnett we've continued previously where registration prior to the introduction of the Animal Cats and Management Dogs in 2008, registration's head of power was under the local laws, and many councils had that differentiation between your towns and rural areas. South Burnett and probably other councils continued that on with the introduction, so that's why we had those categories. Remember last year we introduced the rural residential into, used to have defined and non-defined. Last year we added the rural residential category, which I think is one of the issues that has created that level of confusion, having that rural residential as an extra category. So that was a lot of the feedback we did receive back. But essentially the other councils have just registration across the board and just look on desexed versus entire dogs.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, 2 minutes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to wrap up and to confirm, I certainly don't wish for a lynching, Councillor Henson, but I do think it's important as a council that we always have these conversations and always consider what options exist and always think outside the box and always consider what we're currently doing and is that really the best way to represent the ratepayers of the region, all ratepayers, regardless of where they live, of the region. The realities is, as this report says, the costs for this function of council are increasing. The reality is the biosecurity risks for this region are increasing. The reality is that we are home to some of the biggest piggeries and feedlots around. And the reality is that we have all found our council could be doing more to manage those industries better. But we cannot do that on a wish or a promise or a hope that we can duck out the back and find a money tree and fix some of these problems. The reality is that we do need to cover the costs. That's our responsibility in terms of financial sustainability. In terms of rentals, I'm hearing you, and the reality is in our region, the costs of rent across the region have significantly increased. People renting properties whereby ratepayers would be paying their annual rates, some properties are paying double the rent that they once were paying a couple of years ago. So the reality is there's 5,910 people doing the right thing. There's 5,910 people, or dogs, that have been registered in our system. Thank you to those responsible animal owners for doing the right thing and contributing. But we all know that the household budget is under pressure, and we all know that for those households to find the defined area entire dog fee of $131 or the pensioner fee, the current rural residential fee of $65.50 is difficult, and we are sympathising with those people. I think it's wonderful that our council offers a pensioner remission, and it's very interesting there to see that there are
Thank you, Councillor.
4 other areas that do not. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
And Councillor Shoemaker will have the opportunity to close as well, which will. Oh, sorry, I was going to give you another opportunity to close as well if you need more time as the mover. So, because I think Councillor Potter, further to you, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I do have an issue with some of these prices. Last time we put rural res up to the residential price, we did have a big kickback, and I'm probably thinking we did, and I do know we did the wrong thing. We didn't let them know what we were doing, and we did have a pushback with that. I have an issue with charging rural res people the same price as residential people if the rural res people are out, if the rural res properties are out of town and are near rural properties anyway. I do have an issue charging those people the same price we charge a rural res property that is literally across the road or beside a residential property in town. So my thought is that we really do need to draw an area around our town. Everyone in that town area pays the town fee for dog registrations, and that should happen in each town. And the rural res should be back to their old pricing, which I believe was around I can't remember, but I think it was around the $15 mark, similar to your pensioners' prices. $13 or something, yeah. But it should be back to their previous to this particular budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, just in terms of the process here, so there is a notice of motion which was 6.1. We've got the motion here. We received this for information. Do you want to wrap this one up and then go to the notice of motion and consider everything, both options, as part of the next item, so we can keep moving forward? Councillor Jones, before we go to Councillor Shoemaker for any closing remarks.
I guess if we come to a solution or a vote on this, we need the notice of motion.
This is only received.
Yeah, well, it's. I just have a few questions. So the reference has been made that the ratepayers are already paying now. So just a quick question. I think it was $800,000 that will fall short. So my calculations show that it's about $44 currently the ratepayer contributes to the RSPCA facility. Now, in Councillor Henson's reference to the 76,000 raised, and I believe that, as Councillor Erkin said, the feral pigs, the wild dog baiting program, all that sort of stuff comes out of this, or is it separate? Can you clarify that for me through you, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the $1 million you've spoken about here, I just want to clarify that the $44 that's not the RSPCA fee, because my understanding was that this $1 million was the entire budget for compliance. So, yeah, the RSPCA is a separate matter. But yeah, can we have that clarified? The $1 million, does that cover all compliance, including the rural services?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so no, so this is really just looking at the compliance, and this is where council needs to be careful, because if we start talking about NRM activities like the pig baiting, dog baiting, those things, those aren't included in this budget. And so if we are introducing a separate charge, we need to be clear what that service is funding, because we have to account for this. If we introduce a separate charge, we have to account for those funds, everything that's raised and what it's put to. So in this case, that's not difficult, in that you're not fully funding the service through the separate charge. But that's where you do need to. A separate charge is supposed to be a service that benefits the entire community. Whether you would look at, I don't know whether you'd look at two separate charges, a rural separate charge for those rural type purposes. You do have compliance activities with the domestic animal types that do go into the rural areas. So there is an argument that it does cover the whole area, but we do have to be, when you do a separate charge, fairly specific about what that service is. Like our waste management levy, we know that's funding the waste management network of transfer stations and disposal and that, so that charge applies. The emergency management levy applies across the board. So yeah, that's just one thing with the levies. We just do need to make sure we know what we are exactly funding to it, because it does have to be and will be audited, that money is collected is expent on those services that we're purporting to charge.
So when we say there's $1 million budget for compliance, which was stated here, this report, is that, so the total budget for compliance team is just over $1 million. So dog registrations fall a long way short to recover costs to fund this function of council. So that $1 million, that's not NRM, which is pigs and wild dogs. The $1 million is local compliance in town. Does that also include the compliance work we do on overgrown allotments, unsightly properties, cars in yards, those sorts of areas?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Yep.
So it's not just dogs, it's also overgrown allotments built into that $1 million. So if we were to be charging, say, for example, the $52 and raising $925,000, then that $925,000 may be more than we would be spending on on animal management as such.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely animal management is a significant component of that compliance budget. And also within that compliance budget is the RSPCA contract that we're funding.
But we don't know how much of that $1 million is related to animal management, including RSPCA and our staff activities.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's no specific numbers on that, but we do spend. When you look at our customer requests, majority of them are around animal issues or matters.
Okay, thank you. We'll stay with Councillor Jones.
Just another question through you then to the manager. Well, like when you say customer requests for animal management, what is that covering? Because I'm just a little bit confused in the fact that you're saying that the $1 million budget doesn't cover wild pigs and wild dogs, but then you're saying there now that is a part of that $1 million. I want to be clear on what I'm actually going to decide here, because asking $76,000 coming out of the rural sector of a proposed 35 or 52, whatever you want to do, I wouldn't be against that if that went back into managing wild pigs and dogs. So I need to be clarified, please, a lot clearer than what we're actually discussing right here, right now, please.
Yeah, through the chair, probably just a good example that might clear something up. So our rural lands officer who goes and does the dog and pig baiting is not charged to this budget. He's charged to a separate budget to what we're talking about with that million that was mentioned in the report, the $1 million.
So through you, Mayor, then, so the money that would be raised through this levy would not contribute to the management of wild pigs and wild dogs. Is that correct? Or
through the chair, that's where I was saying you would need to clarify if it was, then that officer could be charged to this levy. So yeah, if you clarified that it was for that service, then anything we spent for pig baiting or dog baiting could be offset against revenue raised by the levy.
And okay, so around that $44 figure that I just dropped there, that was the figure that I worked on, $1 million, and we're an 8 with the fees raised through dog registrations. That's my working on $800,000 divided by 7,807 ratepayers, which works out around about $44. That was where that, just to clear that particular comment up, Mr. Mayor, for the benefit of the chamber and people who are watching. So this is still unclear to me. So I don't want to vote on it because I don't know which way I would go, simply because that particular message around the animal, like if it was contributing to control for the rural people as well as contributing to the management of the dogs and across the whole region and all the ratepayers contributing, and if it was clear as mud, whatever, I would be happy to support. I am just, in my own personal head, I am not clear enough on my decision today to make any calls on overall fees for all ratepayers and all that. I would really like to be sure that the rural ratepayer at this stage is paying a $10 fee for dogs if he was to register his dog. We're asking him to go up to 35 or 52 with no real guarantee that they're going to get a benefit towards their own personal issues with wild dogs and pigs. That's their concern out there. So technically, at this stage, in my view, and I'm only speaking about what I'm in my own head, I can't see any benefit to, so. And my other concern, just in saying a bit of other stuff, with this fee, and Councillor Shoemaker's lent to it there before with the de-sexing program, and I'm sure that it's in our legislation that we have to have some sort of an incentive program. So if we were to set a fee right across for everybody, how are we going to encourage that? And I think you addressed it with connecting up with those other groups and all that. That's still unclear for me how we do that or what cost that's going to come through and all that sort of stuff. Taken into account in those figures there that we've been given today, with the pensioner rebate. Is that the figures with the pensioner rebate? And I think there's a lot of pensioners out there that have dogs that would have a rebate. So those figures may be a little bit higher than what we'd actually receive. Just asking that question. And the other thing that when we ask ratepayers to pay a fee and there's no requirement to register your dogs, my concern is, and I know you're going to say, oh, we've got compliance officers and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, we're still going to do the same program. But if you haven't got the need to register your dogs, my concern is, and I've got an issue right now in my own division, there's 6 dogs in a yard. Now, if those people are able to pay a $35 fee, they go unnoticed for quite a long time until something happens or a dog attack or noise or whatever. People in a rental house, they don't have to pay a dog registration. It's the people that own the rental property that have to pay that dog registration. If you're renting a property and we charge 17,807 ratepayers, the people that are renting a property that I own that have 4 dogs, they don't have to pay that. It's the actual landowner and the house owner. So it's a little bit messy for me just right here, right now, and I'll vote no simply because there's a lot of stuff that's unanswered for me to go forward. Great idea, fantastic idea. We're talking about this in budgets all day, about how we've got to, and the user pays. I always say, user has to pay. Doesn't matter where you go, what you do in life, user pays. But this one's a little bit, at this stage, too messy for me to feel confident in saying, yep, fully support it. No, I don't. I don't know where I'm at. I'm sorry.
Just on the rural discussion there, so really provide any compliance services to rural at the moment around animals? Do we do much work? Do our officers actually go out onto rural properties and check or do any inspections, or is it mainly in the residential and rural residential areas that work is undertaken?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there is. So we do have wandering livestock in the rural areas, opposed from the domestic animals. We do have, particularly in the closer settled 5 acre, 10 acre blocks, we still do have domestic animal issues between barking dogs or wandering dogs in those areas. But yeah, we do not as to the extent as in the defined town areas, but. But yeah, wandering livestock is on the roads.
Wandering livestock, yeah. Second question then, sorry, John. Second question is then, I think I know the answer, but do we have to, if we were to bring this in, would we have to apply it to rural, or could we just apply it to residential or just to non-rural, to the 15,627 non-rural ratepayers? In light of the fact that the rural ratepayers don't really get much of a service in this space anyway. Is that something that could be done?
Yeah, again, you just have to be clear on what areas that separate charge applied to. So yeah,
Our rate system, rural properties have a separate RID, so they have a separate category. They'd be clearly identifiable. Just another option, I suppose, to consider. Just want to make, before we go to General Manager and May, I just want to make clear that at this stage the motion is just to receive the report for information. And Councillor Shoemaker gets opportunity to close on that. But anything from you, GM, before we move forward?
Probably just picking a couple of questions. I think Councillor Jones mentioned about if you did delete the pensioner discount, so there'd be no pensioner discount on that separate rate. So the pension, your 10% pension discount doesn't apply for our levies. The levy and dog registrations is about the revenue that we're charging. So if there was, say, if the rural area wasn't included, then our compliance officers would still need to respond. We've still got that regulatory oversight for the legislation. So just because an area was excluded, but and the dog registrations is probably just to remember that it wouldn't be that we wouldn't have a dog registration system. As we said, we would still need to administer a dog registration system. It just would be the fee would be zero. So we would there's still a requirement, legislative requirement under the Cats Animal Mention that we do register dogs. So we're not removing that requirement. We just wouldn't be taking a fund, but we would still need to, and I imagine not 100% how that, whether we'd be doing renewals and sending out tags and that, but we wouldn't be taking receipts for them.
So what you're saying there, we'll come back to Councillor Jones because he's got one more opportunity. He's got 2 more minutes.
2 seconds.
Yeah, so what you're saying is the pensioner discount that we currently give to dog owners, for pensioners, they get a 50% discount on their dog fees at the moment. That council could decide whether they wanted to apply that or not to apply that to any proposed fee of this nature. Obviously, if council did that, would reduce the amount of revenue that was generated on these figures here. And then the other thing we're really saying is that the dog registrations would still have to happen either way. So we would still have to do inspections to determine who's registered and who isn't, but we'd have additional revenue to do that. And the other point I think that Councillor Jones raises is that, so if you own an investment property in the South Burnett and the person there has got 2 dogs, then you're actually... so under this, everyone pays it. So the dog, so it's not going to be the renter as such that incurs the fee, whereas at the moment, the renter gets the fee, don't they? Okay, so at the moment, the tenant pays for the dogs. Under this scheme, the tenant wouldn't pay anything because the landlord pays the rates. That's an important point to note, yeah. Okay, sorry, we'll go back to Councillor Jones for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Just in regards to the pensioner, a $35 charge, right? In a defined area D-sex dog for pensioner, we're currently proposing $16.50. So you're doubling the fee, so that's flying in the face of everything I've been hearing in the chamber here about we've got to save money, look after the pensioner that wants to have their pet dog and all that. So you're actually, what we're proposing, if this was to go ahead, that fee for pensioners D-sexed in a defined area would double.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker to close, and then we can move on and continue the discussion on the next item if council choose to do so. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been a really great conversation and discussion, and really do appreciate all the feedback and the insights provided. I think it's always important we consider all options and consider them carefully, so really do respect the diversity of opinion. My thinking and the information that the staff have provided, they've given us a really comprehensive report here, and it's clear, to be clear, that if we were to change our practice or our approach, we as a council would have to adopt a policy that would align with the introduction of this levy. And that policy would have to be very clear in terms of the funds, as our staff have said, the funds we've raised and how they are reinvested. So the report's given us some good ideas here. I think I'm looking forward to the further discussion about this. And it's clear that we would have to agree on a policy position here, because it is a change in the way in which we administer dog registration fees. The reality is, though, that cats and feral cats are a significant issue in our region, and the reality is that we do need to do something about that. The answer, still, we haven't yet found, but I do appreciate the conversation, and the reality is I will not be supporting any motion or today that does not actually cover or help cover these costs, because I feel an innate responsibility to this community that any decision we make today is in the best interest of the financial sustainability of our council today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So we can now go back to 6.1, dog registration fees at 35. I'd probably just like to put that up for discussion, Kimberly, if we can get that up on the screen. So I had put forward a notice of motion, but I'm not going to move that because I think it's best that we work through it and discuss the elements in light of the discussion we've just had. So with the leave of the meeting, I'd like to probably just work through that if I could. So element 1. Okay, I think that's an old. Can you bring up the email that I sent you, Kimberly? Sorry. That's the old notice of motion, but there was a new version I think I sent through to you last Wednesday. That we held over to today. We'll just wait for that to come up. So just while Kimberly's getting that email up, because it does have some additional information and some changes to the original notice of motion. And I guess what I'm proposing is that we get this up and we consider this alongside the previous report in relation to the ratepayer fee across all rateable assessments. Consider the two matters together. Decision doesn't have to be made today, but the budget is scheduled to be brought down on the 21st of June. So, Mr CEO, I'd imagine that to get our fees and charges schedule resolved and adopted on the 21st of June, this matter would have to be finalised as part of the budget process by that or on that day. Would that be correct?
Fees and charges, sorry, fees and charges register. From recollection, council last year held dog fees aside because of the September-October deadline and continued to debate. So fees and charges will be brought back before council. So if there is no change, and I'll look to my learned colleagues, but if there is no change, the status quo remains. So as far as the fees that we set last year, so you could have a little bit more time to finalising. It would be the only thought I would have is date of implementation. So if it's a 1st of July fee change or fee structure change, and certainly supporting what General Manager O'May said before, and I think yourself, Mayor, is that if it was a levy type process, there would need to be a bit of thought put into And the other reporting aspect of that is actually reported in the annual report any levy as to far as where the money was spent, just for an aside.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. So if we stayed with the same arrangement, we could have until September or sometime to resolve that. But if we wanted to go to a levy that was rates-based, that would need to be finalised before the rates notices go out, I'd imagine. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, so I'll just get this up on the screen just to work through and for discussion. So one of the, and can I acknowledge Bonnie, RSPCA organisation, for their input into this. The advice that they've given us has informed much of what is presented here now. So not their figures, but the concepts and the principles that they've spoken about is what has helped inform this. So what they indicated to us is that the impound release fees doesn't have a big bearing on the collection data, that irrespective of the fee, the collection stats tend to be the same. So 75 up to 100 to have a release fee, and for dogs that are unregistered from 150 to 200. If we go through to dogs in defined areas, significant reduction possibly there. As you can see those on the screen, entire dogs from 131 down to 60, and then the defined area entire dog for a pensioner to be half of that, 60 down to 30, $10 for a defined area desexed, $16.50 to $5 for a defined area desexed dog for a pensioner, and then for puppies in that puppy stage from 33 down to 10, pensioners to 5. Rural res, basically exactly the same. So no difference to the rural res to the defined area, to the town. And then for farmers, in those farm areas, no charge at all. So I believe at the moment we charge $10 for working dogs, I think for the tag, but there would be no charge for those proposed, and there would be no fee for any dog on a farm area, in a rural area. Regulated dogs are currently $200 for menacing, for declared restricted, menacing or dangerous. Got there to go up to $500 in line with Lockyer Valley. I think we have 15 dangerous dogs or something like that. Peter might have mentioned, I'm not sure the total across all categories, and that all other categories to remain unchanged. Other elements for talking points were, if we scroll through, Kimberley, to consider providing a 1 year or 3 year option, providing the option to email, where you could opt in to have your notice emailed rather than mailed out, an online, perhaps develop an online platform through a council's website where one could register online, and also have an online education resource link through council's website, perhaps connecting with the RSPCA for information about how you can be a responsible animal owner. So linking to resources through our website there, considering an online payment option, perhaps through council's website, and even then considering a digital app for management to update registrations, track and report strays, send in photos, provide links to RSPCA surrender and adoption portal, and integrate or link to other apps such as PayPal, PetSmart, RSPCA website, or Snap, Send and Solve. Partner with the RSPCA's community activation trailer to set up in each township to carry out free microchipping and registration of animals on site once per year. And then if we just keep scrolling, thanks Kimberley, run community education programs alongside the activation trailer on those days, and partner with the NDN, National Desexing Network, to deliver a subsidised desexing program in the South Burnett. Partner with local media to promote the Operation Wanted program, the 20% discount running from June to August. Ban the sale of cats and dogs at markets, or impose conditions for the sale of companion animals at markets, inserted in Schedule 12 of Council's Subordinate Local Law Number 2. Include weekends in the prescribed period as the days counted for holding animals at the RSPCA. Finalise Council's draft code of practice for keeping and breeding dogs and cats, and increase compliance officers' capabilities to return animals from the field and issue infringement notices rather than impounding them as the first choice. In terms of council cat management practices that we look to over the course of the 12 years of the 23-24 operational plan, amend the cat trap hire policy from 1 July 24 so that we can allow up to 2 weeks hire free of charge, apply a cat trap replacement fee of $160 where the trap is not returned by the due date, possibly by the end of the 2 weeks, to cover the cost of replacement. That is what happens at Brisbane City Council. Purchase additional cat traps to be placed at council centres at Proston, Wandai, Mergen, Kingaroy, Nanango and Blackbutt, where we have service centres, and correspond with local vets around the age of feline desexing, in line with current Veterinary Association guidelines. Commence the implementation of a 3-year rollout of increased microchipping and ID, with a plan to increase trapping of unowned semi-domestic cats in urban areas, returning owned cats to owners through the pound system, and surrendering unidentifiable cats directly to RSPCA for processing, and implement a cat permit system with conditions referring to the Brisbane City Council where the number of cats kept exceeds Council Subordinate Law number 2. At the moment, I don't believe we have, we're enforcing the permit system for people keeping more than 2 cats on their property. So look, it's fairly comprehensive. It's a whole suite of strategies. And again, thanks to the RSPCA for bringing that forward. That's pretty well a summary of what the recommendations are for all matters except for the fees. And I know from the kennel clubs, they're suggesting that, asking if council could consider that for active, what they call fees for active dogs Queensland members, so those who actively show or trial dogs, be the same as for desexed dogs. So, of course, many of them have entire dogs because they breed them for showing purposes. So they're asking for consideration where you are an active member of Dogs Queensland for showing purposes. Righto, so it's a fair mouthful. It's open for discussion alongside what we've just discussed so far. Any thoughts, Councillor Jones?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll have a crack first up this time. I cannot believe that we've got the word puppy in there and a separate registration for puppies. Dogs are dogs, puppies grow into dogs. Like, how long, what's a cat, what's a puppy? Are we going to go out and then say, right, the puppy's now a dog after 6 months? I honestly can't. I can't believe I'm reading that there's a puppy category in there as a stage. We all know we're born as babies, mate. We grow into adults. Puppies grow into dogs. Why have we got a category for puppies to what age group? And then all of a sudden you've got to go out of a puppy into an age group. Anyway, that's irrelevant. That's just my thoughts on that. Yeah, my only concern for this is we're losing 137,000 with your proposal on the fees that we charge. We currently sit at a shortfall of around 800,000, I believe, so that's going to put it up to 940. If you can convince me and find a tree out the back there somewhere when we walk out of the chamber, I'm happy to support it. But that's my concern up front. We're increasing the shortfall of subsidising the RSPCA and the compliance and all that sort of stuff. So that's my concern moving forward. Don't disagree with your proposal and all the other comments down the bottom. It is in detail, and like you said, it's quite a mouthful, but my concern up front, the shortage of 140,000 on top of what we already have, knowing the budget issues that we have, and yeah, just that, I just can't support that puppy idea.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. So just to clarify a couple of things there, yeah, absolutely. These fee proposals are a significant reduction to dog registration fees across our region. So you can see there, for example, a defined area desexed dog for a pincher, $5. Significant reductions here. The rationale is to incentivise people to register their dogs by reducing the fee. I'm not sure whether that'll work or not. It's a proposal for discussion. But you're right, we do have projected, we'll see later on today, a projected deficit in our budget of about $3.7 million. If we were to adopt this fee schedule, that would take $140,000 almost out of our revenue, which would increase our deficit if we did nothing else. So this does come at a cost to council. At this stage, we don't know what the savings might be in terms of registration, inspections and compliance by having more dogs registered, or whether that actually would generate a benefit. But yeah, we do need to be clear for the community, this would come at a cost to council's budget. General Manager May, on puppies, I've got puppies there because we currently give that, we have a category now, don't we, for puppies? And what's the rationale behind that, and what's the age of a puppy when it becomes an adult dog?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Basically, we allow registration from 3 months, and so people aren't necessarily, and the dogs aren't mature enough to be desexed at that sort of 4 months. So there are people who want to get them on the registration system so they can get them registered. So instead of charging an entire dog for a 4-month-old pup, it was basically allows them to register that as a puppy, acknowledging that by the time another 12 months goes by, they will be of age that they could be desexed. So it's not a category that's very widely used, and it is for those people who are really keen. They've got that new pup and they want to get it on the system in case it does go wandering, it's not trained and that. So yeah, it's basically to allow that immature dog prior to it being mature enough to be desexed. Yeah, there's those arguments about the age of desexing, but some people are keen, not necessarily keen to rush into it at times. So yeah, it's really just for that first 12 months of its life prior to allow it to be registered.
Thanks, GM. Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor. So apart from the loss in income, there will also be a cost with other things you've got down here, whether it be partnering with the RSPCA. I'm gathering these are all going to cost us money. Partnering, with the National Desexing Network, we're already with Operation Wanted, so that's negligible. But I do believe that some of these other things we've got down here will be at a cost to us. And if you go down further with regards to, we're gonna get more cat traps. Probably need them anyway. But I do believe that the implementation and the 3-year rollout of increased microchipping and identification and plan to increase trapping of unknown that's going to cost a lot. So that's not just going to be a small cost, because that I'm gathering that you're talking about council staff going out, setting the traps and things like that. So that will be a cost to us. And then when we take these animals to the RSPCA, that's on top, I believe, but through you, GM, May, that's probably on top of our contract that we have with them. So, look, I really don't know where this stands, and I'm afraid that this is actually going to cost us a lot more than what it's actually saying.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, and again, responsible to pet owners. Councillor Jones has alluded to my issue with the defined puppy areas and with the pensioner, to go to $5. Everybody wants a puppy. That puppy grows into a dog, they're a dog to start with, in my opinion. My concern with that is when they grow out of the puppy stage, the novelty is worn off, and hang on a minute, we paid $5 to get a puppy or $10 to get a puppy, and then all of a sudden it's a dog and it's gone to 33. We don't want that dog, because puppies get left behind. The novelty wears off, and again, I reiterate, responsible pet owners. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr Mayor, there's quite a lot in this motion that you've put forward, and I know we haven't yet moved it yet. I had some ideas around a foreshadowed motion just specifically in relation to the fees. I'm wondering if maybe, because this wasn't in the agenda, I'm sorry if I've missed the email, would it be possible to adjourn just so that I can print this off and actually read it properly for myself, and then come back to this issue?
Yeah, absolutely. Would we like to adjourn for morning tea? Yeah, I have got a hard copy here if you wanted to take that.
Yeah, I might print it off.
Take
if
that or
that's
print it
okay
off. Yep,
for
that's fine. Get a
everybody.
photocopy
Yeah.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. So Councillor Shoemaker moves that we adjourn for morning tea. Seconded Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll come back in 15 minutes. Councillor Potter, thank you. We'll now resume the meeting. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We will now resume the meeting. Okay, continue with discussion in relation to 6.1. Can you just clarify in conferring with our finance professionals that, so if council was looking to adopt a levy, for want of a better term, of the nature that's been discussed here today, that it would need to be written into the statement, the revenue statement, which is adopted with the budget when we have our budget meeting on the 21st of June. So if we want to go down that path, this is the window of opportunity to do it with the budget. If we don't, it would have to then basically be set aside until the next budget in 12 months' time. Okay, yeah, just to clarify. All right, so we're still having the roundtable discussion, open discussion on the matter. Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr. Mayor, because there is so much in this motion, would it be possible to firstly just, consider the fees and charges in the first instance that you've put forward? And I've actually got a foreshadowed motional option for consideration in that discussion. So I'm not sure, as the chair, how you'd like to manage that.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I mean, we could certainly, with the leave of the meeting, pull this apart and just deal with the fees component first. So, yeah, I'm certainly happy to do that. Is any concerns? Happy to go that way? Okay, so let's concentrate in on fees then. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
So just in relation to the fees part that you've put forward, I do have a foreshadowed motion that I've sent to Kimberly.
Well, we haven't got a motion yet, so I think I'm happy to take it now. Thank you.
Yes, so the foreshadowed motion is that council adopt an annual management and biosecurity charge of $28 on every rateable assessment and develop an appropriate policy that details the following recommendations. Adopt the dangerous and menacing dog registration fees, that the dangerous and menacing dog registration fees remain in place for 22-23 and applies 3.6% increase consistent with other fees and charges. Investigate the process for how council may proactively adopt a process that encourages free cat registration across the region as part of the fee, as part of the charge. Remove all remaining dog registration fees from the fees and charges schedule and offer a registration tag to all residents at no cost. Investigate and develop a proactive desexing program that encourages desexing as per the Animal Management Act Cats and Dogs legislation. Nominate that all funds raised from the rural sector are to be invested in biosecurity and pest and feral animal management programs, and that this be clear in the policy. Maintain a dog registration database, dog and cat registration database, and adopt a communication strategy to communicate the change and write to all ratepayers and advise them of the policy changes and encourage them to update their details on the database. So that's my draft attempt, Mr. Mayor, at some of the things I guess I would like us as a council to consider. I recognise it's a different approach to what you'd put forward, so certainly at the leave of yourself being the chair, however you want to manage that. But that's kind of what I'd like to discuss with my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's important we take this as a motion, as moved. Councillor Shoemaker as a mover, if you're happy to do so, and then seek a seconder so that we can progress the discussion. Seconded by Councillor Erkins. Councillor Shoemaker, did you wish to add further to your motion? Speak further to your motion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, no, I've looked at I've taken on board the feedback that you provided in the last conversation around the $35 fee and the fact that many people who have registered their dogs, potentially there's that carryover period. So the $28 fee I've calculated leaves us around, it's close to that $500,000. There's still quite a shortfall there, but I guess the introduction of any fee needs to take time, and we do clearly need to develop a clear policy around this change, because it would be a change in the way in which we process animal management inquiries, but also registrations. The purpose of my motion is to try to cut the red tape to make this a simpler process for all residents regardless of where you live. It's also, recognising that biosecurity, pest and feral animal management budget is small, and often we are relying on state and federal funding. And with some of the changes made through state government and alike, perhaps this could be a platform for us to, I guess, build on some of that amazing work that Councillor Henshin has been doing with some of those groups, and sort of get some clear strategy around that, so we can leverage those opportunities, because at the moment we don't have anybody working in that space, or what we do have is limited, and really address that cat registration change. Now, I probably want to look to General Manager O'May, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, and General Manager Susan, just in terms of adopting a policy of this nature. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I guess just seeking some advice from you in terms of, is this something that would be achievable within the window of our next budget? And is the idea of developing a policy something probably General Manager O'May, your team would have resources to do before we bring down that revenue statement? Because I'm mindful to make a change like this, it has to be supported by a policy that Council has endorsed. So, yeah, there's some of my questions, and I'm just probably really open to your feedback and your advice in terms of the operational and the mechanical issues of what I've put forward, and if we should add anything or take anything out.
Yeah, through the chair. So for what we're talking about there, as far as a policy, would be an overall plan. So as part of the rate thing, so we do have to have that plan that just sets out. It doesn't have to be extensive. It'd be of sort of 1 or 2 page. So it would be something that we could, pull together. We would have to. Yeah, we'd need direction we'd need to be starting now. It's not something that we could do a week before the budget and pull together, because but no, we could, because it would be just basically a summary of what that service is and what we are charging. What we are charging then would be a separate decision. So that overall plan would be what we're trying to implement, and then the quantum of fee would be up to council then. So no, we could pull that together.
Manager Susan, is there any issues or implications with the revenue statement around sort of considering this approach instead of putting this in our fees and charges schedule? Adopting that
yes,
on our
through you,
rates
Mr. Mayor.
instead of...
Yeah, if this fee was going through our revenue statement, it has to be adopted in line with our budget. However, the fees and charges, again, I think it gets adopted as well with in line with your budget as well. So I don't think there's really a lot of difference in it, to be quite honest. But if it's a levy or something different, I would suggest it would go in the revenue statement. That would be the appropriate place.
And just my last question, just in relation to the NRM budget, the biosecurity point of this, I guess just probably, I don't have that general ledger on me at the moment, but probably General Manager Peter, like in terms of what council currently invests in that area, are you able to give some sort of indication? My understanding is it's pretty minimal, but...
Through the chair. It depends on what you pull into that. So if we're looking at invasive pest species, and we're looking at plant invasive pest species, so if it goes wider to, so if it's invasive pests, then so that budget there itself could be similar up into the $1 million. Whereas the animal component of that, because that's got stock root management and a lot of spent on plants. But if it's just on the dog control part of that, we'd have to drill in, but it might be 20%, or we'd just have to take that one on notice. Just on the overall plan, we would just need to be clear on where it's applying. So is it just rural land? You'll have so the rural residential areas and those larger areas, you are going to have, thinking on the run here, I suppose, you've got a lot of rural zoned land which will be closely settled. So you'll have your 20 acres, you'll have your 40 acre blocks. Potentially you'll have a conflict that some of that will not be able to be, they won't be able to bait in those areas. So there could be an argument or a challenge that they may not be able to utilise those services. Counter to that if you're on a 5 or 40 acre block and everyone else is baiting, you get the benefit of the reduced dogs and pigs. So again, thinking out loud here, I suppose. So yeah, that's it. Pulling the policy together is not that hard. It's probably just looking at all of those permutations and who's in and who's out and where they go and just getting some direction on that. So I imagine we would need to come back to council relatively quickly and sort of look at a draft, and if that was what we were looking at, because I'm sure the guys will be looking for a revenue statement within probably the next 2 weeks. So yeah, it would be something we'd need to be starting working on tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly. So my intent, colleagues, is to have a conversation about this. I'm very mindful of the rural sector, Councillor Henshin. I am a rural landowner. I own significant parcels of land that are literally on the edge of townships. So if my dog strays, it will need to be picked up just the same as somebody who lives across the road from me in a town. I don't want to enter into a debate. I know as a rural landholder how much rural landholders, the risk and the challenge of running rural property, I know firsthand. But the reality is this is about, as you've said, responsible animal management and trying to find a fair and consistent approach. So I don't have the solutions here, but I'm worried if we start cutting and changing fees, all we're doing is making systems more complex or not addressing the elephant in the room, which is the fact that we're not collecting enough revenue to actually operate this function of council, and it is our legislative responsibility to operate this function of council. I don't have the answers, but I welcome the conversation about this, and certainly in terms of the biosecurity, I guess I'm just trying to give some parameters so the staff can go away and develop a policy for council's consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's continue the conversation. This gives us a good starting point. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that, like my fellow councillors, we all stood wanting to do the best for our community. And I know that I'm very, very protective, probably, of those in the community that I feel struggle, especially financially. However, since being elected to council, I'm finding that my role of looking after members of my community also includes ensuring that as a council, we are financially viable to give the services that we are committed to give. And I think that if we fail to do that, we actually fail our community. I see this as a fair way of raising our revenue, and thank you to Councillor Shoemaker for coming up with the price. And I know that the Mayor has put a lot of effort into trying to help those who do struggle with dog registrations. So I feel that this maybe covers that, but also brings our income up, which basically, I mean, we all struggle here with what roads we're going to be working on, because do we have the budget to do that? And I know that I personally feel physically ill when we talk about the charges and the rises that we've got to pass on to our community. I'm very, very conscious of how that's going to affect them. But I also feel that by going down a road where what we're trying to do is reduce for people, we're getting ourselves into more trouble, and it's, we're not able to cover those costs. So this, while it's not going to cover it completely, it is going to help. And as I said in my earlier address on the fact that when we have an $800,000 shortfall, we're all paying. So, let's just be honest about what we're paying, and let's spread it across the community. That way, hopefully, we will be complying with our regulations, which are to make sure that animals are registered. Let's look in our policy to address the issue of cats that we all know is not an easy issue, and it's not going to be easy to implement, but let's look at the possibilities and how we can do that. So I very much support this motion, think it goes a long way into addressing our issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'm certainly putting on my primary producer rules section hat here. Councillor Shoemaker, you've said a biosecurity charge of $28 on it. Pardon me, I'll reread that. Council adopt an annual animal management and biosecurity charge of $28 on every rateable assessment and develop an appropriate policy that details the following recommendations. So again, the 2,180 rural primary producers are going to be slapped with another levy, and I'll bring your attention to the budget 7 days ago, where, and I quote, farmers have been hit with a new tax in the form of a biosecurity levy to help pay for an $845 million budget boost. And Mr Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, you've gone on media and stating that biosecurity levy to be abolished, to wipe it from us, from the rural sector, and I thank you for that support. And here we are wanting to implement another fee, a biosecurity, as part of it on our primary producers. So no, I'm sorry, Councillor Shoemaker, I'm not going to support this, because when our primary producers see this and say, oh, hang on, here's another levy, $28 biosecurity levy, they're just being slapped with one here 7 days ago in the federal budget. I'm sorry, no, I cannot support, and I will back for these primary producers on this. And yes, Councillor Atkins, we have to come up with something, but might be paying for it now, but again, we are trying to invest in responsible pet owners. I go back to the figure I mentioned before, $35,000 is being paid by 25 responsible landowners in our region, just in one syndicate. Wengenville up in the base of the mountains is doing the same thing. I am going in the next few weeks on invasive species sessions across the north and the south Burnham. Gameri and Anango, we have one in Proston tomorrow, which I'm attending. I'm going to speak in Mandubra and Monte, and hopefully encourage the people there. Primary producers are responsible now. I go back to the cotton farmers down on the Boy floodplains, the stone fruit growers, the avocado growers, the caper growers. Do they have a pig or a varmint problem there? They manage it to the best of their ability and are doing an absolutely fantastic job, and we continue to get levies slapped on us and this biosecurity charge. And let's face it, there's plenty of entities out there that are doing absolutely nothing about it. So no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to support a management and biosecurity charge of $28 in this motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Just the word biosecurity, I guess my thinking is feral animal management practices. So is the term, you being a primary producer, Councillor Henson, is there a better term to define what the intent is? It's around that feral animal management practice. That's my thinking. It's not listening to listening to GMOMA. It's not weeds or invasive species. It's that risk of, of disease being spread by feral animals. Is there a better way of describing that? Or are you, because that's the intent, it's not to charge primary producers. I'm thinking biosecurity is the right term, but I'm hearing you in terms of the federal decision, and you've spoke very passionately about how we get better at doing these practices. So if there's no money in the budget, that's always going to be a challenge. So just, I guess, keen if you've got any feedback in relation to this, what that charge could look like. My other thinking is the other easy calculation that we could do is similar to all of our neighbouring councils, where if we just focus on animal management, we just adopt one animal management fee
for registering your dog across the entire region, regardless of where you live. So, you know, I'm keen to find a solution here, but at the moment, we've been going round and round in circles for a number of months on this. You know, Western Downs, there's no rebate. If you're a rural landholder, you still pay $41 to de-sex your dog, to have your de-sexed dog registered, and $117 if your dog's entire. And, you know, I imagine they can keep those rates at that level because they're hitting all of their ratepayers. Is that perhaps the solution we need to consider here? I don't mind, but at the end of the day, I just can't consciously actually adopt a fee that's not covering the costs of this service, knowing that our budget is in a deficit and knowing that we have done our very best to claw dollars out of it. I know and that this is a legislative responsibility. We can't ask staff to go and administer a legislative responsibility without the budget to actually employ the people that do that. So I'm torn, and by all means, if you've got some feedback about that, what that terminology, or if you think we should blanket standardise it, or if once again we hit our urban and rural residential households to cover the shortfall, I think you'll find there's a number of households who don't have the capacity to raise revenue from their operations, from living on their little property here in town or on the edges of town. So, you know, do we hit them? So I don't have the solution, but that's all I'm asking here is for a conversation about what it could be, knowing that we've got to raise the revenue. So if you've got some feedback about that charge, I'm happy. If we should look at across the region, I'm happy. But, you know, I want to work with you here to find a solution, not just, you know, identify the problem.
Yeah. Who was next? Councillor Jones?
Yeah, just bear with me on this one. With this current proposal of $28 for every ratepayer, that's going to raise about $420,000 extra. So there'll be a shortfall of around about $400,000.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Jones, it's actually 500,000. It raises, yeah. I've done the calcs, yeah, it's 500,000.
So
yeah. I think as Councillor Shoemaker mentioned earlier, it is 500,000, yeah.
So that's at $28, was it?
Yep, it's pretty well hits 500,000, yeah.
Yeah, no, all right. Yeah, so all right, my figures will be just put out a little bit, but I had it worked out at about 50, so that might drop down to about $46 that the ratepayer will have to pay if you take into account the shortfall that they're still going to have to pay, because that's not going to address the 800,000 that we're short. So we're still shy, so 300,000. There'll be that figure in there. We've got 6,500 dogs supposedly that were registered, and I think, correct me, it's either 5,900 or 5,100 that have paid currently their registrations. Is that right? Somewhere around those figures? 5,910. So let's work on 6,500 dogs, and we know there's a hell of a lot more than that in this region. I have no doubt about that. I'd safely feel comfortable saying that. But let's work on 6,500. So that still leaves, if every one of those dogs belongs to a ratepayer, that still leaves 12,000 people that I would say a majority. And I know that the argument's going to come back, oh yeah, libraries, pools, they've all got this option, they pay for that and all this sort of stuff. But when it comes to animals and choosing a dog and having to pay and foot the bill, and let's go, you know, 2,180 rural people, more than likely 95% of them would have a dog. Okay? Don't have any issues with that. But I just, again, this, and then free cat registration. That's not addressing the issue that we've discussed here this morning. We're going to get cats registered, so that means more work for our staff. So that's going to be a cost, no matter whether you give them free registration or not. Like, who's going to worry about registering a cat if it's free? Like, look, you know what I mean? If I owned a cat, what are you going to do if you don't register the cat? You know, I don't know. That's so again. We haven't got a policy, and I guess somewhere in there, I think I can remember reading we worked to get a policy and all this sort of stuff. We want to put fees and charges in. It's just getting messy, and I understand what everyone's trying to do here, and I get it, but I can't convince myself to support this because there's so much messy stuff in there, and how we address the rural sector, and Pete's already, we've got to be spot on, and how we write it into a policy. I just can't support it. We're doing this, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're putting this in place without a policy. Is that a fair statement? Have we got a policy that this fits under?
I think we've probably raised some questions that Councillor Shoemaker's entitled to answer.
Yeah.
So I think we should give Councillor Shoemaker to answer some of those issues. So can we just go to Councillor Shoemaker, then we'll come back to you, Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Jones, for the confusion. That the idea of what the recommendation here is to set some parameters or a framework for the team to go back and actually develop a policy. So these are some of the things that we've discussed around what a policy would have to encompass. And the CAT registration, we know if we were to nominate a fee on that today, that there hasn't been enough time to communicate that. I guess my thinking is if you're offering free dog registration, maybe this is a way we could introduce CAT registration, so that at the end of the day, the outcome is that we know and we're encouraging people to register their cats and do the right thing by the community by looking after the cats. You know, we've heard some stories of the RSPCA going out to properties and collecting enormous numbers of cats, so I guess that's my thinking. But this is a starting point. So if you've got some ideas around what you'd like to see in that policy, by all means, that's the idea of this. It's to give the staff some direction so they could go away and seriously consider what this might look like and how they might develop a policy. So I guess I'm trying to provide some parameters around that, noting that I still have questions about, how, and being that we're not operational, we're just setting the strategy. We need to give our staff time to think about it, but they did report on it this morning that it was an option that we could consider, that legally we can develop a desexing, a proactive program that meets our legal obligations of that Animal Management Act. And, I guess I'm thinking from the RSPCA's point of view, those numbers that we've received demonstrate that the large number of intake is actually cats. It's not actually dogs at all. So I don't want to get into an argument about cat and dog owners. At the end of the day, the goal is responsible animal management. So, and in terms of the fee, yes, it would start at $28, so $14 a half year, and then which is less than what you would pay to register a desex dog at the moment. And then over time, I guess I would hope that council would develop a better policy and process. And, the reality is if there's increasing costs, every fee and charge is reviewed every year as part of our budget. So I'm not sure. It's just a starting point. And to be honest, I'm not supportive of it unless council's supportive of it. So.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll stay with Councillor Jones.
Yeah, and thanks, Councillor Shoemaker, for the explanation. And I did pick up that you didn't want to rush into the fact with fees and charges and all that sort of stuff around the cats and all that sort of stuff. Taking the CEO's comments this morning around, we chose to leave the fees and charges of the dog registration out of the budget. It doesn't have to be put in. We can adopt that through fees and charges. So again, I am still no further down the track of being convinced. So I'm happy. So I'm happy to, as it is, go forward. And this does, as Councillor Shoemaker, there's a lot of work and we need to do something about it. I don't disagree with the whole concept of what you're putting forward, but I just, in my own mind, there's something in there that says to me it's still a little bit messed up, and it's going to affect a lot of people, and we've got to find the money to do this RSPCA. Have no doubt about that. And I'm the one in this chamber that always says the user has to pay. Right? I'm not hiding behind that. Fair and consistent is also what I say. I can't convince myself to support this today, but I'm not saying that I won't support it. It's just that me personally, I want to do a lot more work around it and get this policy, get the structure right, and so that it's quite clear and out there and move. Yeah, so sorry, but I just can't do it today.
Okay, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I actually agree with Councillor Jones on this particular one. I think we're a month and a half out from bringing the budget down. I think that this is discussing the particular dog and cat registrations, if we do cat registrations, is probably a lot to put on our staff right now. And I do believe we probably should just go, for now, go back to the original. There's a chart in there that has the current active dogs as 6th to 12th, 22. I think it's on page 44. And I think basically I'm quite happy to go back and discuss some of those ones there. And then if we want to discuss this after we've talked about the budget, so we're ready for next year's budget and start discussing that, I'm more than happy to talk about it after that, after we brought down the budget and then start budget discussions early for next term. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify, as General Manager Jarvis pointed out, that to adopt this would need to be part of the revenue statement, which needs to be out of the budget. So if we don't go with this in this budget between now and the 21st of June, then it will be pushing it out another 12 months. Okay, we're clear about that. Councillor Erkins.
While listening to what Councillor Jones and Councillor Potter have had to say, my concern is if we go back, we still got an $800,000 cost that we're not recouping. All we're going to be doing is now, if we go back to the fees and charges, we're just going to be sitting here arguing over whose fees can we put up. The Mayor's put forward a proposal to bring the fees down because he's concerned about, the cost to dog owners. I just can't see, and I understand what Councillor Jones says about the user pays, but if someone has a dog that never ever gets out, it's a house dog and stays in their house, they're not using the RSPCA, but we're all paying. At the moment, we are all paying for that. So it doesn't matter whether we put it, what we're looking to do is recoup some of that money to assist our budget. We've still got to pay for it, whether we add it onto here or not. So what we're asking is the community pay, collectively, the community pay for animal management. They are paying for it anyway. We're taking the money out of somewhere else, adding it onto a deficit. So, Councillor Henson talks about responsible animal management. Isn't it responsible of us as a council to try and get our budget to balance? And, we're not doing it. If we're going back to our fees and charges and saying, can we put this up? And, oh, no, I don't want to see that up because, they're a pensioner and this is that. That's what we're going to be doing. This way, it spreads it across our region, and I personally have a number of different rateable properties, so I'm going to be paying, if it goes with this, I'm going to be paying a heap more. Much easier for me to just give way and say, well, I manage properties for landlords that I know they are going to be having to pay it. But like the rural community, the rural community is tax deductible if they pay their rates. So I just believe we need to spread it across our community. As a responsible council, we have responsible decisions to make, and I believe we can't keep going back to individual rating categories and say, oh, these people aren't going to be happy and these people aren't going to be happy, because let's face it, none of our community are going to be happy when their rates come out. They never are. But we need to be trying to budget our books, balance our books, and at the moment we all know we're not doing that. So to be worried about whether someone's going to come back to us and say, oh, you know, I'm not getting value for this or I'm not getting value for that is irresponsible of us. We need to step up. That's why we're here. Step up and make the hard decisions. That's what I was told when I came in here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Who was next? Councillor Jones?
I just want to put a question to Councillor Erkins through you, Mr. Mayor. So with this decision, Councillor Erkins, do you think that you're saving the world for all the ratepayers? Because I'll put these figures to you. At a $28 levy, right, we're 300,000 short. That's got to go across the 17,807 ratepayers. They're currently having to foot the bill now of the shortfall of $44.92. With this new proposal, they've got to pay $44.84. So 8 cents better off for rushing in, what I think, and I'm only speaking on my own, rushing in and making a decision where they're no better off by 8 cents, or they are better off by 8 cents. $28, shortfall of 300,000 divided by 7,807 I worked on, gives you a total of $16.84 that the ratepayer still has to cover the shortfall of the money for RSPCA and the compliance. At the moment, at 800,000 divided by 17,807 is $44.92.
Yeah, you've lost me too.
Okay.
Currently, without any change to our fees and charges, we are approximately $800,000 short of covering our bills. Work that out over your 17,807 ratepayers, right? Of the shortfall comes to a number of $44.92 in my calculations, and I might be wrong. Happy to be corrected. With the proposal of a $28 levy, raises 500,000, a shortfall still of 300,000 that still has to be divided over 17,807, which comes to $16.84. Add it together is $44.84. You're saving the ratepayer 8 cents, all because we're trying to not race something through, but do a change, right? The ratepayer's no better off by 8 cents, where we can take a little bit of time and get it right.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay, I understand that, but they're still paying. It doesn't matter whether you say we're going to add $28 and we're going to be still, the $800,000 still has to be paid. So if we put the $28 on, we are getting some money coming. They're still going to pay for it with our shortfall, but we are raising, as a responsible council, we are raising it into our budget so we can surely issue our budget. So I mean, we have to do something. I don't understand the question you're asking. Should we put it up to $44 and then we're upfront, every ratepayer knows what they're paying and we're going to cover our costs? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Mayor, no, what I'm saying is, at the figures that we're discussing here today, there's an 8 cent benefit to every ratepayer. For us to take the time to get it right, you know, it doesn't matter about your budget. The ratepayer is still paying that money, whether you get it through a levy or whether you get it through the way that we currently are now, through your general rate. It's not going to affect our budget or anything like that as far as to the ratepayer. The ratepayer still has to pay that amount of shortfall to the RSPCA compliance fund that we have to cover, $1 million. We have a shortfall, no matter whether you put the $28. All I'm saying is, let's not meet, and again, only speaking for myself, I don't want to rush into it and make a decision and put a policy together and get all this together, and then 6 months down the track, oh hell, we need to change this. I think, for the sake of 8 cents to each ratepayer, that they have to pay no matter what, I think it allows us to take the time to get this right, because this does affect your older people and your underprivileged people that you continue to fight, and hats off to you for that. But for the sake of 8 cents as a benefit to your ratepayer, to make a change to what we currently operate, and keeping in mind that if we go back, and it could get messy with the fact that if we start saying, oh, I've got, you know, I would hate to see it put on staff to say, oh, and as the Mayor alluded to earlier, about reimbursing people if we go midstream and all that sort of stuff. Let's just take the time, and I understand what you're saying. we need to get something, and I don't disagree with the concept, but I just think this needs to take the time for 8 cents to an individual ratepayer. I think it allows us the time to get this right. Because there's a lot of work in this. There's a lot of work, and you're going to upset somebody, but that's just my view, and that's what's in my head where today I can't support it.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, Councillor Shoemaker's intentions was really just to put this up as an option, to consider it as a potential solution. So what we're really doing now is good because we're pulling it apart. It's been a good conversation starter. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, I'll ask this question, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor, to our Finance Department. In the scheme of things, if we were to have to raise this $800,000 shortfall, and I do this in benefit of our ratepayers and certainly our rural ratepayers, what does that equate to in a rate rise? Because primary producers, and there's not one out there that's going to support this, I'll tell you now. And Councillor Duff, I wish she was here today, and I hope she's listening, and I hope her health is getting much better by the minute she's listening to this, if she is. Because we agree to disagree on many things, but I can rest assure you, Councillor Duff and I would stand strong on this. So while I'm babbling on here, and I can see the girls working frantically at that, because we go back to the road levy that was $250, $300, and it just got rolled into the rates. When primary producers see this levy, whatever you want to call it, but it's a levy, whether it be $28, $35 or $52, there'll be ropes out there in the courtyard. There will be ropes hanging from the trees. For all of us in here, I'll tell you now, because there's not one primary producer I know out there is going to pay, even though you may be right in your comments, Councillor Erkins, that we're all paying for it. We're all ratepayers. We're paying it in some shape or form. But if you put a levy on there and they see that, they'll say, here we go again. Councillor Duff's words exactly only a week or two ago about this. We talk about these dog registrations. It would be one of the most contested conversation pieces in this chamber. The girls are looking at me, do you have a figure?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. 2.36%, that's general rates, Councillor.
Okay, so to the listeners, if there's public out there in the media, that equates to 2.36% on general rates to raise that revenue. That's what it equates to on your rates. You're going to get a 2.367% virtual increase.
Yeah, to cover the budget.
Okay.
Can we just confirm
what
that's for?
Just confirm that figure again, 2 point.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the 800,000 you asked us to work out, so 1% is about 330,000 in general rates we have to levy. 1% to cover the 800.
Is a 1% increase on general rates.
Is it 2.36?
Sorry, 2.3%. So to the public out there, that equates to just to put it in context, a 2.3% rate increase to fund this, what we're discussing around this table. When I first came, this animal dog management policy, I had the conversation, it is seriously complicated and I don't know what's right. Honestly, Councillor Shoemaker, I don't know how we come up. The user pays. I've stood here for 3 years and said responsible pet ownership, not management. Councillor Erkins, ownership. There is a little bit of a difference. This, biosecurity levels, we can go round and round and round here. I think we need time. I'm supportive to leave it where it is. We've got a lot of work to do in this space, but certainly what we're talking about here today is not the answer. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Probably just a comment around. So the $1 million or whatever the figure is to provide those compliance services is a cost to council's budget. So that cost is there, spread across currently now. If you charge no dog registration fees, that cost will still be there. That $1 million will be borne across the general rates, and you can do your own calculations on that. So what we are talking about when we talk about dog registration fees is what contribution to that program do we want to collect from that category of people, so people who own dogs. So that's all the dog registration fee is around. So if council was to move forward and didn't introduce the rates, we have got the dog registrations work from December. So the risk to your budget is that 200,000. So currently in the budget, we're budgeting $200,000 that we will collect from dog owners through the registration program. So yeah, taking away all the other things. So that's essentially what we are talking about when we're talking about that dog registrations. What are we going to collect from that cohort? And that's council's decision, because what level of funding do you believe we should get from those people? Everyone that accesses the services, whether they own a dog or don't own a dog, if they ring up about a wandering dog. So that's the service that we're providing. But what we are talking about is what contributions would the people who own dogs is. So that 200,000 is what we're talking about, is what you do with that. What level of contribution do you want from those people who own dogs?
I'm being a little bit liberal, but I think it's important we get this resolved. So, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, look, I'm happy with the conversation that's happened. I guess my thinking was, just to clear a few things up, that this would be no different to the waste management levy that we charge. At the end of the day, we charge a waste management levy to responsibly manage our waste across the South Burnett region and to cover the costs of the infrastructure, the resources, the people that we need to deliver that service. That's my thinking, Councillor Henshin, and it's to be really clear with our ratepayers. It's not to actually hide it in rates increases. And I know 2.3% rate increase across the region to cover the shortfall is not an option. So I guess I'm looking for solutions. Now, if you've got solutions, I suggest we hear them, because we've had this discussion. I'm now in my 3rd year of council, laying down the last budget that I lay down before election. And we've had this discussion every single year, and every single year, no one has brought forward a solution other than to increase our existing dog registration fees. Now, the reality is I won't support that. I wish I could, but I won't. Because the reality is the rural residential ratepayers that I represent, that I know Councillor Potter has mentioned here this morning, that live on properties, on 5, 10, 15, 20 acre properties that adjoin rural ratepayers, are paying. They're paying a much higher fee than urban ratepayers, and responsibly so, because they own dogs. And if you were to be attacked by a dog out in a rural residential area or a rural area, I can assure you our staff would have to respond regardless. My concern is that why should our rural residential ratepayers pick up the cost of animal management for the entire region? Why should we be increasing their charges when they live some kilometres out of town, and to try to cover this shortfall? I'm not supportive of that option either. I guess I'm trying to think a little bit differently. I'm thinking if we had an Animal Management Act, I'd really like the idea of introducing more desexing, microchipping, working with the RSPCA, having more proactive programs, having opportunities for, as we've seen in some of those RSPCA videos, for their activation trailer to go out and help people to make sure their dogs are receiving the care that they need to and their cats are receiving the care that they need to. Look, I'm happy to, end the debate. I don't have anything more to say than this was a solution to a problem that we have been nutting out for the last 3 years, and quite frankly, we still haven't found a solution to the problem. And quite frankly, it's not fair and equitable across the whole region, because there's a hell of a lot of people who own dogs, and regardless of where you live, at the end of the day, our council's responsibility is, if you've got a straying dog, a dog that's bitten somebody, a dog that's barking or creating a nuisance, at the end of the day, the only authority who responds is our council. That's it, regardless of where you live. So either we standardise the fees for everybody, and every landholder, regardless of where you live, pays to register your dog, or we adopt a management levy. But I'm not supportive of increasing those fees, and I know there is no way, from the limited number of dogs, the 5,109 dogs we have on our register, there is no way of raising the revenue to cover the costs of $1 million compliance service other than considering some of these other options. So by all means, I'm not supportive of the motion because I don't have the support of my colleagues, Mayor Otto. And by all means, I'm happy to sit here for the next few hours and rattle out what other solutions my colleagues would like to table here today. But quite frankly, it's been 3 years in the making. We need to come to a decision and we need to give the staff some guidance because next month we need to bring down a budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Erkins.
Probably I hear what everyone's saying about, we're pushing this through, and I've only been here 12 months, but we started talking about it when I came in, and I haven't seen anything that's really acceptable. I want to come back to the fact that with the shortfall comes off the other things that our community want. If our budget is not there, we either have the deficit we have or we can't afford those other things. I also agree with what Councillor Shoemaker said. If we're not going to spread this across, let's make it even for everyone who owns a dog, whether you be on rural residential, or you live in town, we all pay the same fee. Because you can't say, these people are going to be upset about this, because sure, they might be, but if you change it, these people are upset about it. So I believe that when we say about how long we've had, okay, then if we're not going to go on this, let's organise a workshop and let's nut it out and have it ready so that when it's time to do it, we have our answer. We're not here taking up time debating something that we should have really sorted out and come to the table with some sort of answer. We're just here wasting time going round and round in circles, and the bottom line is we've got an $800,000 shortfall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Council, so both councils have raised the other option of considering doing what other regions done. So we've got a table here on page 39 that shows that of 5 regions, we're the only one that breaks it up into all the different areas based on your zoning. Those other 5 councils, who are almost all neighbours of ours, have basically just the 3 categories. So entire pensioner, desexed and desexed pensioner. It doesn't matter where you live, you pay the same amount. Are councillors prepared to consider that as the solution? Is there any commentary on that as another option? Thoughts around that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, yeah, happy to, certainly, and crunch the numbers on that as to what that might be, and fully appreciate the commentary. And as you said, Councillor Shoemaker, we have been 3 years. This has been a major topic here. I will just say one thing, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, that's right, everyone pays a waste levy, but not everyone's got a dog. And that will be the argument that comes back from all those people out there that don't own an animal. Everyone has waste.
Thanks, Councillor Hitchin. Okay, anything further? Anything further to wrap up, Councillor Shoemaker? Yep.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Councillor Henson. Not everyone has a dog or a cat, might I point out. But the reality is, if you are bitten, attacked, if your children are chased, or which I've been chased by a dog on a push bike out near the rail trail, on rural land, might I add, and it was scary, might I add, with 2 small children. And yeah, by all means, not everyone might not own a dog, but if I reported that, I would expect somebody from our council would go and investigate that. And as a ratepayer, not a councillor, I am happy to help contribute to the costs of making sure that if an animal attack happens in our region, that we have the resources to respond. So that's why I'm thinking this levy might be a different approach. And at the end of the day, that is what the dog registration fee is for. It is to enforce the Animal Management Act and to respond. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and can I certainly thank Councillor Shoemaker for at least putting up this option and starting this conversation. It was well done. Thank you. It's been an excellent conversation. This is another debate we have to have once again, because we take the responsibility given to us by the state government, but again, it comes without the money. So it's And biosecurity is a classic example, as is animal management. So I applaud everyone for the debate, and particularly Councillor Shoemaker for having the courage to bring this solution forward. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Erkins. Those against? Okay, that's everybody else there, Kimberly. So the motion has been defeated. 5 votes to 1. Okay, Mr. CEO, in terms of our process now, the councillors have talked about having a workshop to consider other options then in relation to the way we currently charge fees on dogs, looking at what other regions are doing. You've been sitting there quietly. Your thoughts around this?
If we're not, and certainly given the time constraints, if council isn't going to go down and a levy process or a special rate charge specifically for this, if it's a pure fees and service discussion, fees and charges can be amended at any time during the year. The fees and charges will be adopted. We can replicate the same process that we did last year and then push this one back to the end of June, early July, and it probably warrants, and I know I understand that councillors sometimes are reluctant to come to a decision point in a workshop, but it actually probably warrants a facilitated. My mind was thinking having all the fees and charges up on the board, it may be as simple as that there's consensus to bring a report back that there is a common fee, or each of the categories, or variation between the two, narrowing down the categories and narrowing. But yes, long answer short, a workshop would be. I think we will spend a lot of time in individual categories in this space over the next formal meetings until at least there is some discussion about it. Or further discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. So, General Manager May, would it be possible to hold a briefing workshop where councillors can be briefed about what would be the financial implications of adopting a fee structure similar to what our neighbouring councillors have, as shown there on pages 39 and 40? And they have that brought to a workshop for consideration of council, along with any other issues that you feel are relevant in relation to setting the fees for dogs and for cats, or a process for managing cats. And what would be the best time frame around that from your perspective? Without putting you on the spot, sorry, Peter, but obviously we want to make it workable for you. Thank you.
Started out an easy question. The first bit, the dog registration fee. So essentially, we can advise now. So we've got $200,000 in the budget at the moment. So if you set the fee at $0, that's a $200,000 impact on your budget straight away. So that's a simple process going forward. If you hadn't set the fee at $0 for next year for everyone, then that's a $200,000 budget. If you say essentially went 50% of this year, then you're looking at a $100,000 impact on the budget. To do the permutations about changing the entire dogs to rural, we could pull those things together relatively quickly. We have got the spreadsheets as far as how many dogs are registered in those areas. So yeah, we could do those calculations as you've done in your notice to motion. Introduction of a cat registration program, probably need to a bit more thought on how that would come together. But essentially the dog registrations are due on the 1st of December. So if council went forward without resolving the fees for this, that's what I'm saying, there's that $200,000 which is in question in the budget at the moment. So if you adopted your budget as it stood now, you'd have that $200,000. So depending on what decision you made between now and December on dog registration fees, would be the budget impact, and certainly that it could be an increase in revenue if you put the fees up, decrease if you decrease them. So, but yeah, we could certainly do a number of calculations and bring back that relatively quickly, because we've just working on our current numbers, and we could have a live spreadsheet that we could update with council as we work in a workshop sort of format. But yeah, just if you wanted to leave that till after the budget was adopted, that's what that $200,000 is the figure that you'd need to keep in your mind that might not be locked in.
So I'm just wondering, councillors, would you like to see that data? At the moment we've got those. If we look at what happens in the defined area, there's the 4 categories: entire pensioner, desexed and desexed pensioner. Would you like to see, before we adopt the budget, what that looks like if that was applied across all zonings, rural res and rural? Because what you're saying, GMMA, that's not hard to put that together off your spreadsheet. Keen to hear thoughts. Councillor Shoemaker?
Well, Mr. Mayor, the reality is we have to bring down a budget on the 30th of June. I don't think it's responsible to lay out a budget without confirming a fee, because at the end of the day, you don't know what revenue you're bringing in to offset the costs. I know it's a difficult discussion, but I have got pages and pages and pages of reports that we've all received from the RFIs we've submitted, from the significant amount of modelling that we've done last year. Like, I would imagine, you know, I think it's just irresponsible to try to lay out a budget without setting out some of these parameters. And we've spent more than enough time on this to try to start making some decisions. By all means, you know, you can calculate those fees, what it might look like, and bring that back to the budget. I know it's fine, but yeah, I don't see how we can set a budget without setting a fee. So I'm not supportive of doing that after the fact, because then we'll be changing our budget at the time we've only just adopted it. So I think everyone's had plenty of say this morning. I think it's time we actually come to an agreed position on this and actually do the work. So if we've got to pull up the general ledger and crunch the numbers right here, right now, that's what we've got to do. But we've got to bring down a budget. There's no time to keep delaying this. I'm starting to wonder if 30th of June is going to be possible.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I know, speaking with Mr. CEO yesterday, we do have a Wednesday free. There's 5 Wednesdays, Mr. CEO, so the 31st would be, is it the 31st or the 31st is free, the Wednesday. We could have a committee meeting on that date to discuss it further, or you could have a briefing workshop, which would probably restrict debate but enable a briefing. So probably keen to hear your thoughts around that, because Councillor Shoemaker's right. If we don't set these fees, then we can't really bring down a budget on 21 June that we've got any confidence in. I mean, we can do a revision, I know that, but it would certainly be better to be able to have some clarity as to what that is, Mr. CEO, which is what we did last year. Yeah, exactly. So thoughts about having a workshop or a committee meeting on that last Wednesday of the month in May. Councillor Henson?
Just on that, through you, Mr. Mayor, that, ironic as it is, that happens to clash with an invasive species session that I have in Mundubra that day. And I have confirmed and committed that I would be attending that.
Right. We'll take that on note. Councillor Potter, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll actually be in Brisbane for the Disaster Management Conference, I think, and GMMA will be away then too, so. But I'm sure I could possibly dial in from there maybe, I don't know.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Are we happy to, well, how about if we, sorry, Councillor Jones?
You're right. Mr. Mayor, as I said through the thing, I'm not against this proposal, but I just think it needs time. Now, some of the things that I've picked up on, Councillor Potter's suggestion in regards, and Councillor Shoemaker touched on it there when in the closing, in regards to the rural residential and all that sort of stuff on the edge of town that's paying all that, the suggestion of boundary realignments around towns and all that to incorporate that sort of stuff, fees, charges, all that sort of stuff. Look, as I said, I'm happy to go with exactly what we've got. Just leave it, have the workshop, but seriously, you know, to say that this is going to hold up our budget and all that sort of stuff, and hearing the suggestions that we need to do and how we need to address it, like this. And the other thing I picked up was rural, right? We need to write in and make it strong that, you know, if the rural people pay a $28 levy, let's use it for the feral pigs and the wild dogs and all that sort of stuff. And that's going to take some time. They're the things that I picked up in the conversation. And I fully support the conversation around the whole thing. I'm not running away from the idea, but I just, like I said the whole way through, I just cannot convince myself in my own mind to support this today. But as saying that, you know, we need to fees, charge, whatever, I'm happy to go as it is. Fees, charges stay the same, and yep, it's how me down, do what you want, but the simple fact is we move forward, we have the conversations, and, you know, it's more, there's more to this to set a good policy and a good framework and a good, you know, fees and charges across the there's a, sorry. I just can't see any reason. Do what you want to do, I'll turn up, you won't,
Okay. Yes, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Probably what I think everybody here, it really wants probably the same thing. We all want to be able to cover our costs and do the right thing by our community. Probably one of the things that I find, we're very constrained in a meeting like this because we have protocols. You know, I'd just like a workshop where we can discuss things, no decisions made, but we can speak frankly about the options. People can come up with ideas, and, you know, if you don't agree with someone, you can possibly express it a little more robustly than you can for what's acceptable at an official meeting, you know. And I just, because as I said, don't believe there is any opposition to what we all want to achieve. We all want to do the right thing by our residents, but we all understand the need to cover costs. So I'd like to have more of a workshop type thing rather than an official, you know, committee meetings, not to make any decisions, but for us to put forward the different options so that we can all take on board the different suggestions from different councillors, because we all also come from completely different places in this discussion. So, I mean, I don't know that it needs to be, you know, a full day or anything. If we can set aside, you know, a couple of hours, then if there's more to come out of it, we can do it again. So I'll probably be inclined to leave things right as they are, but let's get together. Let's not wait till the next budget where we're doing this all again. Let's get in and have it done. Let's talk about it and try and solve the issue rather than coming to a meeting with us all having an idea in our head, but we haven't got it out and can't get it out, you know, completely. So that would be my suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. CEO, just taking on board what Councillor Erkins is saying, would it be possible we can leave it with exec services to liaise with the councillors and find a suitable date for a workshop in advance of the budget meeting? Can we leave it at that today?
Yeah, we'll find a date and get everyone together. And I think when we do that, if we can get Gem Pete, we get all the categories up either on a spreadsheet or a whiteboard, and we can just work through each category and just get them nutted once and for all. That'd be good. And again, not a decision, but it's some sort of a consensual path forward.
Yeah, okay. So an opportunity for councillors to be briefed, to consider that, go away then and think about it and come back with some decisions on budget day. Happy with that? We don't have a resolution for that, do we? We can leave that just as an action item. Thanks, Mr. CEO. Yes. So I'm happy to let my notice of motion lapse now. I think it's appropriate to do that. There's a lot more to be worked through here before we consider that moving forward. So thanks, everyone. Really strong, robust debate. Council working its best. Tough work, can be frustrating, but yeah, it certainly was. Council, as I said, working at its best. Now, we're on to 7.3, which is the third quarter forecast for 22-23 at page 60. Would you like to give us an overview of that, if you could? Thank you, Manager Kerry.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've got up on the screen the third quarter forecast that Finance has recently completed. So from yesterday when we were discussing our net operating result, our net operating deficit has decreased by around $1 million. So we're now going to, or looking to sit at around that $4 million operational deficit. Most of that, as we discussed, relates to some increases that we've been able to put through in that income space. So our tourist stamps, our tip, and our interest income have all significantly contributed to that $1 million. A lot of our other overs and unders in the other categories, including your grants and your materials and services, employee benefits, all of those, most of them are related to different grants and moving them around. So they net off against each other. So while it looks like there's quite significant variances between second and third quarter, they do offset each other, with most of that relating to that QRA flood works funding. When we're looking at our capital expenditure, so you may have remembered yesterday I did talk about that there were going to be some minor adjustments to what's up on screen from some moving of the Works for Queensland program projects that we did notice when we were doing all of our reconciliations, that we had deferred them into the next year's budget, so they were sitting in there already. So we have gone through and done another little sweep to make sure that they weren't doubled up. So we have taken out a little bit more there. We also have taken out the $2 million for the betterment because, again, it was sitting in this year's, it's also in next year's. So we've taken that out as part of the third quarter. So I will send through to all the councillors the updated version. Just have a look. So overall, we're looking at third quarter now reducing the capital expenditure program by $3.4 million. So it'll sit at $29.8 million for the capital program for this financial year is where we're currently looking. So that's the, I guess, the overview of the changes. So it's just if anyone has any further questions on any of that.
Thank you, Manager. We might get the motion forward that the third quarter proposed budget for both the capital expenditure program and income statement be presented to Council for adoption at the May Council meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Okay, any speakers, questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
I just raised the question yesterday just in relation to what grant Works for Queensland projects we were actually going to defer to next year.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, and I have got Craig to do this up, so I will send them through to you in an email as well. In the current year, we had $322,000 that was left over from that Mergen PCYC that got reallocated in next year. So we've removed that. So that's just a reallocation of the funding for different projects for next year. We've also had some pushing out of some of the Lions Park refurbishments. So most of that will all happen in next year. Manager Leanne has sort of given us a bit of a breakup of what's to go where. So we've moved that. And the other one is around the Memorial Park Master Concept Plan. So most of that extra funding is going into next year rather than this year. So we've just moved that as well.
Yeah, thank you for the clarity. And excellent work on the third quarter review and really looking at that capital closely in terms of what can be achieved and what really does need to be pushed out. It's a much better process than what we've done in previous years, or where we just carry lots of works in progress over and then get a bit of a surprise. So yeah, excellent work, and yeah, it does demonstrate the importance of those quarterly reviews. So thank you for the update.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.4, adoption of Council's debt policy.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Shoemaker.
Just before we review the debt policy, we have got a confidential report, 8.1, the Gordon Brook Dam spillway update, and that really does the debt relating to, in that policy, recognising the policy actually relates to the Gordon Brook Dam project. So I just wondered if it might be possible to escalate 8.1 to the agenda and close the meeting, being that that's a confidential report, so that we can receive that information before adopting the debt policy.
Yes, thank you, councillor. That would seem to be prudent, wouldn't it, under the circumstances? So you're happy to move that we'll escalate that as the next item on the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that's a procedural motion that be escalated. Seconded by councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now, the recommendation there, committee, is there. I'll just go to page 119. The council considers the confidential report listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 8.1, Gordon Brook Dam Spillway Update, considered to be confidential under section 254J(G) of the Local Government Regulation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Erkins. Speakers to the vote. Those in favour? Carried by all. Thank you. We'll now go into closed session. Welcome back into open council. We're dealing with item 8.1, the Gordon Brook Dam Spillway, where it's recommended that council note the update on the Gordon Brook Dam Spillway. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Any speakers to the vote? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The next item before lunch is 7.4, adoption of council's debt policy at 68. And we've got the recommendation there with the debt policy attached. And the recommendation is, I'll be reading through it here, that the committee recommends to council that the South Bennett Regional Council debt policy 2324 statutory 010 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded. Councillor Potter. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just wanted to highlight definite support for this policy and congratulate the team on the work that's been done. You know, since the beginning of council, we've been able to pay down borrowing significantly from some 33 million to 24 million, I believe, around that point, 24 million, have I got that right? It's good to read in the policy as detailed on page 71 that council doesn't intend to borrow anything in the current financial year and has a total planned borrowings of 11.8 million over the following 9 years for the identified projects, which of course a significant portion of that is the Gordon Brook Dam spillway upgrade. Mr. Mayor, just further to the discussions that we had, I think any advocacy you can do around that regulated dam policy in the lead up to the state government election will be very important because certainly I think anything we can do to confine the borrowings of this council, and certainly when you look at our forward challenges further to our workshop yesterday around waste management and the cost shifting the state government is doing with the waste management levy, which is going to have an impact on our ability to fund the needed infrastructure for the waste management function of our council. You know, these are significant challenges for future councils, and certainly any advocacy you can do in relation to continuing to restrict the borrowings that our council does actually need to apply for is really important. So thank you for your work in that space, and certainly commend the policy to the chamber.
Thank you, councillor. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, time to adjourn for lunch. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson's on the job. Seconder, Councillor Erkins. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Happy to come back at 1:30? 1:30 resumption. Thank you all. Okay, welcome back. Now move that we resume the meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll just note that Councillor Henson had another commitment this afternoon, another council commitment, so he'll be out for the remainder of the meeting. Okay, Council, just want to put forward a procedural motion before we go into the draft income statement to escalate 7.8 and 7.9 as the next item on the agenda, so we can just get a briefing around the rates modelling that's been used, as well as the work that the staff have done on expenditure reviews before we actually look to go to the income statement. So I'd like to move that 7.8 and 7.9 be escalated as the next items on the agenda. Do we have a second? Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, right. Through you, GM Jarvis, to Manager Kerry. Would you mind giving us an overview, please, Kerry, of the rates modelling inputs? Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this again is the same rates modelling import report that went to the April standing committee. So we're just bringing it back to council so we can go through each of the options and see what council would like considered to put into the rates modelling, so we can work out what our rates income is going to be to finish off the operational budget. So I don't know how you want to do it. If you just want to go down the list, and then we can see where we land at the end.
I think that, yeah, if you just want to work us through the list, Kerry, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. So I know we discussed this first one prior at the last workshop. So our first one around the rural properties, option 1's to keep it at 3.65 and option 2 was to increase to 5%. So unless council had different opinions from last time, that will stay at the 3.65. Just to remind everyone as well, so we've put a general 3.65% increase in there already, which is already in our income statement. So any of these adjustments that we make today will be additional income or less income depending on what we plan to do. We also briefly discussed the rural residential. So option 1 was the 2 categories, option 2 was combining, and then we had different rates in the dollar, which we could have considered. So depending, I know when we discussed the other day, we had talked about keeping it as the 2 and then changing the increase for the rural residential other category down to 3.65 instead of the 5, and then leaving them how they were. So that's, if council's mindset's still there, that's what's currently in there. Yes, that's correct. Yep. So then the next options down are around our wind and solar farm categories, going into that renewable energy category, and then determining what methodology council wanted to use with those. So there's 2 different options there, depending on what times the rural rate council wanted to adopt for each of those different categories. So the ones that are there are basically straight from what John Perry had modelled and put forward.
Sorry, Kerry, does this, so this hasn't had, this is what you presented the other day. So with the Mayor's proposal, that can come in now, or we can discuss that. Yes, okay. Yeah. So we'll discuss that when you finish.
So then the next option then is around that coal mine category. So one of the options is to increase by the 7.8% to match what inflation was. Then we also have new categories for the transformer sites. So there's 2 different categories there, which the consultant had pulled them together. We also then have the category for heavy industry, and so we've got 2 options there depending on which way council would like to go to set up that new category. So one's either a net 10% increase for those properties, or using the Mergen industrial rate in the dollar to apply for those. The next item is around multi-unit dwellings. So we've got 2 options. One's to have one category and have the minimum rate increase to be $50 more than the other general rate categories for residential. And option 2 was to have 2 separate categories, where we'd have Kingaroy multi-units as a separate category and everyone else as their own category. Then also council had said that they might want to consider a category for feedlots and abattoirs. So that's put in just as a discussion if we'd like to consider that for this year, or whether we want to do some more work and and maybe consider that for next year's budget. When we look at water, so we've currently got 6% increase for water usage and access modelled into the income statement at the moment. So one of the options then we're looking at is for the high volume water and what increases council would like to do for there. So we can either do, or one of the options is 1.5% for tier 1 and 1% for tier 2. Option 2 is increasing tier 1 to 11.1% and then 1% for tier 2. And option 3 is to increase both of them by 6%. Wastewater, we've just got one of the option that has been modelled so far is just a 3% increase on the sewage charges. With waste, we've currently modelled 1% increase for domestic and Bunya Mountains, 3% on commercial waste. So then with recycling, we have 3 options there around leaving it at the $70, increasing to the $75, or applying a 1% increase. And then the waste management levy, we've currently modelled 6%. However, based on the fact that waste has all those additional costs going forward, we may want to consider a larger increase there. So that's basically the options in the report. And then there's also those further ones that the Mayor had for discussion as well.
Thanks very much, Manager Kerry. So we've got that there. Might just read the recommendation that the committee now provide guidance on percentage increases and changes to rates categories as per below for inclusion in rates modelling for the final draft 23-4 budget to be presented to council for adoption in June. So I guess before we actually resolve that, did we want to provide any guidance, feedback to Kerry around thoughts on each of those categories? So if we were to look at general rates at this stage, 3.65 is what Kerry's modelled for general rates, with rural properties at 3.65 at this stage as well as residential. And rural res, I believe council was had appetite to retain 3.65 for all rural res except for Blackbutt, which would be at 2.6, based on the fact that they've already got a higher rate in the dollar to start with. So any commentary on the general rate, Councillor Shoemaker?
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor,
you're right.
sorry. I was
Yep.
really seeking to have a look at those waste charges.
The waste charges, yeah. So we might, I think everyone else has got the rest of it pretty well self-explanatory. So waste charges, we'll go there. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, my question was just, sorry, Mr. Mayor, with, yeah, oh, thank you. Oh, that's wonderful. Just with the 6% increase that we'd modelled, I am a bit worried about that. I think if I've got my notes right here, we had an increase, a known increase in the costs of supervision across our sites. And the suggestion was that there would be, got written here, a $600,000 operational shortage. I think you supplied us with some more information about the waste forecasted restricted cash here. And if I'm reading that right, at the end of June 24 with the 6%, we're forecasted to still have 5.347 million in the bank for waste. But we know, I think some of the challenge is clear that we know that there's going to be significant costs incurred over the next 10 years with the forecasted closure of the Kingaroy landfill, the changing in provisions, which will increase by 1.5 million, we're forecasting. So, and those end-of-life costs, as well as, you know, the development, our options for development of a new landfill or waste transfer station. So I know we haven't forecasted those costs directly yet. The first workshop we did
sort of anticipated in excess of 27 million over 10 years. I'm just wondering, you know, is the 6%, I'm not sure the 6% is responsible, noting that there's going to be that operational shortfall already. And I'm just wondering if there's been any modelling or if there's any recommendation as to what council should look at in that regard. Or I'm just worried that if you don't start considering that now, it'll be much sharper, steeper increases in the future. We kind of know that. So is there a way maybe we can smooth this known increase? Being because I understood you could actually potentially empty your bank account pretty quickly, General Manager O'May. So yeah, I guess just thinking about that business unit, open to feedback or suggestions or advice.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so that's right. We do have significant headwinds in the waste space, particularly a number of things, and you already mentioned them, but also the impact of the waste levy is certainly that what we're getting reimbursed isn't covering what we need to pay in the waste levy for increasing legislation. So we've got those requirements to put the weighbridges in at different facilities. As I said, we're looking at our licensing to whether we can address that. So talking with EPA, we've got a number of contracts, and coincidentally all coming up and expiring at the same time. So next year's budget, we do see significant increase in when you roll over those contracts, or we seem to get that bump in costs. But yeah, we haven't got the final modelling down on what our like our 10-year forecasts for those upgrades, and so until we have that, we really haven't got the exact figures. But we do know that things are going up. The cost of all of those things are going up more than, and so we just haven't got those figures yet. But yeah, we are definitely running a deficit now. If we don't do a different pricing model, we will run deficits each year going forward. And you're right. So we could smooth it by having smaller increases each year rather than get to in 2 years' time have a significant jump. So, but yeah, we just haven't got those figures back from the consultants yet.
Should we look at the general ledger for that, or should we look at just the shortfall was 600,000, or was it? Sorry, we've thrown around so many numbers. 665, and it was the shortfall in the waste levy was in the provisioning was likely to be, we would be hit with a $1.5 million. So is it possible to look at what we've, the 6% modelling, should we consider increasing that to 8%, or I don't know. I know this is going to be an issue, and I'm a bit nervous about sort of leaving it at what we currently modelled when we know that it's not going to go away.
Is this the particular section where we were discussing 28% over there? So, and we were talking about 14% this year and 14% next year and getting to where we need to be. And the mention of the LRCI funds yesterday, whether or not some of that funding could be utilised. Now, whether or not that particular issue was able to fit under that LRCI funding to cover the shortfall, if we went 14% this year and used some of the LRCI funding to cover the shortfall this year and put us up another 14% to the 28% over 2 years, we'd be where we're at. So if the LRCI funding, this didn't fit under that, is there an opportunity for us to use LRCI funding that we've currently got in our capital works or something like that, or operational works or something, that we can fund that through the LRCI funds and take that money across to subsidise that? Is that a conversation worth having or a possibility?
So, General Manager May, we've got 2 years worth of LRCI funding to June 25. So in the capital program for waste for those 2 years, as Councillor Jones is saying, are there capital projects next year and the year after that's on our forward works program that we may be able to look to fund under LRCI and thereby preserve the money we've got in our bank account for waste into the future?
Yeah, so we've got 370,000 in next year's budget for CapEx. So if the LRCI could go towards that, and the year after that, that's one we're probably in discussions over that weighbridge. We were looking at we've got application in for a weighbridge at Wandai, looking for 60% funding from the state for that. So the other 40% of that would be, we'll need funding for it. The one at Mergen, that's the one we're in discussion with the department over whether we can change our licence, because we don't want to install a weighbridge that's going to be there for 2 years. So we're still in trying to reason with the department, saying, well, it doesn't make sense to install a weighbridge that's going to have 18 months of 2 years worth of use. That would be a short term. Like if you could have, I think we've got. I think it's the next round of LRCI, which would be available. So, it would be able to offset those projects, but it only really offsets those capital works. It wouldn't offset the operational deficits.
So at this stage, the only capital works program we've got definitely locked in is the Maidenwell transfer station that's progressing, and also the weighbridge for the Nango, which is funded externally.
60% funded.
Partly, okay. So that could be problematic with LRCI, Mr. CEO. If it's partly, we'd have to have a look at that and come back. Okay, all right.
So
Yep.
in saying that then, what's the total of those two projects? That'll be up over $500,000. So 350 is allocated for next year in the 23-24, and then you're saying that the weighbridge, we're waiting to hear back. When is that going to be allocated? Hopefully in the next year. So is that a possibility of fight? Because 500,000 is half of what we need, or very, very close to the sum that we need to subsidise to get 14 and 14% to get us to where we need to be in that 2-year process.
Yeah, 3 Mr. No, so the LRCI will assist the cash position because it's the way the capital works, but the operational deficit will still be 600. So the LRCI won't help the ongoing deficits.
No.
It'll just give you that cash release of rather than spending that. Yep.
But we'll still get the same outcome, GMMA, in that if we're trying to build the cash fund for the forward program, knowing that all these big ticket items are coming, that would help elevate the cash balance, wouldn't it? Because otherwise we're not going to be having that, we're going to draw down on that depreciation fund.
Yes, essentially if you're running a 600,000 deficit, which will be year on year, so you'll be taking 600 out of your bank each year. So unless you address that leak, then the LRCI might cover it for year one, but every year after that you're still going to, and really what we need to do is address the deficit and then add to that for the future capital works. There is a bit of modelling to do there.
When I left here yesterday, I thought that if we got to that shortfall in 2 years, in that 28% increase on our waste levy, that would address that, and then we just go 3% on top of whatever, and moving forward every year. But would that not address? So if we were to raise, let's say we raise 550,000 on a 14% rise on our waste levy, and use some of that 550,000 or something like that, and then the following year, that obviously that LRCI funding is there. It's government funding, grant funding. Won't that help us if we go 14% this year and then 14% next year? It gets to where we want to be.
Yeah, so if you're doing those two large rate increases, then that's what you're doing to address that deficit.
Yeah.
From there on, the depreciation funds would then go straight into the bank account. We wouldn't be eating those up with deficits. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But the depreciation's only about 100,000 a year, Kerry, I think you said, didn't you? So
Yes.
we really need to start making surpluses.
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to mention, Mr. Mayor, is that putting the larger increases is good, is that it helps the deficit and makes us not keep eating into the restricted cash we've got. But we'll still have the issue where in the later years, so around year 6 to year 10, you're going to start seeing where we're going to start having negative cash balances because we've got and again, this is dependent on what ends up happening with the bulk transfer station or what options we go with, as well as the provision to know what the new calculations are and when we're planning on doing things. But that's when, around that year 6 or 7, is when we start utilising heaps of cash and we don't have the reserves there.
So, just one more then. So if we go down that path and the discussion was highlighted yesterday where we need to look at, how we move, operate our transfer stations. Do they need to be open? All those transfer stations, if we put a fence around them, they need to be open every day? And saving money that way and building your cash, we've got that option and it gives us, 4 or 5 years to get there. So it buys us time to work out a better methodology on how we operate our waste facilities, and if we can make savings there in 100, 200, it's all going to help and further down the track. But I'm just trying to get to a point where we address that deficit, so we're not going into our cash reserves. And that's what I had. That 28%, I think, was the figure that we were looking at to cover the costs, and we were talking 14% this year, 14% that year, next year, but we were still short that half of what we need. And I just thought if there was an option of a $500,000 windfall as far as grant funding from a government source rather than ratepayers, if we could utilise that to cover that. Anyway, that was just my train of thinking, and whether that's feasible or not, I don't know.
Can I just ask a question with regards to the payments of the waste levy from the state government? That's likely to decrease over the next couple of years, or do you think it's ever likely that it will go completely? I think I know the answer to this one, but yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. So the region that we're in, it decreases. So we are only getting we get 105% reimbursement on the base figure, which was I think say 2 years ago. In the other east, like southeast Queensland and the coastal regions, like the levy is actually reducing below that 100, and I think actually, Brooks, you might talk to it, but it will reduce, and that can change. So that legislation can change as we see. They took the levy away or made it zero, then reintroduced it. So yeah, there's probably every likelihood that it could disappear, the reimbursement in the years to come. Actually, yeah, Manager Brooks might be better placed.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the prepayment that's received from the state for our general waste to landfill this year is 1.42 million. Next year it goes down to 1.36, so it's about a $55,000 reduction. So we're behind the 8 ball from this year. In 24-25 it goes back up to 1.41 million, and then 25-26 it's 1.47. So that's the prepayment. What happens after that? That's all subject to review. And what I think we indicated yesterday at the waste workshop was, we've seen what's happened to the major councils, both within southeast Queensland and around Queensland, that those prepayments are diminishing. Basically, I think it's going down to about 10% in the outer years. Now, whether the state government has that appetite to do that to, councils of, outside of those bigger areas is yet to be determined, and that's something that will, happen in 24, 25. I would imagine a decision. I mean, obviously, be fairly unpopular because we would need to find another 1.4 mil, 1.56 million in the budget to fund that payment of the state government waste levy back to them.
And Manager Kerry, just in terms of what Manager Darrell said there, those prepayments, we've received a prepayment How much is that? And is that in the bank? Does that make up part of that $5 million? So we're going to have to expense that out each of the next few years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the restricted cash balance that we have doesn't include that prepayment value in there. It is sitting in the balance sheet. So as we do utilise it, so yearly as we utilise it in our income statement, that's when it gets drawn down.
Oh, that's at least some good news. It's not in the 5 million. The 5 million is available for capital. Thank you. Okay. Right, so at this stage we've got $655 deficit, operating deficit in waste.
5,000.
Yeah. 655,000, yeah. Drop a few zeros off. And Kerry, we're going with, at the moment, that's modelled on going from $175 to $185 as per this modelling data here. So that's $10 per ratepayer across the region, which raises about 180 odd thousand, I guess, doesn't it? 178.
Is that the 6%? Is $10?
And is that the 6%? Right. Okay.
Thank you.
And in terms of collection, curbside collection, we've gone 1% on that, and we've held the $70 on the recycling at this stage. Okay. Yep. Just under 180, Kerry, is it? Yeah.
So can I just confirm what the 14% would be? Is it $22, $24 for the year?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it'd be around $25. That's including the $10 already. So an additional $15.
And the 14% would raise how much additional revenue?
Hang on, let me just work that out. Oops, sorry.
Because the other option, the other cost-saving option is, as was discussed yesterday, is the potentially having to consider reducing the hours of our waste transfer stations or actually closing 4 of them, which I'm not ruling off the table yet either.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so if we were to increase it by the additional $15, to take it up to a full 14%, we'd have an additional $265,000 on top of the 184.
So in total, that would be 145. Yeah.
Yep. That should be roughly around 400,000.
400,000 still short. Okay. We'd have to pull that out of our restricted cash to
Yes.
balance the books in the waste department.
Yes, for this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So that come off that 5 million you spoke about before, right?
Mayor, can I just confirm, was that the 14% that you talked about, or was that the
Yes, that's the 14%, Kerry, is it? The extra 266.
So the 14%, if we increase the waste levy by 14%, we would generate an extra 455,000 or 445,000 all up. And our operational deficit was 655. So that's...
So, Kerry, the extra 14 makes it a total of 20, is that what we're saying?
No,
Six.
so it's 14 all up, 14%
Oh, 14 all up.
So it's an extra 8%.
8%, yep.
On
So
the
we're
six.
going from, so from 175 to 200, that's
Yes.
14% jump.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So there'd still be a $210,000 shortfall without putting any money in the bank for future waste.
There will still be a $400,000 shortfall because we already have the 184,000 modelled in the rates already.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So it's just the 265 that will come off what we've got there.
And have you done, Christian, Peter and May, or Daryl, have you done any modelling around what you could potentially save by rationalising those waste transfer stations?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, just looking at the draft operational budget for next financial year, you know, some of those transfer stations that have got the 24/7 access, you know, they're around the $60,000 to $70,000 per site. Obviously, where there's supervision provided, as was indicated earlier, you know, there's going to be a significant increase in the supervision rates. So places like Black Button and Wattle Camp, we anticipate, you know, around $55,000 increase just on the current operational hours that we've got at those respective sites. And obviously, you know, these sites are open on weekends and a lot of public holidays. So, you know, you're paying a premium for someone to be, you know, standing there supervising and making sure people are doing the right thing. So,
Is there an option to consider reducing those hours as a cost-saving measure across some of those sites, or reducing the 24/7 access of some of those waste transfer stations? That would mean, I imagine, somebody's got to lock them or something if they're unsupervised. So we're not sure how that'd work.
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, a lot of those unsupervised sites that are open 24/7, a lot of those costs are actually going in there and cleaning up the mess that, you know, unfortunately some of the residents make at those sites, i.e., you know, dumping, you know, stuff that they shouldn't be dumping, or, you know, they're not putting it in the correct locations and causing a great deal of contamination and obviously risk to council. So really, yeah, as you say, by putting gates and having someone open and shut them on designated days, that does come at a cost. But I think I circulated this morning, you know, that 20-kilometre radius of waste facilities across the South Burnett, and, you know, there's quite a bit of overlap with some of those 24/7 sites. And then that would be the ones that I would recommend the council that you revisit, whether they're all necessary. But obviously that's a decision of council. With the 4 main landfills, you know, it's pretty hard to, you know, we've got Mergen open half a day and Wondai the other half of the day. So, you know, that's a pretty good arrangement. Kingaroy and Nanango, I don't think you can do probably much better than 8 till 5, given, you know, the throughput of customers that we have at those particular sites.
Now, just on the Nanango way, would its throughput be more than Mergen's, Daryl?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just need to go back through the Iway where,
I guess there's a bigger population around there, isn't there?
I'd say that'd be correct. Yeah,
it would be, because we're going to the weighbridge there too, aren't we? So it must be. Yeah, you're right. Yep. No, sorry.
Is there opportunity to, you know, do some more homework around, you know, I'm looking at the map of waste transfer stations, and there are some areas that are significantly, you know, are well serviced, and some areas that rely on those, you know, I think out Geelong, Braguda area, you know, there's very little option. But sort of looking there, we've got one at Proston, one at Hynesville. We've got waste facilities at Wondai and at Kingaroy, and then you've got a transfer station both at Memorandee and Home Creek, as well as Wattle Camp. You know, if I'm reading this map right, it looks like you can travel less than 20 kilometres to any facility in the South Burnett. Are there remedial costs or anything incurred with some of this? Like, I'm wondering if we consider something like Memorandee, you know, I want to confirm the Memorandee area does have a curbside collection, the residential area, and most of the rural areas in that vicinity. It would be interesting to know, because, you know, I look at some of those areas and I think maybe there's opportunity to save our ratepayers some funding there. I know it puts some out, but, you know, I'm not really comfortable with carrying an operational deficit for this department, knowing that we need to be actually be putting money in the bank, not drawing it down to cover the costs. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, is this an option? I think it's an option we need to maybe consider, but how we go about it, I don't know.
Yeah, certainly food for thought. Councillor Erkins, sorry.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder, so some of the unmanned stations, so obviously the cost is the fact that besides the normal cost of taking the stuff away, but the illegal dumping and what's name. So if we were to look at some that we could close, the others fencing them and having them run on a limited basis and sharing staff with the likes of Wattle Camp, so that, you know, Wattle Camp's open Monday mornings and, you know, wherever, Tuesday mornings. Is that a possibility? Would that save us a significant amount? And if so, bearing in mind, as Councillor Shoemaker said, the distance between them, we would have to sit there and work out how many we could close and how many we could convert to manned. Is that a line worth following?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it certainly is. And obviously, I think we can demonstrate that if a site is supervised, it does make people a lot more accountable for what they can do. And obviously, there's a whole lot of education that would need to be done because people aren't used to, being told what to do at a waste facility. And I think, as I mentioned at the workshop yesterday, if we had facilities open on certain days, that would certainly assist the logistics of the waste collection team. So the trucks that go around and service all these facilities, because they are open, a lot of them are open 24/7. So the truck goes there and tidies up, empties the bin, and then someone comes in the next day with a whole heap of, mattresses and cardboard and wire and all that sort of stuff, and then they have to go back out within a couple of days to service it again before the weekend. So it's really reactive what we do.
And also, I would think that one of the things that people who are dumping illegal type things, if we're going to do that, we really need to, we don't need to have any unmanned ones, because all they'll do, we worry about them having to drive any more than 20 kilometres, but I'll bet you if they've got an illegal load they want to dump, they'll be happy to drive as far as they have to save money on that. So if we're going to do that, it would be a matter of how many of those transfer stations that are going to be manned we're going to have, and the rest would actually probably all need to be closed. So that would bring, Maidenwell wasn't going to be manned, was it? So that would make that a manned one.
I think it's going to be pinned. You've got to need a code to get into it, and you're only local area, and I think, is that still happening? That you have to punch in a pin, an individual pin?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we are looking at that. The struggles that we've got with, and we'll get a report back to council, is the budget that we have for that particular project is really tight, and obviously getting that powered gate does require electricity, so that's all being investigated as far as the project costs, and we're coming back to council with, well, how much more do we actually need out of that capital budget to make that facility how it's been sold to the community.
So is it a possibility, Councillor Jones, that we could change that to being manned? That may have to be manned more than one day a week, but if we could work with the community there as to what their need would be compared to because it's probably look at how long the hours are to be serviced as to how big an area they actually service. So how many people are actually going to be relying on that facility to set the hours? Like if there's only 10 people going to go to it, well, you'd only need it open, a lot more than if you had 1,000, just using figures for as an example.
I guess, Mike, I understand and I get it, and it's, I think Darryl, you said 60 to 70 grand each station that's unmanned to sort of go in and clean up every year. Now, if we were to close them down, and knowing the people of the day, if they, has it got the potential to cost us more if we close them with illegal dumping and going and cleaning them up? Or I just, because I know when we started talking and we moved those Wandai and Mergen hours around, there were people that just went and tipped their loads right at the front gate of the Wandai tip, just to make a statement and all that. And I know that as we go through, I think we all witness illegal dumping right across our region right now, because we've had discussions about putting signs up and dump in a dumper and all this sort of stuff. Was, has it, how are you confident that if we cut a $60,000 site out, it's not going to cost us 80 to clean up the dumping across the region?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, yeah, that's always a case that's put forward as to when you do close a facility that, sort of increase illegal dumping. I mean, with my experience, it's not tangible. I mean, you'd like to think most of our residents out there are law-abiding and want to do the right thing and, care about their environment and their community. So, yeah, it's hard to, but, to say it's going to cost us an extra $80,000 in clean-up costs, I don't think that's a sort of realistic number at all. So,
look, in answer to my own question, I guess it's by going out and telling the community, we've got this issue that's been forced upon us by the state government, the waste levy, all that sort of stuff. We're just a collection agency for you, basically. We collect, pass it on. But if we don't do this and you continue, it's just going to cost you more and more. So, if you do the wrong thing, I think it's a sellable proposition of what we're proposing. And no one, not all, it's like a lock on a shed, mate. It only keeps the honest people out. So it's the same sort of principle across there.
Councillor Erkins.
One of the other things that I've noticed, and I don't know whether this is true, but just from when I have come across illegal dumping, it's been like a big load of stuff that they just can't be bothered to take in. So I don't think they're the people that go to those places anyway. They'll drive along a little dirt road somewhere and, there's half a house that's burnt down. That was one of them that I came across. So, they just didn't want to pay and they weren't going to pay.
Yeah. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think due to the proximity of a lot of these unsupervised sites, and I think we've proved it with Memorandum that when Memorandum was open 24/7, especially during summer, if you miss the Kingaroy closure at 5, you can easily just slip up the road, not even 10 minutes and get rid of whatever you want. And I think the same thing's happening at Mergen and Wandai, because they're only open half days each. That if it doesn't suit them to go when the facility's open, they just go to Home Creek or the next closest unsupervised sites and just dump whatever they want. So I think there's a little bit of method behind that madness.
Just bring it back to the rates discussion. We might have to come back to this expenditure, this cost-saving measure when we get to the draft budget later on, item 7.5. But just on this rate, so if we rate 14%, that gets us the extra 100. That gets us still 400,000 short of breaking even. If we go 6% on collection services rather than 1%, including recycling, I've got some calculations here that showed 180,000 additional income on 6% across Bunya's, domestic, commercial and recycling, as we looked at yesterday. I guess I'm keen to hear thoughts around that in terms of the 14% on the levy and the potential for 6% on the wheelie bins and recycling. Any thoughts around that, councillors?
It would be good to, and I apologise, I think we've thrown so many numbers around that my head's a bit scat, but
Just wanted to, I can't seem to recall them, but you know, when we're talking percentage increases, it's always good to be able to talk in that dollar value so that we can really get an understanding of that picture in terms of what the impact is on a residential ratepayer. So, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned 6% on the wheelie bin service. Have I got that right? So, and that the recycling service is currently $70, and we were considering either applying a 1%, or we were considering the 1% increase on the domestic waste charge. So what is the current red bin cost? So what would the
Yes.
1% equate to?
So if we look at the domestic collection, the red bins, they're currently $181 a year, and we had proposed to take them, the 1% would take them to $183 per year, but if we go to 6%, it would go to $192. So rather than going from $181 to $183, it would go from $181 to $192, and that raises $112,000. And then the commercial one it was proposed that we went from $257.50 to $265. To $265. But that's at 1%. 6% would go from $257.50 to $273. There. Yep. No, that's commercial. That's the shops. Yep. And recycling, a 6% increase on recycling would take it from $70 to $74. So 36 rather than 35 a half year. Bunya's, currently we've got 218 up to 220, which is the 1%. 6% would mean from 218 to 231 at the Bunya's. So that would be an extra $13 per year.
And so the total revenue that would generate?
So those changes generate 180,000.
180.
Yeah.
So that gets us, and that would go toward our operational deficit of 440, was it, for waste?
For 400, yeah. So
400.
Kerry, that would bring the operational deficit down to about 220 then, yeah.
Okay.
So getting closer, and I guess then we might have to look at some of those savings options that we've discussed to try and reduce the cost, Darryl, around that 220,000 if we were looking to break even in waste and not eat into our capital cash.
Can we get that on the screen?
Have you got that, Kerry, there? That
Just probably, I'm just thinking as part of whatever the motion or the direction we give, just so that you can actually see it.
Yep.
Yeah, the waste proposal. So maybe we break this into chunks, Mr. Mayor, and look at the waste first.
I think, Mr. Mayor, if we look at these, we can't but forget our the waste, the facilities. We still have to go with them.
Yes, so then we'd also have to look at our expenditure when we get to the draft budget, expenses budget, which we will be getting to shortly. Yeah.
Just in the conversations, every year we have the budget talks and all that sort of stuff, and every now and then people remember, but we're actually just discussing one particular branch of the whole operation of council, and we're talking a fair rise. Just remember, everything else that we come back, you will see hundreds of dollars increase on your rates notice. And I know, but all I want to do is let's just not forget the overall picture here, because when you see all these fees and charges come in, and you're going to sit there and you're going to go, holy hell,
I think though, sorry, Councillor Atkinson, having said that, Councillor, this is the only area we're really looking at. All the other things on this list apply to the commercial or industrial sector. So it's only, in terms of the mum and dad ratepayers, we're looking at the 3.65 on general, and then, but you're right, yeah, sewer, yeah, 6%, true, 6% there. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
And that,
And I think if we do this, so we're looking, I think we had a look at it John had a medium of about $152 per ratepayer as the median increase. If we were to adopt this, then obviously that 152, you're right, is probably going to push up closer towards $200, somewhere closer towards $200 per ratepayer per year. Yeah, Councillor Erkin, sorry. Yep.
and one of the things as purely a ratepayer prior to my journey into council was that I always felt that council were trying to put one over me for the fact that they would advertise only a whatever percent rate rise. But, you know, the bottom line to ratepayers is, you know, they look at the bottom line. That's how much their rates have gone up. So, you know, we say we're only putting it up 3 point whatever for this. But, you know, when they get it, I mean, you know, they work out what they paid last time and what they paid this time. And it's, you know, definitely going to be a much bigger percentage. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. But the bottom line is to your ratepayer, it's, you know, it's how much more they're going to have to pay. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, so John's figures indicate $152, Kerry. I think we saw that last week in his report as the median increase for most ratepayers. If we were to adopt this wage strategy, then there'd be the extra, Kerry, you said extra $15. So 185 would go to 200, the extra 15 and a levy. And then this is an extra, if you've got a red bin, an extra 9 from 183 to 192, and then an extra 4 for your yellow bin. So that would be an extra 13 plus 50 would be an extra $28. So that 152 for the median ratepayer would go to 170. 180, sorry, Councillor Jones, yeah. $180. If we were to adopt those waste increases, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking, I just wanted to confirm it's the third year of the valuation averaging as well? Second. So there is already a significant number of ratepayers who will be impacted by that second year of valuations, like when we went through. So yeah, I'm sitting with you, Councillor Jones, in this, and I guess that's why I'm saying, you know, these transfer stations, I look at this map here and I look at our population and I look at the fact that we have got 17 places you can dump your waste across the region, which means for our 17,000 ratepayers, you know, we can each, there's 1,000 people per facility. I don't know, it seems like duplicating, and the reality is these are not easy decisions. So the option is we either rationalise what we have or we increase the cost. And you've said yourself, the costs we've already put in the budget, you know, the reductions we've already made is going to come at an impact to our services. So yeah, I'm not sure, honestly, with the valuation, how we address these operational deficits unless we start making some of these courageous decisions that everyone's talking about, but we never seem to lean in and actually do. So, you know, I'm actually not comfortable increasing the waste charges unless we also look at how we can scrutinise or reduce those management operational costs, particularly knowing that we need to be putting money in the bank, and it's likely that some of our funding strategies into the future are going to have to include borrowings because we will not have the people to manage the cost shifting exercise of the state government. So I don't have the solution either, and I'm not saying that I'm agreeing to anything here today.
I'm just saying that we've got to get it all up on a screen so you can have a look, because at some point we've got to bring down a budget. So welcome any of the solutions that come to mind.
So just of that, councillors, would you be happy if we just leave what Kerry's got at the moment? Because it won't be long before we get to the expenditure side and we can start to work through that in a bit more detail. Let's not lock in on any rates rises here until we have a look at that, as you said, as to where there might be cost savings. Happy with that? So, Kerry, if we were just to leave it as it is at this stage, let's look at the levy first. Are we happy to leave the levy at 6% from 175 to 185? Just leave that in abeyance for the time being, or do you want to make a decision to go to the 200, which is the 14%? Any thoughts around that? Take it all into consideration?
I think you've got to take it all in. I don't think we can pick and choose. I think we've got to
Yeah,
do
okay.
a lot together.
So we'll just leave that, then we'll leave waste, Kerry, where is at this stage then? At the 6% on the levy, the 1% on wheelie bins and 3% on commercial bins, and then we'll leave the recycling at $70 until we see what we can do with some of those waste costs. Kerry, then moving through to after that, we had some discussion in relation. So if we look at water now, I think we're all pretty well comfortable with water at 6% and sewerage at 3%, wastewater at 3%, sorry. The only topic for discussion there, councillors, was whether you wanted to consider at this stage any increase to the additional pedestal, which is currently we've got 2,628 additional pedestals that are currently paying $423, and whether you wanted to consider increasing that up to $627, which is a 53% increase. That would then bring them all up to 80%, along with everyone else, and would raise an extra $536,000 for the water wastewater fund. Is any thoughts around
Just
that
through
one?
you, just Kerry, run through quickly what that would capture. So who will be hit with the 53%, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the additional pedestals that we're talking about, so we already have hospital and education entities at 80%, so we're not talking about them. We're not talking about our normal residential households because they just pay for one pedestal and that's it. So we're talking about any other commercial enterprise that has more than one pedestal. So they could be commercial units, they could be things like caravan parks, motels, those sorts of things. Yep.
So what is commercial unit?
So commercial, so any commercial building, for example?
Yeah.
So where, for example,
Residential units don't.
council, yeah, so commercial buildings. So, for example, there'll be businesses in town that will have 20 or 30 pedestals because they're a big operator. They would go up from the 400 to the 600 for the second pedestal, or for all those additional pedestals per pedestal. Just use you got your microphone on there, councillor?
Sorry, just so shops in town, if they've got a ladies and men's toilet, they'll be paying the extra. So your small businesses.
Correct.
A lot of those, although a lot of those businesses, Mr. Mayor, are not, they're actually tenanted, but most of those commercial tenancies, the tenant carries the rate. So for small business, it is a possibly a big shift.
Yeah, so you could look to phase that in rather than going from the going up the $200 extra, which is from the 423 to the 627. You could phase it in over 2 years. It is a lot of money. It's $536,000 that would go into Manager Lowe's depreciation account for his Ford Capital Works for water and wastewater in one hit. So it's, and would councillor
One of the
Evans.
other things, if we are looking and hoping that we will get somebody come along and build, some type of accommodation for, the workers that are going to be moving into the area. So I suppose that is a very attractive source of income for council.
Yeah, so, so I guess, anything definitive on this? Are we thinking leave it as is, phase it in, or take the big leap now?
Look, this conversation has come up nearly every year that I've been a part of a budget, and exactly what Councillor Erkin said, we take into account, there is a lot of businesses out there that are doing quite well, but there are people out there struggling, there's shops closing on different occasions and all that, and for the simple Joe Blow down the street that just has a toilet, men and women's toilet for their workers, that's going to be an extra $400, $500 hit every year, which, $8 a week, but
I know it'd be an extra 200 because they're already paying for the first pedestal.
I thought they were going up 200. Oh, sorry, yeah, 200.
It's only the second pedestal.
Yeah,
It's got two pedestals. That'd be an extra $200 a year. Yeah.
Look, you're talking a 53% proposed increase, and if you wanted to go, that's 25% if you increment it over 2 years. We're hesitant on the 14% on the waste levy. I think it's, and again, when you put all this together and you see how it all affects over a whole picture, and you lose track, when you're talking individual sections or units in council, you think, oh yeah, they can afford that, and you forget that overall you're talking hundreds of dollars. And I hear it all the time in this chamber. It's always, I sit and I listen, and I don't disagree that people are doing it tough out there, and we've got to try and put a budget together. And on the other hand, we have to pay our bills and be sustainable. And I'll say it again, this is the hardest thing you will do as a councillor, working a fair process out.
Mr. Mayor, would it be possible when we look at these, if we could have some models of some examples? So for, say, housing, someone who owns a house, an average house in town, how is that actually going to affect them with all the things putting a business in town? Can you do that? That's really.
So that's a yes, right? Okay. It may well be that when we have that upcoming workshop in relation to the animal registration fees, we may have to look at some of these issues to get more information, as you've just asked for, before we go to budget day on the 21st of June. Takes the pressure off with having to make a decision today without all that big picture. Yeah. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, certainly Councillor Jones completely apprehensive about all of this. If you've got any ideas as to how else we address the operational deficit, we're all ears. I think we all recognise exactly what you're saying. And I am, to be honest, I know that second year of averaging, I've seen over the spreadsheets, I know what it means for the residents in my areas, and it's not going to be easy. So yeah, I'm not agreeing to anything here today. I guess we've been given to provide guidance. I don't know what that is. And this is a challenge because here we are talking about operational deficits. Every dollar counts. So I'm just lost in terms of what it is you want us to do, because...
Well, what I'm suggesting, Councillor, is we can sit here, and when you say that we need to give guidance, how are we going to give guidance when we're not confident in... I'm not putting words in other people's mouths, but I think every one of us want to see the big picture and how it affects the whole overall thing rather than just sections, because that will give you... Because I know we in this term, the last two budgets, we've got to a point where we're going, holy hell, 160, 180, what are we going to cut? We need to cut that. We need to, we've got to drop that. We've got to adjust that, because we've seen the big picture. And that's all I'm saying. I don't have the answers either.
unless we start piecing together some of this smaller picture, we're not going to get a big picture.
That's right. But so what sort of a guide, like, I'll ask you, councillor, what guidance are you confident in giving our staff today with these sort of figures going around? Like, we're all questioning
Well, I
how
think-
much we go or anything like that. So
I think we've got to get something on the screen.
totally. But are you confident? Like,
I'm never
okay,
confident.
no, that's right. Me either. Not on.
I'm
not,
never comfortable in this.
No, that's correct.
But
Yeah.
the reality is, so this is our second discussion about a business unit that, you know, does not have the funds to fund its forward
right.
capital works and is going to struggle. And it's an opportunity to raise revenue. I'm not sure the 80% on pedestals in the first year, that seems quite steep.
That's right.
So, but unless we start putting something on the screen, Councillor Jones, we're going to be here until midnight and we still won't have an answer.
Councillor
So-
Schumacher, I'll say this to you. Kerry had a moving budget where she could add to it and it could see how it affects. Now, I would guarantee that if we sat here for an hour and went through this process and said to Kerry, whack in 6% on this and just see how that affects it, I think you would be more comfortable and you would get to a decision where you're comfortable a lot quicker than having these sort of conversations and saying, we've got to give the staff some sort of give us some sort of a guidance. Like, but all I'm saying is if you see it up on a big screen like that and say, Kerry, okay, we're talking 14% on waste. What if we went 15, 12, and then how does that adjust and how does, like have that moving?
Well, we kind of did that with the rates workshop.
Yeah, no, but.
So can we pull it up now? Like, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, it's your budget, but I don't know. I'm concerned it's nearly 3 o'clock and we still haven't even resolved any of this. So.
May I chip in, Mr. Mayor, as I said in the income statement and the opening remarks yesterday and that. So the current deficit on the assumptions that we've utilised already and certainly the bits and pieces to continue to refine it. We have the standing committees and I would expect that there will be bits and bobs come back through both not only the ordinary meeting but also the standing committees as we work forward. We're sitting at a deficit, a total deficit, and yes, setting the business aside and totally taking the points. We're actually sitting at a better deficit than we were last year and we're cash positive. So it is. There are individual pressure points, and there's certainly things, but I'm just raising it as far as just probably keep, when you're talking about big picture, just probably keep that in the back of your head. Is there room to improve? Is there always areas that we can gain further? Absolutely, and the discussion today in a lot of areas, you've pretty much give guidance anyway from my notes, and I'll look at Kerry and Susan on the general rate. The waste ones we've ticked off, so we can just work and continue to model that. As far as the bins, so we're into the secondary pedestals now, but yeah, it's actually there's a fair body of work in there which has been cooperatively done. And again, I'll use the mayor's term, the cricket team. We've actually got to a pretty good point compared to where we were in the original budget last year.
Yeah, of course, it's always put a positive spin up, Mr. CEO. We can get a bit we can certainly get a bit overwhelmed with all this, can't we, on top of us? So at this stage, Kerry, we need to come back with some of that modelling that allows the councillors to say, well, okay, well, if we go, if we phase in the second pedestal over 3 years, what does that look like on top of a waste increase, on top of the other things that we've done? Some of that bottom line modelling as to the impact on a business, the impact on a mum and dad, ratepayer, and so forth. So just...
And
sorry,
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering if we can actually see that impact on some of those businesses, like the motels and things like that, because I think that's something that's really important if we're going to change that second pedestal figure, and we really do need to see how it's going to affect some of these businesses along with all these other different rises to them.
Yeah, I think council's looking for more information there. Another briefing workshop in relation to some of this more detailed modelling now as to the actual impact on the median ratepayer would be beneficial moving forward, I think, so we can see that big picture. Moving on then to the heavy industrial area, and there's a couple of different, 3 categories here. 1, there's the power station. 2, there's the coal mines, and then 3, there's the heavy industrial, as John calls them. The power generation, you can see, we had that back on the screen, Gary, where we had the highest category at the moment for power generation is 400, and we have, of course, power station that's well over that. One of the options there was to create another category, say, for example, and that was just I suppose, a notional figure of 800, and then increase the rate in the dollar by 25% from 21.5 to 25 almost. That would raise an extra $105,000. Again, it's a big jump. It's a 25% increase on their general rates. Is there any thoughts around having an extra category? How much would you like to see us go on that extra category? Keen to hear feedback.
Through you, Meg.
Councillor Jones?
Did you happen to have a bit of time in your late night activities to compare with Western Downs or anything like that as far as what they're charging their coal-fired power station? I understand if you did because I know how much work you're on.
Yeah. No, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I had gone back to John Perry and asked him a couple of questions. He has come back with an updated document for me to have a look at. That came through late yesterday afternoon. So I haven't had a look at it, although it was mentioned that he believed we were quite on par with what he thought we should be.
Okay. So where we're at, Kerry, that's at the 21.5 RID. That's about on par. The current, without it. So the extra 25% is likely to push us above the industry norm for other comparable operations. Okay. Yeah, so there's that one. The next one in terms of the coal mines, there's 2 categories there. The first one's below the minimum, so it wouldn't change. The second one above the minimum of 112, a 25% increase would go from 27 up to 31.3. That's a $96,000 increase in rates for that coal mine. Any thoughts on that?
So where's Stanwell fit in that?
Well, that would be one of their coal mines, I guess. That would be their main. I'm not sure. I was wondering who the small mine, well, the second small mine that pays the 112. I was wondering that myself. But. So, yeah, comments on power and coal, anything at this stage? Or you're happy to have Kerry get some more comparative data and come back to the workshop on that? Still prepared to consider it? Yep.
Yeah, I am, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Potter?
I'm just curious as to, look, I know Mead Perry said this is comparative to what people are charging now, but everyone's doing their budget up at the moment, and I'm just wondering if, sort of whether theirs are going to go up or that type of thing. So I'm just curious as to whether there's a way we can find out of what other councils are discussing or talking about when it comes to things like this.
Might be worth seeing if John's got any information about what our councils are doing, because, I'm not sure what the latest CPI index is on road construction materials, but we do know that these categories we're looking at now in relation to power, coal, heavy industry, a lot of this goes to the impact on our roads network. These general rates go to funding our roads operations. So, I was looking at 25% as an example of some of the cost rises we've been talking around roads, and the burden, the impact on our network. Yeah, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't think I've circulated it yet, but for those on LGAQ Connect, I'm just looking for it. The overall, that's yesterday. Too many emails. I just dumped it off the LGAQ website, and 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, what was 6.9 is the total LGAQ cost index for this year for purposes. it breaks it up into the various categories. But yeah, inflation sitting at 7%, and that's 6.9. But so the LGAQ council cost index is 6.9.
How would
I've
that?
circulated around? It'll be just straight the LGAQ press release on it. But yeah.
Oh, thanks, Mr. CEO. 6.9. And General Manager Megan, from your point of view with road construction materials,
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So they continue to rise. I have to check the latest ABS inflation for the year. The CCI index that Mark had is probably a good one that it probably puts in comparative of the impact to local government across its operational. Obviously, the inflation that we see on construction materials will be much higher on building construction, on roads, asphalt, those sort of things. So it's probably, if I was looking for an increase, Mark's guide would be a relevant guide, essentially at 6.6 or 6.9% of what the impact would be considered to a local government for the year. As an average, just as
the construction industry is likely to be much more than that, though.
much higher, Mr. Mayor. So I think that you're looking up in the, I think I saw one the other day was in the 9s. So yeah, I think it'll be higher than inflation by tradition.
So that's just consideration for that one. In terms of heavy industry, this is one thing that I know John did raise in our workshops. One of the options was to consider increasing the rate in the dollar to get consistency across all the heavy industry to $3.13. $3.13 was the benchmark, being the highest rate, which was what Mergen Leather were paying. So if we adopted this, Mergen Leather wouldn't have any increase in their rates, but Bean Growers, Parkside, PCA and Swickers would, by the amounts that are shown there. You can see the varying rates in the dollar in the first column. Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering, in terms of this new category, I think there could be some operators that we've actually missed. Like, I'm thinking there's a number of sawmills in the region that should probably qualify under this. And I guess I'm just wondering, and there's, we've picked out the prominent ones, but I guess my question was to make sure that the introduction of this category is fair across the region. What would the process be in terms of identifying the relevant assessments? Would we look at what's zoned in industrial areas or how, or would we do a review of all rates assessments or all of the above? I don't know. How would we make sure that we're actually getting the right rateable assessments in this category? And can we change them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think with this new category, that in discussions with Mead Perry is that he's picked out the main ones that are definitely classed as heavy industry as a starting point. There are potentially ones that would potentially need to go across into this category at some point once we've, I guess, really need to work out exactly what properties would be classed as that heavy industry, because depending on what your definition will be, there's that line as to whether they cross over into heavy industry or whether they stay in their industrial category. So there's definitely potential that there's other ones that would need to go across there. Just depends on whether we want to try and identify them before we, implement the new category in this first year, or whether we have a relook for next financial year's budget when we do the rates modelling again to pick up, some additional ones in that point in time.
Yeah, I'm not. I think trying to smooth this category is important. I think actually introducing the new category we've talked about quite extensively over the last couple of years. It's not a new discussion. I do think though, I guess I just wanted that assurity that if we set that category, that more deeper dive in terms of who qualifies for this category and how we would notify them, like whether we would write to them before we issue their rates notices or something, I think it's always important to try to communicate the change. So I think the introduction of the category makes sense. I think perhaps trying to use the same
rate in the dollar amount so that there's that consistency across the region, noting the significant impact they have on our roads network or alike, and those increasing costs, I think is probably not a bad approach. But yeah, I just want to make sure we were doing that carefully and consistently and taking the time to make sure, however we applied that new category, it was communicated and was considered across the region, not just in pockets.
Yeah. Any further thoughts on that?
The other category, Mr. Mayor, I think still does need some consideration is the feedlots, piggeries and abattoirs. Like, we can certainly pick abattoirs up in the heavy industry, but I certainly think the feedlots and the piggeries, I would like to consider a category for them when we're looking at heavy industry because of the impact on our roads network. I think it's only fair and consistent that we would look at those piggeries and those feedlots as well, noting the same challenges and trying to, I think it's an important strategy because year on year, certainly since in the past 3 budgets that we've laid down, it's always been the residential ratepayer that seems to be picking up the increases in our costs, and I think we need to get a bit more strategic about how we increase our revenue. So yeah, I would like to see that category come back with some, assumptions around what that appropriate rate in the dollar might be, and perhaps we model that, off of our heavy industry sort of category, or try to find something in that regard.
Kerry, would it be possible to bring back on those lines an intensive agriculture report from John in relation to what other regional councillors are doing around that intensive agriculture, which goes to the piggeries and the feedlots, to that workshop that we've got coming up?
Yeah, no, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. I'll have a bit more of a chat with John Perry. He has given me some information to show me what some of the other councils in the area are doing. So we'll try and work together and come up with some rates in the dollar and potential properties and that might be affected. So we've got an idea.
Okay.
Just got to be careful. Sorry,
Councillor Jones.
Just got to be careful again. Again, fully support gaining revenue out of this, but you've got to be careful going down the path of trying to justify the rate increase on the, like if we go like feedlots and that sort of stuff. If we say, the wear and tear on our roads, keeping in mind that 6% increase on heavy vehicle for upkeep, and the state and federal government have justified, the federal government have justified it by 6% revenue raise will go to maintaining the roads. And that's your FAGS grants and all that sort of stuff right there. They're raising more money, but I'll guarantee you we don't get any to maintain our roads. It'll go down the coast east of the Great Divide and all that sort of stuff, mate.
Do you have another suggestion? Because you've spoken. I guess I'm thinking you've spoken about the quarries in the past. So I don't know if I'm out of line. Councillor Jones, if we got worried about all the feedback we're going to receive about this, we'd make no decision. Because the reality is every item here we've discussed today, we will get feedback.
I'll use your words. We haven't done anything today, so
we haven't done anything.
Here we are. We're worried.
This
we're
indecisiveness is going to give us feedback.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I agree with everything that's going on, but
well, we need to know, because if you don't, or if you've got another solution, we need to consider it.
Like I say, but I'm just saying, just be wary.
Oh, very wary.
That, that's all I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying no, don't do it, but
no, I'm happy. Look, I can't see any other option myself other than increase our operational deficit and just So I don't know what the other solutions are. If you've got them, I'm all ears. You keep telling us this is a bad idea, but then so you are confusing me.
I am not telling you it's a bad idea, Councillor. I have agreed with most things that you have put forward today and the whole chamber has discussed. All I'm saying is, I know, in my experience in this term of council, when we get down to the nitty-gritty, I have seen it every year. When we come to budgets, the whole lot of us all go, holy shit, excuse the French. Look how much the budget's gone up. We've got to take money out of there, there and there. All I'm saying, I'm just preempting the inevitable that will come again.
Certainly, as you've all said, one of the biggest challenges is bringing down the budget every year, isn't it? It's heart-wrenching, there's no doubt about that. So let's do some more work. We've still got till the 21st of June, and we're going to have another workshop. Each time we have these discussions, we're getting closer to reaching a point of agreement. You mightn't feel like that, but I feel confident that we are. Okay, and, you know, we're doing a very thorough due diligence. Let's not be too hard on ourselves. It would be easy just to come out and say, yep, bang, 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 there it is, problem fixed. But, you know, there's a lot of careful consideration going into it. So that is important. Okay, so we're happy if we just move this one and we'll move on. We've got the recommendation there, I think, Kimberly, if we could, thanks, that we'll receive this as early stages of guidance for our staff in terms of rates modelling. Do we need to change that motion, Mr. CEO? Your thoughts, advice on that?
Oh, I think if at the beginning of it that we note for information, that the report be noted for information on the percentage increases to rate categories is below, blah, 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 blah. And then I would just put after, get rid of the committee provide guidance, because it's really been an information discussion to bit. But if I've heard correctly, and Yel, is that a dot point after June, Kimberly, that general rates, the general rate rise of 3.65 and 2.6 have been agreed. We've settled, like, as much as guidance for getting a total number. Yeah, which is what the income.
I personally would feel much happier.
Your microphone's off.
I would be much happier seeing that with everything else, because we may decide that we're not going to put we'll go up further in that too.
That's in the income,
Yes.
as far as the big number, and that's what I sort of go back to. The income statements is in this report is predicated on those numbers. So what you're seeing is what those numbers actually bring as a total picture. So we can give the average household, and the team have been putting their minds to that. So those sorts of individual and micro examples will be able to be given as far as a cumulative impact. Councillor's point on the second year's averaging, all this stuff comes together, and all these things add together for a rate rise. But the income statement that's in this agenda is predicated on those numbers. Now, there's been nothing said today that changes those numbers, and particularly the conversation, which I was away for, about the 5% versus the 3.65. Yep. The general consensus at the moment. Now, does it change on budget day? Does it not? Does it where? But that's the general consensus seems to be the 3.65, not the 5. So, which is good. So yeah. So. General rate rise of 3.65 and 2.6 for Black Butt Rural Res, and that the waste increases are as previously adopted, or previously considered. So that we know we've sort of saddled on those two. But anyway, just.
Well, the waste, weren't we going to model what the 14% looked like? Yep.
I'm just wondering, Mr. CEO, and thanks very much for that, but are we better off to say the report be noted for information and then have the workshop?
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, no, that's all right, man.
Yeah, would it be okay?
I was just trying to capture some of the conversation.
Trying to capture and get some of it down, but
that's fine by me.
we're happy
if you're
just to do
happy
that
with
for
that.
today. Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO. I can see you were trying to just get something locked in there on what we had agreed to. But yeah, look, if everyone's comfortable with that, we have a mover for that. Councillor Erkins, thank you. Second, Councillor Potter will go to the vote. Those in favour carry unanimously. Thank you all. Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO. Okay, so the next one that we'd escalated up was the actual operational expenditure, item 7.9 review at page 86. There is a report in here there at page 86, and this was following a previous a previous committee resolution to have our executive leadership team go away and see if there was any way that they could find savings up to $1.4 million. So we have seen this. Maybe just a quick overview, if we could, from each department. I think Mr. CEO, I think exec was up first on the report at the bottom of page 86.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be very brief and by exception. As I said, as previously presented, the gap in payments for exec, people and culture, there's been a change to the way the overheads are conducted, and there's approximately 600,000. So the overheads were collected from each department, and so they've dropped a little bit. That shows as revenue in the people and culture budget. So there's a contra entry in the following departments where there's a less overheads being paid. So there's a loss of that recoveries, cost recoveries or overhead recoveries to people and culture. And if we didn't have to have an election, I could save $275,000 to the Electoral Commission. So it's a one-off abnormal expense, and that makes up the $900,000 difference in exec.
Almost a 1% rate rise, Mr. CEO.
Actually, that's a very good way to put it, Mayor. It's democracy is a wonderful thing, but very expensive, it would seem.
Yes, and as with most expensive things, they get passed back from the state government to our council. So, as we've all come to see. Finance and Corporate, General Manager Jarvis, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The biggest savings that we've identified here in our our department is 359,000, nearly 360,000 in wages we've cut from the budget, and also we've identified 1.6 mil as the interest there as revenue, but if it's anything like the third quarter, we could add another 100,000 or so onto the revenue for the year. So that's about there's nowhere else that we could cut out of the department at all.
Thanks very much, GM Jarvis. General Manager Meehan, thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, just in line with the discussions and presented in the report there for council, we've gone minimum with our consultants in the operations. We've taken minimum increases in materials and services, and the main one there is obviously our reduction in wages that we'll need to manage through labour, plant, materials and services throughout the year to achieve those savings through there. Just one of the key highlights there, obviously, we have limited ability for just probably discretionary work or additional works that we would normally may look to do under maintenance and those sort of things. So we will be constrained by that, which without reducing services further on the coalface, or even, and as I highlighted to council yesterday, a reduction in further staff reductions in our technical team or administration is an impact to the frontline services. Will limit our ability to program and respond to customers and meet those community expectations. We're already under a fair bit of pressure there, trying to deal with the 4,000 odd customer requests that we received through the year. So we've gone bare bones minimum. But that being said, and I highlight in the report there, I think some further reductions that we've to achieve those savings will hopefully promote efficiency in some of our areas as well. So we've asked the staff to put their best foot forward. There's always things that we can do better, but we'll be working very, very hard to work to that budget this year.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. General Manager O'May for livability, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair. Similar to the other departments, just highlight that the wages, we have applied that reduction across the wages across the department. So that's already included in your income statement. So that's already reflected in the current deficit. I have identified for council's information that there is a prepayment of a net $374,000 prepayment that we've got this year, which will impact next budget. So essentially it means it will be doing that $374,000 that we're paid for now in next year's budget. So that is showing as a loss for that 12 months. So that is impacting the budget. have also identified a few other savings that could be included that aren't in that current income statement. So there's some wages that can be capitalised, about 118,000, and then a few other small reductions of $5,000 in some grant funding that we won't need to use. We've applied for a $30,000 grant for a business breakfast. Hopefully confident we'll get that, so we think we can take that out of the budget. And just a review of electricity, there's $50,000 we think we can reduce the budget there. So just highlight those last three, there's 85,000, so they'll be a cash savings on the budget. So probably important, the first ones we noted are probably a reduction in your deficit, but they won't actually impact your cash because they'll still be so they've already been factored into your cash flow statements essentially. So yeah, but those other ones we can adjust the budget, and that'll show sort of a $85,000 improvement in cash and a better position in your operating deficit.
Thank you very much, General Jamai. And if I could say on behalf of Council to all the executive leadership team, thank you for the work you did in going away and having another look at whether there was potentially further savings. Yeah, we really appreciate you coming back with that report. It continues to show the community that we are continuing to turn over stone after stone to try and find ways in which we can deliver savings and reduce our deficit. So thank you for your work there, executive leadership team. It's much appreciated. We have the recommendation that the committee note the report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Erkins. Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a couple of concerns, really. So you've highlighted the 8% vacancy rate that you're running in infrastructure. I just wanted to confirm those unfunded wages, are they administration? Am I right in understanding they're administration roles, or are they actually works roles, or are they sort of a combination of both?
Yeah, through the chair, that'll be across the board. So the table there highlights the overall saving that I have to make to enable that. Now that 464 will come from and I've just used the general ones there for the time being. So that means that we fully funded we would be 464,000 above our wage budget of what's actually been allocated in the budget. So we'll need to bring that through savings through other materials and services, contractors, whatever that might be to cover. It'll be spread across the board. So at the moment, so that reduction there, I think in my group alone, so the administration team, we'll be down a person 6 days a fortnight, so it's almost a full-time position for the year. The rest will be spread through basically depending on what, not so much attrition, but where the vacancies exist throughout the year. So we'll absorb that first. So while we recruit for a position, obviously there's a saving while that happens. So we may not replace that. So if we lost a works engineer, for example, we might replace that with a consultant. We may not do that because we may not have capacity to use those wages that would normally be available. The same thing that will happen is on our frontline staff as well. So if there was a staff member away, we might get a labour hire, we might get a contractor. That position may be delayed depending on what the essential of that work is. So throughout the year, we would normally have a wages saving where we might engage a contractor to because the service level's got to remain. What that means is that saving will need to be made up front, but to cover that wages, that must mean that we will have to take a reduction as well. In things that come up through the year where we do, where people say, can we do this bit extra work, Aaron? Can we do this? Can we do that? Our answer will probably be no until those savings are realised. So we will probably need to really stick to our program, which is probably an efficiency in itself in keeping the team there. But so, and one of the highlights that Tim has there highlighted, obviously, is that if we have reactive base and we have vacancy for that, that means we may delay some program works as well. He will need to manage that through his budget. Like we discussed yesterday, we will work to the number that we're given. But some of the nice to have things that we might do under maintenance and those sort of things may be delayed or postponed until such time as money's available. So so it will be a spread through all of the services through that group.
And just in terms of managing customer requests or inquiries, both across your infrastructure and livability crews, I'm imagining there is going to be some level of decline in service here, or?
Yeah, through the chair. there will be an impact. I'll be honest, I think there will be an impact. The main one there that I think is you hope that you do get some efficiency, that we might be able to move data or increasing the workload sometimes does increase a little bit of efficiency. The big impact that I see for us and where the impact will be is if you have a round of sickness through an office, or you have a round of sickness in a work group and those sort of things, the less available people that you have, that impact can come really quickly. Do you know what I mean? It can be quite severe at times. So if you imagine you had an administration team of say 5 engineers or whatever, and then all of a sudden 2 are sick and then you're missing one, then all of a sudden you're down some numbers. So you need to be a little bit careful with that. I think the important thing for us, and again, I'll highlight it in my role and the manager's role, is that we need to monitor how this is performing. And if we do have an issue, I think it's important that we raise that with council through the year, and maybe we need to alter some of our other services if there's an impact. I think, I'm happy to give it a go. The reality is we would carry a level of vacancy through the year. I think the big thing is just understanding, and the impact that we will see is that we'll have limited capacity to respond if we have vacancy where we normally just go and get a contractor to sort that out, or we go and do those sort of things. So it's probably sticking to the service levels and see how we go. But I think it's important that there'll be some cases through the year where we are taking an impact, where we've got illness and those sort of things. Then we might have to look at savings in materials and services so that we can ensure that we've got someone there to answer that phone. So it'll take a bit of work. Sorry, I'll just hand to Pete if that's okay.
Yeah, through Chair. Yeah, probably some comments. The vacancies will impact where you've got, say, those professional staff with your customer requests, and I think we can all go back 6 months ago where we had one compliance officer for the area. So if we're not going out, and we even had trouble sourcing contractors, but that's where we're supplementing those compliance officers with contractors. Same in our planning team. So if we've got no planning staff, we're using contractors. So we will just need to be careful, and we're doing that at the moment, currently supplementing with contractors. So trying to manage the budget by because we're utilising the savings here, which may limit engaging the contractors. We've certainly, and I know Manager Brooks through here has looked at rearranging some admin staff and trying to support those teams a bit better. So hopefully, and we're trying to monitor if the CRM, I think the extra reporting is helping. So hoping to try to get a better handle on that, so administratively we can handle it. But where we do have those vacancies, it does flow on where you just can't, and even just recruitments, like even trying to get a contractor to replace some of these positions isn't as easy as you think at times. So that's what we'll need to monitor. I think in one bit I did have a comment that if we did further reductions, that's where we would have to look at different service levels. So say we dropped a compliance officer for, not suggesting you do that. If you did drop that, then you would just naturally expect, we wouldn't be able to respond as quickly. So that was probably the comment around that I had in the report about CRM impact. So if you did reduce further, then that would be the sort of impacts you'd see.
Yeah, thank you. And just with the business systems area, General Manager Susan, there's been some efficiency gains in that space in terms of investing in those systems. In terms of the time frame, is that a consistent kind of investment that we're going to have to make, or is there a time when we can start redirecting those resources into other areas, or is there still significant work in that systems space?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good question, Councillor. The progress that the business systems team have made has been amazing. It really has. They picked a program up that had been probably neglected for about 8 years, and so there's so much work to be done in that area, and the efficiencies that they can gain are amazing. There is a strategic plan that we have about levels of priorities for projects there, but to fully implement that at the moment, you'd be looking at another 150,000 a year operationally to bring in more staff to really achieve that. So what we're doing is sort of small bites at the moment with the projects like our plant and fleet review at the moment, and then we're looking at our rates review there. So those alone will give us more efficiencies. And there again, to answer your question, yes, would we probably, for example, our rates department where we have 4 staff, and I'm not saying that we're getting inverted commas rid of staff, say maybe 2 or 1 could be go to another area where we're lacking, where, you know, we're finding it hard, or like you said, redirecting resources as soon as we find these efficiencies. But it's a real work in progress at the moment. And yeah, just sort of every time we turn around, there's always another priority as well. It's like, oh, we need to fix this and we need to fix that. And yes, so at the program, I think Amy has it strategically mapped out, and we'll present that to council as a priority as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I think everyone's ready for a break or needs a break. I'd like to move that we adjourn for afternoon tea. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you all. Councillor Potter, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.5, the draft income statement at page 75. Thank you, Manager Kerry.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this again is just a snapshot of where the comprehensive income statement for next year was at the start of this meeting. So this is slightly different to the one that was presented in April, and the only changes there, as we talked about yesterday, was relating to the adjustment in the depreciation based on the revaluations, and an additional 100,000 in income for the tips. So we're currently at $3.7 million deficit, and we will flow through those $300,000 worth of savings, which will take us down to about 3.4 as a starting point.
Excellent work. Thank you, Manager Kerry. So the recommendation is that the committee note the report, I think. So we're doing the report. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.6, the draft cash reconciliation. Thank you again, Manager Kerry.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, this was just bringing to everyone's attention as we're going through where we have landed at the moment with our cash reconciliation for general operations. So at this point in time, prior to the 300,000 in savings, we had 9.8 million in cash available for capital expenditure. The current capital programs have roughly around 9.5 million. There is another adjustment that needs to be made in the works program around the funding source for is it the Tingora Chelmsford Road? So remember, we took that one from a 2-year project to a 3-year project, so we did take out 1.9 million from that as per direction from the April meetings. So Manager Searle has just asked us the split between the R2R funding and depreciation. He's changed that around. So there was roughly another 700,000 in depreciation that's come off of that 9.5. We also have the $2 million in the betterment funding that has been put into 23-24. Originally, it was put in as restricted cash. However, because we have taken it out of the third quarter, it is actually now out of depreciation. So just to make council aware that this financial year, we will most likely overspend in cash. However, that will largely be because of that 2 million coming from prior year to next year, which I guess council, because last year we were roughly going to be that 3.5 million, I think we were going to spend in cash, and that was the direction of council. So it's just currently for the third quarter we're about 1.2 million, I think, over in cash, because we've moved that $2 million into this next year.
Thank you, Manager. recommendation is that the committee notes the current draft cash reconciliation for the 23-24 year to assist with capital program funding options. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, seconder, Councillor Erkins, thank you. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.7 is exemptions and concessions on various special, separate and utility charges for 23-24. The report is on page 80, where the recommendation is that the exemptions and concessions on various special, separate and utility charges 23-24 report be lifted from the table. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Jones, thank you. Okay, we go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And then we have the report there, recommendation as provided at page 80 for council and 81 with the list of those organisations. General Manager Jarvis, is there anything you wanted to bring to council's attention before we move to pass this one through?
No, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, Mr. Mayor, this table here will be inserted into our revenue statement, and it's just identifying what percentage of discounts or concessions that we'll be giving to the different organisations. So anything in addition to that as definitions or that will also be added, but this here is solely to say the percentage to the appropriate or to the organisations. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Any comments, councillors? Yep, Councillor Shoemaker.
My only question is why we've got a 50% charge for water and sewerage access for showgrounds, and we don't mirror that in race grounds. Is there a reason for that from my colleagues, or why that decision was made?
Councillor Jones, I think the history on that one.
That conversation has been had in prior to that, and I cannot for the life of me think of why we did that right at this present moment. There was a reason, and I don't know. Sorry, can't answer that, but we have had that discussion in the past. For whatever reason, we chose not to. Is it self-fund? Was it something to do with the racing clubs in the South Burnett get funding from Queensland Racing or something, and blah blah blah, and showgrounds are fully funded, or they have to operate on their own without any funding? Something, I don't know. Sorry, I'm guessing.
Sorry, can I just ask, what is that? They're paying 50% or they're getting a 50% discount?
It's the same thing.
Okay. The ones that have a zero, does that mean they're paying, they have no discount on their water access? So the youth, the youth accommodation, do they, I just don't know why they would be in there then if they're paying 100%. I mean, is that a discount?
That's a 100% discount, councillor. They get 100%. Yes.
Sorry? State funded. Aren't we always saying that we have to carry all the things at the state if it's state funding? Can't we be charging them rates?
For youth accommodation.
If it's funded by the state, shall we look?
Happy for it, if General Manager O'May might have some history, otherwise happy for it to be taken on notice. And
Yeah, through the chair, similar to Councillor Jones, I remember the conversation, but I can't remember what we talked about. But I do think it has got, with the race clubs, they have got that commercial nature, and they are, like, they have got commercial operators, trainers operating from them, from the race courses, and that. So rather than that community organisation with the show groups, and I think there is some, where there is historic that they weren't receiving those. But yeah, I got to feel it was more around that they do get Racing Queensland funding and also that commercial nature of racing.
And now, yeah, so with the race clubs, and it was basically around the Nango, Wandai's only one a year, but around the Nango one, there's 8 or 9 meetings, and they have, and that was part of the conversation too, Pete, somewhere around there, because they have a regular, and have a, like the show has one show a year, and very rarely do they have, but in saying that, now things have changed because we now have
Okay, any further discussion on that? Obviously, it's a bit there. Okay,
Mayor,
Councillor
sorry, Mayor, I've noted, through you've noted Councillor Shoemaker's question as a question on notice, so we'll bring back an answer to that.
Thank you, Mr.
And
CEO.
can I ask, service clubs, can I ask what? Yeah.
Service clubs, yeah. Any background on that? GMO, they get a 75% discount on their water and sewerage. So does that pick up all of our RSL clubs?
Yeah,
And
I thought that was service clubs was your Rotaries and Lions.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I just want to make sure that that's what it is, because because Rotary and Lions, do they own their own buildings? Yeah, and the other thing, you know, because we had that talk about charitable organisations, have we changed that? That, you know, have we established that? And also kindergartens, because kindergartens, some I believe are a community, but some are actually private enterprise. Well, I'm only new. I'm just keeping you honest. So at our what's name? Could we have a list of who actually is getting the 100% rate discount so that we can just have a little look through it?
we chose to do that, Jane, Councillor. Yeah. We did that a couple of meetings ago. Yeah. And
So have we changed that? The ones that we were, because we were talking about.
yes, I think.
What we did then was a letter came in from someone asking for a discount. I don't actually. Okay, I'll go back and have a look.
Told to get a bit frivolous at this time of the day. Okay, so the recommendation is as presented there. Committee, do we have a mover as presented? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Jones. Those in favour, happy to go to the vote? Yep, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, Manager Lowe, I think we're ready to work through the operational budgets, but Mr. CEO has suggested that with each of these draft operational budgets, Mr. CEO, your thoughts there?
Thanks, Mayor. The reports are tabled and separating out 710, 712, 713, 714, 715, 716 and 717. We've been through just a high-level overview of each of the departments before. These draft budgets are based on the income statement and everything else. They're all received for information, basically, or give guidance to which they already have. A number of them have been presented, well, I think all of them have been presented previously. I would be offering to Council a suggestion is to deal with them all in one resolution so that, and then we'll take questions on any one. We don't have to, but this is the way forward. So Council will receive the proposed 2023-24 draft budget reports, 710, 712, 713, 714, 715, 716 and 17 and just for the departments and provide guidance. So it would just allow them to be dealt with on bulk rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different resolutions. happy if councillors don't want to go that way, but it would just a little bit more time efficient as far as dealing with and deal with them all. And any discussion points, work through each one, and then just deal with them as one resolution, pending dealing with anything by exception.
Councillors comfortable with that? Okay, so we've got the proposed motion on the screen. Do we have a mover? Is Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Erkins. So in relation to those items 7, 10 to 17, those budgets, first of all, any speakers, including any information to provide from our general managers or managers? I know you've got some information around, I know some of the changes to the water charges, I believe, from Sunwater. So, yeah, let's open up discussion. General Manager Meehan, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we might step through. We've previously presented our budgets for both OPEX and CAPEX. So in Tim's case, I think the best thing to make use of time is what's changed since we were here with the draft budget. So Tim will walk through there. To be honest, we haven't changed a lot. We had a pretty good workshop with council last time. So I'll let Tim walk through those.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As Gentleman Aaron said, since November, there's been no itemised changes through the operational budget at all, except for the two exceptions. Is one, we were notified by Sunwater that our raw water purchase costs have gone up 6% this year. So that is a big hit. If, for example, we currently spend about 1.26 million, and at that, if we continue that consumption, our bill will be now 1.335 million. So it's gone up a significant amount. The other one is the flagged electricity expenses. Now, Premier announced about 6 weeks ago there's about 24.6% increase. My current water bill is 669,000, so that is predicted to go at the current consumption up to 835,000. My wastewater bill is 339,000. That's predicted to go to 424,000. So basically, I've gone from 1 million to about 1.2 million extra. 1.2 million in my power bills. So they're the significant hits that I'd have to calculate.
So, Manager Lowe, about 200,000 extra in power and an extra 6% on top of your water bill.
That's
as
correct.
well. Yeah. So you're looking at about just while Manager Lowe's doing his calculations there, Kerry, with water, Manager Kerry, with water, we've gone 3%. Oh, water's 6%, sorry. Wastewater's 3%. So we've gone 6%, matches the increase in the raw water for consumption. Right, thank you. What about high volume water? I think high volume would have gone tiers 1 and 2 at 1 and 1.5 or something, have we? Yeah. Okay, that might be something we can have a look at when we have that modelling workshop as well, as to how much consumption there is in that heavy utilisation water area. Yeah. Councillor Shoemaker.
I know we've talked about this the last couple of years, but I think this is a really strong case for that parcel of work around trying to introduce solar to your operations manager, Tim. So in terms of your capital budget, personally, I would actually like to see us put an allocation toward investigating and installing some solar panels on your operations, because these costs are only going to increase. And unless we start investing in some of the capital to do these things, they're never going to happen. So I would like to see us try to get a capital project in your capital projects list
and happy to look at funding opportunities with whatever restricted cash, or whether we try and do an LRCI project or something. I don't know how we fund it, but I think we need to have an allocation, a sizable allocation, going toward the investment of solar panels at your water and wastewater treatment facilities. I
Yeah.
would like to see that in the budget.
Through you, Mayor, it's quite opportune. I was actually talking to Sanju last week or the week before, and I sent him the details of what I did at Western Downs for exactly that, and how to work out our solar systems, not so much to send power back to the grid, but just to use and optimise our treatment run times during the day, so that the payback periods is quite good. It's about 4 years in general speaking. Yep. So if you can zero out some treatment plants, you can't do it because they're just on-demand treatment plants, but other ones you can reset your programs and actually do all your major heavy lifting during the day. It definitely does work.
See, I would like to see us maybe with that LRCI allocation. You know, I know we've talked about maybe putting some of it to waste infrastructure, but I don't know how, but I'd like to see that captured in your capital program, that we're actually going to start this journey into solar, because we've been talking about it for the last 3 years, but we've never funded it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if council's happy, we'd be happy to add a project to investigate those options. So we can take our feedback from this one is that we would add a project to, but there's a number of local suppliers that work in this space that obviously we've got solar out here now as well. So there's options there. So if council's happy, we'd add a project to investigate.
And cost.
To put those options in.
Yep, and then would that be a first quarter review or something like that, or should we allocate an amount?
We can allocate it now, if council's
I think
happy.
so.
The takeaway from here between now and when the draft budget's sent to council, we'll allocate an amount in there to get that under and do an ROI analysis on that as well, so we can try and get that number down. So
I think that is really important in the lead up to trying to find efficiencies and reduce our costs. And, you know, we've been talking about it for 3 years. I'd like to see us invest in it.
Mr. Mayor, through you, and certainly, and again, reiterating an example at home where we've purchased pool and pool pumping costs. So we've gone from $1,000 a quarter to $150. So, and it's continuing. So the last 2 months prior to this month was 60. We're now down to 35 as the system fully kicks in, dollars a month. And we think it'll be revenue neutral by the time we get to the end of this year as far as the system goes, because we're also looking to put in battery. 5-year payback period. It's just, it's a great project, which I haven't shared with the general managers yet, but given council reports. So the 2 standing committees that are coming into June as well. So the capital programs for each department, if there's any of these, we'll run the reports into, given we've got the ordinary next week, and then if council's of the mind not to do the 31st of May infrastructure, so we can bring some of this stuff back to the infrastructure standing and get any resolutions to endorse any changes then.
Yeah, I just think it's important. We've talked about this, and the costs have increased. So it's time to fund that project. And, you know, maybe it's also something we need to consider across our facilities budget or something, because, yeah, the return on investment is definitely there.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, General Manager O'May, are you here? There you are, yeah. Just in terms of scoping out any prospects of external funding from government for councils to convert to renewable energy sources, place-based energy?
Yeah, through the chair. Not aware of any current programs, but it's certainly something we can keep an eye out for, and yeah, probably through our grants officer do a bit of research. But yeah, just not off the top of the head, not aware of anything at the moment.
Perhaps if we could have that research done and brought along with that report as to potential funding sources, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Rickens.
I know that businesses are eligible for funding for solar. Households are obviously, I understand that, but, you know, I'd be surprised if there wasn't something.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can come up with something there. Any further speakers in relation to, or questions on the waste and wastewater program?
Just
With the
those
CapEx, yep.
increases included in this, in your operational budget? Are your increases in the water costs included in this, in the operational budget that we're looking at, the income statement, or?
Yeah, that's correct. They are included. And the total of those two increases was across both water and wastewater is 328,000
Okay.
estimated on current assumptions.
Allowed for that in your budget.
That is correct, yes. The budget that you're seeing in front of you has got those allowances in there.
And that's just modelled on the 6% and the 3% increase. So you're not proposing you need additional revenue to offset that? You can manage that within your current budget?
No, that's currently with our 3 and 6%. You may recall my materials and services mayor did express concern that I was only 3%, but as I stated at that time, because we are an operational business unit, the revenue that we get off there, if we are under stress, we would come back in a quarterly review and advise council. But ambitiously, we're still hoping that we can hold and give it a best crack.
Yeah, thanks very much, Manager Lowe. Good reflection of your management of the department, operationally at least. Thank you. Anything, Tim, in relation to the CapEx in your space?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Schumacher.
Are we going, so I just want to check the numbers here. Are we reviewing all CapEx and OpEx budgets? Not CapEx, just the OpEx ones?
Yeah,
okay.
We
Thank
just
you.
swept up the CapEx because Tim was here. So is that all right? Tim? Yeah. So, yeah, Manager Lowe, anything, by exception, anything changed in the...
Through you, Mayor, yeah, there's a solar project that's going to go on there, just very freshly. And there is some those movements of the borrowings for the Gordon Brook moved out 1 year, and then the addition of the project delays of the Wooroolan Reservoir and the Gordon Brook off-stream storage just because of the funding thing. So that money's gone from this year into next year's budget. Yeah, but no additional projects, no, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll keep working along. Feel free to jump in. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Schumacher.
Just wanted to check just wanted to check what dividend you were actually banking for future infrastructure from your capital budget and the collection of fees. Yeah, just in terms of delivering on that 10-year work strategy that we adopted, does this actually deliver on that strategy still, or is there a review that's needed?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. So from preliminary looking at how our 10 years are going for water and wastewater combined, we still look to be on track to ensure that we are between the two collectively raising enough money to be able to pay for that capital expenditure. Once we've bedded down our 10-year forecast a bit better, we'll be able to definitely 100%, be more confident as to, what's in there and that everything's, correct and accurate and good to go. But yeah, at this stage, it looks like we're still on track. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, Manager Lowe.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Just an additional comment on that is I'm trying to religiously stick to our, at least our 10-year plan, if not our 20 and 30-year plan. So the only thing that moves, so I'm very mindful not to introduce new projects, but yeah, just note that the likes of the solar one is a good thing to bring forward or to put in because it will pay back on the dividend. So other than that, it is only just slippage in the years of the projects, but overall in the 10 years it stays the same.
Okay, Councillor Potter needs to go to another meeting, so we will note that. Thanks, Kimberly, and thank you, Councillor Potter. Okay, working through councillors, we've got exec, finance, plant and fleet, budgets, infrastructure, livability, and waste. Any areas you want to focus on? Any significant changes there, General Managers, from the previous drafts that had been provided? Manager Kerry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, there won't have been too many significant changes. The only ones were those mentioned earlier around the depreciation in the infrastructure department and an additional $100,000 in the waste income. But they should be all the changes that have been made since these were seen last time.
Thank you. Okay, are we happy to go to the vote on this one? Yeah. Those in favour? Carried by all. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to next one, Mr. CEO. Oh, we've got to pick up 7-Eleven yet. So, Kimberly, we'll go to 7-Eleven. We'll drop him out of that one. Yep. So we'll now go into the CapEx programs, and we've got. We did just cover off on water and wastewater quickly, but anything further there, Manager Lowe, before we put this one through?
No, Mayor, that was final.
Yep, as advised. So, recommendation is the committee receive the proposed 23-24 draft budget for water and wastewater CapEx program and provide guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Burnett Regional Council 23-24 annual capital budget.
Mayor, did you want to just add with the amendment to include a future solar project?
With the amendment to include future solar project, yes. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Erkins. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just thank you, Tim. You work very hard on this budget and we really do appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried all. Thank you. 7-18, proposed waste CapEx program. Okay, we've got the recommendation there that the committee receive the proposed 23-24 draft budget for the waste CapEx program and provide guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Burnett Regional Council 23-24 annual budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Jones. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a question. At the moment, we are funding that Maidenwell transfer station with restricted cash, and further to the comments that Councillor Jones has made today, could we nominate for that project to be LRCI funding, or would that have to be a quarterly amendment?
Yes, so what would the process be there, General Manager May?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we can look at that one. Shouldn't be such an issue because it's fully council funded.
Yeah.
So it was the Weybridge one would be the one we'd have to check whether we could use that for, because it's already got some grant funding attached to it. But yeah, certainly through those investigations we can make sure that I would think that it would
Qualify?
as that community infrastructure. So yeah, just look through the grant guidelines and.
Just hearing Manager Brooks's advice about the fact that that might actually not be enough budget now to finish that project. Could we just have that confirmed if it comes back with the budget, that if that can be funded with that LRCI allocation? I think that would be a good way to try to save our restricted cash.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager May. If we could have that confirmed at the workshop as to what options are available there on both those projects, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, any further questions? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. 7-19 is the works proposed capital budget 23-24. Recommendation is that the committee receive the proposed 23-24 draft works capital program and provide guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Burnett Regional Council 23-24 annual budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Jones. Speakers, General Manager Meehan, thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the gents are on their way up here now. Just a couple of amendments for us that I just want to work through with council. So Manager Carey just pointed out before, with the adjustment that we made at the previous workshop was to reduce our program by 2.7 million in funded depreciation on our original draft budget, which would obviously require, enable more general funding for Peter's team to be allocated out of that joint fund. We just picked up, Kev picked up this morning that the Tingora-Chelmsford project is actually fully funded from R2R, so that actually nets an extra 700,000 for council in their balance sheet. I've got that right, Kerry, haven't I? Yep. Okay, so happy times for a start. The main ones that we just there's a couple of ins and outs there depending on funding. Just one I want to highlight to council is around Testmans Road. Testmans Road project is a 3-year Safe ST project, and it's balanced between R2R funding over that, not R2R, RRTG funding over the 3-year program. Our allocation for next year is 34,000, so that project will come into $132,000, and then the balance of that money will be picked up in year 2 and year 3 over a 3-stage program from the RRTG. The ones that I did want to highlight to council, in the main ones is we haven't allocated for at this point in time is for Staines Road and Nystrom Road. So if we recall, council allocated money for Staines Road at the back of Benarcum. Our resolution for that was to undertake that works at the earliest opportunity. We were looking to add that project at the 3rd quarter. We are having to jump through some environmental approvals through there, so we didn't add it in at the 3rd quarter because it would inflate our cost not to be spent for this financial year. So the question I have for council is that not question, I suppose, is between that project and Nystrom Road on our back of our discussion last week, we would be looking to allocate, I reckon, probably in the order of $400,000 between those two projects. So my suggestion would to council, given that with the $700,000 that we hadn't allowed for the additional, we would fund from the funded depreciation, which means council would still, from our positional change from this, would then net 300,000 carry for council to do with it as it wishes. So important projects. We'd be looking. We believe we'd probably have looking at an allocation probably around 50,000 in Nystrom for that additional floodway at the start, and that's a estimate at this stage. Staines Road. Looking at the corridor there, it's actually a couple of k's, and the trees are quite large and quite close to the road. We are going to. It's unlikely that we will commence that project before the 30th of June. It will not happen once we get through those approvals. So we would add those projects in here that haven't been added that we expected to add at the 3rd quarter. So, other than that, that would be the changes. So the net position would improve by about 300,000 for council to allocate to its funded depreciation. So essentially, we would have a program reduction of 2.7 million since we were here last, Kerry. The main one there too, just reminding council, we removed the additional flood damage complementary works of 700,000 last time as well, in addition to the 2 million from Tingora-Chelmsford Road. So what Kerry was talking about before there is we've listed the $2 million there, which was the allocation from 22-23 for complementary or ineligible works for REPA and whatnot. So Kerry's advice was that we would actually take that out at the 3rd quarter, and therefore it's listed here now, so it's not doubled up essentially. The boys have just got an updated program. If they want to hand out, it basically is just a summary of the changes that we're talking through there as well. The key ones too there is there's the list of eligible projects in behind there for consideration. I know that the PPT is always a large list, I suppose, of wishes and needs and whatnot. So, but at this stage, we would be going with the base program as listed here, unless council wanted to add something. No. So the only adds there are Staines Road and Nystrom Road, since we were previously here.
So just while councillors are having a quick look at that, it will go to council shortly, General Manager Meehan. A couple of quick ones. So sorry, go back. Bunya Mountains Maidenwell Bunya Mountains Road, that sealing of that section where we're using TIDS and state money, is that happening in 23, 24?
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. So, yep, that's in our operational budget because it's not a capital item for council. So that's the RPC increase that you saw in the income statement.
Okay, so
Yep.
that's that RPC, yep. So then we'll have the bitumen road all the way through to the Bunyas?
Yeah, I believe so, Mr Mayor. The main roads are finalising their scope at the moment. So we're hopeful that we'll see that whole section completed. So they're currently working their way through that design and its allocation. So,
But we can expect that would be completed by June 24 at this stage, all going well, subject to
hope
weather
so.
and resources and everything else?
I hope so, Mr Mayor, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Just on, while I'm on a roll, Wandai, Manager Darcy, Wandai, the CBD renewal, the upgrade to the Scott Street CBD renewal and the roundabout. Yeah, Manager Darcy, just wanting to confirm, we've had consultation now on both those projects. Just wanting to confirm, James, that we'd be now starting to move forward with finalising designs and bringing concept plan back to council on those two projects.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, for the question. The process of where we're at right now is we're gathering the consultation together in order to prepare a report and what the community feedback has been. We'd like to try and get that bedded down in order to allow us to progress the design of that such that we know what we're actually looking to do off the back of the community's feedback to the council to give us some of the boundaries of where we work up to with what we look to do. The roundabout side of things, I think we would look to bring that through that report in all honesty for discussion. There was some chat through the consultation of the Wandai streetscape around that, so we'd really like to seek council's guidance on where we can take that as well.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Yeah, and just from memory, we had talked about the Mackenzie to Haley Street connector up at that unsealed section. Where did we get to with that, Manager Darcy? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mayor. Where it's at is that we've looked to price it up, and what you'll actually see is that it's in the project prioritisation tool, and it's actually one of the items listed in the printout. And whilst it is a long list, I can assure you that it is in there. And from memory, I think it's around 433,000 for that extension through.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, further questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just with that 300,000, just looking at the deferred list of projects on the back page and noting that there is no curb and channeling investment in our program for next year, I'm actually wondering if we shouldn't allocate that funding to continuing to chip away at some of those curb and channeling issues that we face. I know the North Street one at Kingaroy is very important to the community, and I know you've advocated strongly for that one, Mr Mayor, at 122,000. There's also the Mooney Street and Chester Street curb and channeling that's been listed there as deferrals. I don't know out of those how they rank in our high priority tool, but I'm actually wondering if we shouldn't consider adopting a curb and channel program and sending the staff away to have a look at what is in the prioritisation tool and what we might be able to fund.
Yes, General Manager, and then of course we also, in addition to the ones that Councillor Shoemaker mentioned, there's the little short section in front of the Kingaroy Hospital. I know a lot of people in town have been talking about that as well. I know we had looked at some rough estimates on that. So, yeah, your feedback to the question, GMN, and Tingura, yeah. Feedback to the question as to a process for trying to look at an allocation or build that in. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to look at that prioritisation.
Yeah, I think the question is there a process where we can get a list and start to prioritise and start to develop a process whereby we can start to chip away at those on some sort of prioritisation, through some prioritisation mechanism?
through you, Mr. Mayor. So the request for curb and channel upgrades, they're all included in the PPT. So for new curb and channels, so they'll be there. Probably just in the answer to that one is with the 300,000, there was the 122 for the North Street, which is the kindy job, which if you look on just over the back page of the first one there, it is listed there of projects that we did defer from the previous year. The Moonier Street and Chester Street ones there, they're curb and channel replacement projects. So to us, they're a renewal importance of us. If council was happy, we could go away and have a look at probably. I would suggest to council, depending on how much money you want to spend, you'd burn your 300 between those three projects fairly quickly. We did have a look at Moonier Street and Chester Street. We believe that there was additional work there required to do that work. So it might be a case if council was happy to do one curb and channel install and one replacement, and then defer the following replacement to the following year is one option. As far as ranking them together, all the requests for new ones are in the PPT, so we don't rank the renewals against the new ones, I suppose, for that reason. The renewals are based on a conditional based program, so it's probably the case of we can go away. I would like us to confirm. I'm happy to bring it back through the standing committee. I just want to confirm that the full cost of what we expect to be on Moonier and Chester Street, because I know the Chester Street one was a bit of a piece approach, if that makes sense. Where if we could get in there and do it once, it would be a good opportunity for us, and also with Moonier as well. So. If the feedback is that you're happy for us to look at those projects, the one I'm happy to bring back too is highlighting the PPT as part of that report, just all the curb and channel projects, so they actually can see them, and then that will give council a bit of perspective of all the requests that we have in that space, if that helps out.
That's all good.
Thank you,
and well,
Jim.
but where do they rank, and how long have they been in the system, and what others are around? And we've just picked three just like that. So how are we?
Happy to answer that one. So the three that we're talking about there, the two that we've identified are replacement projects. So they're in condition based. So the curb was either been removed or it's in disrepair, so it's letting water into the pavement. We don't compare renewals against requests for new work. So we don't rank renewals, so curb and channel replacement against new works. And the reason for that is that one's an existing asset which needs to be maintained or managed. The other one is your balance of where you want to put in upgrade through there. So what I'm saying is that the request for new stuff is already ranked in the PPT. Happy to go through and highlight that all out for council, so you can see those requests there and get a bit of perspective. So, and I'll just say I'm not trying to choose projects over another. The renewals were there because they were condition based. They're pretty ordinary. It has followed on from our other programs for renewals that we've had in other towns as well to replace those ones where those programs are busted. So
I don't disagree with Moonier Street. I totally support Moonier Street, but let's just not. Well, anyway, you do what you want to do, but anyway, we'll have that discussion when it comes back. I'm sure there'll be others that could have been put in that discussion, I think.
Well, I guess I was just identifying that they were deferred projects and we had already done extensive work. Council had informed the staff to run a report, to do the costings. So I guess, they're in the list there. But I guess my suggestion is that we haven't, this year we've cut, there's no funding and drainage for curb and channel renewal. And I guess looking at our asset management plans, and what we try to achieve in terms of renewing those assets, I think curb and channeling is core infrastructure, and maybe that $300,000 should be considered to help us actually maintain a curb and channel program. But, happy for more information to come back, but that's just my thinking, and open to any other suggestions. But I think the projects that we've got here are quite ambitious, and they are going to, that Wondai CBD renewal is going to be a big project. We've done Blackbutt Cumbia and Kingaroy. They've been extensive projects. I guess just thinking about the list of works here, maybe the other option is you put it in your gravel resheeting program, which is a rather small program, but I'm mindful that we have done extensive gravel resheeting programs over the last few years. So I don't know, that's some of my feedback. I think just core renewal work is important and in line with our asset management principles.
Yeah, no, I'm happy, exactly what you said, that 300,000 Kerman Channel, but the other thing in that capital, is it capital or operational where that Coronation Park upgrade, earthworks upgrade through Wandai? Where is that sitting in operational or where's, that's capital?
That's the 150,000 for
Is that
the
in here?
camping grounds. That's in
Oh,
Manager Peterson's.
Sorry.
Got that one. Yeah. General Manager Meehan, just in William Street in front of Memorial Park, we're going to have some parks projects over the next 12 months in around shelters and things there, where the wellness chiropractic or the wellness clinic is. That midsection where those trees are, I don't know if anyone's noticed it recently, but look, it really is. I don't know how much longer we can allow that to be like that. Is there any solution there where we can make a hard stand or we can bitumen it or do something? Because look, honestly, I mean, it really is. You can drive. I don't think there's anywhere in the South Burnett where you'd have a parking area like that in front of a major park. It's our regional park. Is there any scope to do anything with that this next financial year? Because at the moment, the washout and the potholes there, no one can park there. It's really, really bad.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I
Yeah.
think we had this raised to look at this as part of the design for Memorial Park, but I'll just hand to James I think it was a future planning project that we might have looked at.
Yeah, Aaron's absolutely correct, Mayor. The William Street, all the way from Haley through to Markwell, does have some really huge challenges in the way of not only the width of the street, but also the curb and channel through there. There's a few areas that have some really old failed curbing, like we were just touching on. It is a future, what's called Safe ST project, and it was certainly highlighted through this council, I think 2 years ago, to nominate for funding. So we have it in the program with TMR and the RRTG for delivery in 2 years' time. So it is something that we're doing some of the preliminary work over the coming 12 months to help get that ready for delivery in 2 years' time. So yes, it isn't something that we will be looking to do any works on the ground next financial year, but it would be the year after that is the way it has been programmed at this point in time.
So taking that into consideration, is there anything we can do on a temporary basis? I know I'm not about wasting money on temporary fixes, but anyone that hasn't driven past there, go past there at the moment. It needs something done that's going to at least hold up for 12 months until we move forward with something, or 2 years for some sort of a solution, because it is really a problem area.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would be looking to do probably a cement-based dig-out, so just a temporary gravel, fill it with cement-based gravel, which has its problems too. If it rains a lot, you get hard, stiff potholes there as well that are hard to get out. So until it's ripped out and sealed properly, you're probably patching it and refilling it essentially. I'm aware of the dip in some of those areas there. I was there the other day, but it's one too, I think, that council, with those trees there as well, there needs to be a bit of planning around the invasiveness of what that does to the pavement as well, because with the root systems there, if you sealed her up, then it'll rip through. But the other thing is too, if you dig it out too much, you kill those trees as well. You've got to be so careful with I think it'd be a good planning project. We can do some temporary measures there, but it probably needs a bit of planning to make sure we get a right pavement design for that.
Yeah, just want to see some temporary measures there. At the moment, there's just red soil there, and would like to see something that's a little bit more substantive there for resident parking, if we can. Thank you. Okay, anything further, councillors, on the works CapEx? No? Okay, we're happy to go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, managers. The next one is the fleet CapEx, and we've got anything significant there, any changes? I know we were looking at some 3 more utilities for some of our crews. Some of the updates there. Thanks,
Yes.
GM Jarvis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you'll see the additional fleet added there at the request of Livabilities there to assist them with efficient delivery of their services there. So I think that was that in the spray I'm just sorry, I've just lost my page. There it is, the water pressure equipment were the two additional items there that was added to our capital that we presented to council last month.
So, General Manager, with these fleet replacements, I know we're trying to bring that average age down. Will we need to then continue to hire any vehicles, or will this address this long? I know we had some vehicles that we were hiring for 12 months or more. Will this now address those issues?
I'm through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I hope so. Manager Leanne and Manager Anthony and Brandon have had discussions there, and I think that will alleviate the pressure there for Parks and Gardens, so that it's more efficient than for their service delivery. So it was done in consultation with the appropriate managers. So hopefully that'll help everybody now.
Okay, very good. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question, that mower trailer, the guys were telling me yesterday that you can purchase no ramp trailers for the relocation of mowers. I just thought it would be something I'd flag in the discussions at the breakfast. They mentioned that the no ramp trailer would be a preference in the budget, so just thought I'd raise it. If it's something, I'm sure Manager Leanne's all over it, but it sounded like a great idea. They explained to me how it works, and I thought, well, good job, guys. I agree with that. So apparently you don't need to lower a ramp to drive the mower on and off the trailer, and it's much more functional for use. So I think it's maybe something worth investigating.
So is it a tilt one? Is it a tilt trailer?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
No.
It'd be interesting.
So worth talking
thank
to
you.
the crew about. The thing that I really want to see in this capital works program is some rollers, and preferably 2. And I'd like to know where we got to with that. 3 if we could afford them, but 2 at its good start.
So through Mr. Mayor, so the rollers are still proposed in our budget on hire for the $80,000. So, or they'll come from an existing fleet that we might have. So, if you buy new rollers, then you'll need to fund the $480,000 for the operating costs within our budget. So, from the feedback that we had at the last workshop, our plan was to continue with that trial for the $80,000 in operating. So they'll either come from an existing machine that may come from a crew, or I'll hire that in, the $80,000 will cover the operating cost of the machine. It's not for the capital purchase of those machines. If you buy new ones, so say you spend whatever the couple of $100,000, you've still got to cover the operating cost of that roller through our group, which will be $480,000 or something around those lines for its ongoing operation and use.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I think from the work that we've done and the discussions that we've had, it's pretty clear that to really maximise your gravel or your grading program for your unsealed road network, you really do need compaction. You really do need rollers. So if we're hiring them at $80,000, you know, I'm thinking about the payback period. I understand it's an operational cost. You've got to offset to buy them back, but I don't know. I can't see us not needing this equipment at some point in time. So I just don't know how, but you know, proceeds, we've got $415,000 of proceeds from sale of fleet. I know your operational budget's already under pressure, but yeah, I guess I'm just thinking on the feedback that we've had, those rollers are pretty important to council's fleet. So can we get an update on how many rollers we have in the fleet and what we would need, you know, in terms of are we hiring them? How, yeah, are you going to shift them around? Like you've got different grader crews. How are you going to manage this? General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So we're just bringing it up. So the 80,000 that'll be the operating cost. So whether you own it or hire, we would pay that.
Yep.
So that covers your operator, your fuel, and all that sort of stuff. Our plan will be is that they'll tag with those machines when on those high order roads. The query, hearing what you're saying about that, if you want to buy new rollers, but you'll need to budget the full amounts for the operating expenditure that'll come from there. So coming back to the probably, I'm just getting Kev to bring it up. So the question is, if you want to put a roller with every grader, I suppose through the year, that'll be an OPEX discussion for us, which we're just pulling up. I think it was, what was the number if we went to the 3 watt-hour increase? Yeah, so our estimated increase would be 480,000 from there. So you can fund the rollers from the plant to purchase, but I'd still have to find the 480 somewhere. So you either increase our OPEX budget to run them, or what we're proposing at the moment is that we've reduced our heavy formation grade by 80,000 to allow that medium formation grade to happen on that network, which will do a trial for the year. So it's a service discussion for council whether you want to put a roller with every grader for the duration. If you're looking at that, you're in the order of 480 increase to Kevin's operational budget. It's a service discussion essentially for what council wants to do.
Well, I think it's an important service level discussion when you look at the funds we put into maintenance on our network, when you look at how much network we've got to cover, and that discussion around, whether we're trying to achieve a patrol grade on every road which isn't lasting the distance, or whether we actually do reduce how many roads we do, but actually do a better job of it so it lasts longer. I don't know, we've talked about this for the last couple of years, and I would like to, see us try to consider how the $80,000 that you've put into your operational budget, is that so that a roller will be with every crew, or is that just purely, because how are you getting that so much cheaper than our own unit rates?
No, so that is the recovery cost for 2 months to do the duration. So that's to do those high order roads in that category that we the option we gave to council. So that's not a purchase price. That's what it would cost me on an hourly rate to operate that roller. So that's an internal rate that I pay at the moment. So what we allowed for, that we estimated that there would be 2 additional rollers for 2 months, which is 4 months. And I've just got up on the screen here. So we're looking at doing a medium formation grade on those high order roads as a trial. So when those patrol graders with their water truck hit the class 4 road, they'll carry the multi-tyre roller with them for that road. So it might be that we go and do all the 4s in 2 areas first, and then bounce that roller to the next area while they complete the rest of their circuit. So logistically, they'll program those rollers to attach to, because there's 3 different graders, so there's not the same amount of class 4 roads in each area. So they'll tag them up. The 2 rollers will go with the first 2 graders to complete all their 4s most likely, and then that roller will come over to complete the other class 4s in the 3rd grader zone, and then those graders will be able to continue their normal circuit at that time. So logistically, we'll be looking to either use an internal roller or we'll hire one in for that duration of the 2 months.
For the 2 months. Yeah, I probably want to understand how many rollers are in our current fleet, and a little bit more about options. I know that's increasing your operational budget, and I don't do that easily, but in the same instance, I don't see the point in patrol grading without proper compaction on some of these roads. So I don't know, I don't have the answer, but I think it's a problem that's not changed since I've been here, so I don't know how we solve it, but I know it's a big lot of money, but they're important rural roads, and I'd rather see us chip away and try to get longevity out of the work that we're doing than sort of consistently going back and doing the same kind of work, or stretching our resources across the network to the point where we can't actually achieve the outcomes. So I'll review some of that stuff that you sent us around the operational But I probably, want to get a better handle on if you're going to be hiring those rollers for only the 2 months and they're still, do they just sit in council's fleet for the rest of the time because you don't have the operational budget to use them, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we say hire, so if we would only hire if our construction crews and our heavy maintenance crews carry a full deck of machines. So currently, because we haven't budgeted to operate for 480,000 a year to operate 3 rollers, rather than, because we were going to put them on for trial, we would either use an existing roller that's available to us, which means, I'll use an example.
Taking it off one of your existing crews?
Yeah, if they're not using it. So I've still got to pay the hire for that. If they're not, I'm not saying if they're taking it away, it's just if they're not using, so they might be doing dig-outs where they don't require that size machine. So we would always use internally first. So we allowed for that. I've still got to pay the rate because I'm using the machine. But if those construction crews are all using their multis because they're flat, then we'll dry hire the machine from Coates, similar to what we would do if we needed another excavator or something like that, and the machine goes back after it's finished. So no different if we had to hire a car because we needed an extra one, if that makes sense. Happy to sit down and go through it with you. If you, I know it's a lot of information too. So, but happy to walk through.
It is, but I know that is an issue, and I probably want to understand our roller fleet and its age. When's it due for replacement? Should we be, bringing some of that replacement forward? Should we be looking to add these in rather than hiring them? Like we're always going to need a roller and a crew. I get the operational challenges. I don't have the answer, but I think it's an important thing to see in these discussions.
Rightio, thank you. Now, anything further in relation to the fleet? Councillor Oaken, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also onto them rollers. So I'm a bit perplexed. So maybe rather than drag this out here, I'd be happy to sit in with Kirsty to have you to give us a rundown on how that's actually working, what we're doing with the rollers, how many we've got, because I'm pretty keen to, but as I said, rather than drag it out here,
It's an operational and service level conversation around your budget, and every one of us need to know. Because
okay, well, I'm happy.
No, I'm just saying, because if they talk to 2 of us, 3 of us or whatever, they're going to have to come back in here, sit through an operational works budget and do exactly the same. Because everyone needs to know, and just remember that there was 3 or 4 options given, and it all comes back to a service level and what you can afford. So that's where it needs to happen.
Okay. I was under the impression that when you came and told us what you were doing, I was under the impression we were going to get 3 rollers that are going to be working. We were going to be cutting out just the grading where we were just scratching the thing, and we were going to be going at not doing as many, but doing a better job on those roads. That's what I was under the impression. So now I'm thinking, like, do we already have rollers that we haven't been using to do this, or?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. So probably 2 different issues. We gave council a number of options to put the rollers on. When we say we're not buying the rollers, is because we're going into trial. If we were to put the rollers on full time, we would buy rollers or we would allocate an existing roller. All we're saying for this one is that discussion we had with council that we would do 2 months of additional grading with rollers. So we would either use an existing roller that's not being utilised, or we'll go and hire one because you wouldn't buy one if you're not using it. So it's like saying if we want to go and dig out some additional drains and we need a 20-tonne excavator, we go and hire one for 2 months. So all we did, so the difference with what Kerry's saying is her budget is you buy the rollers, and I'll say politely, Kevin and I still have to pay for the rollers out of your OPEX budget. So I'm happy if, I think that there's probably just the 2 issues there. All we were saying in ours is we would use an existing roller if it wasn't being utilised for the 2 months or a month from a different crew. I'll give an example. Phil Dugdale's crew might be doing small dig-outs or something like that, or they might be doing the Wandai streetscape, so we'll take their roller. So that we're not, we won't hire a roller if there's one available. So part of Brandon's role is that they will source plant that's either internally available for us or externally if we can't use that. So we would follow that process. The main one, probably just to clarify, where we ended up out of that workshop is that we went with the feedback that we had from council is that we would go to a trial for the rollers with the medium formation grade on the higher order roads. We did look at, there was an additional one, it was a reduction in overall program for speed and those sort of things. So I think we would be around every 18 months to 2 years. Our outcome of that workshop was we were going to put the rollers on the high order roads as a trial. So, which is where the 80,000 came from.
Okay.
That money came from the reduction in the medium formation grade program to pay for that.
Okay.
So,
So probably just to clarify what I was asking for, what to speak to you on is more about what probably a little bit of what you've told me now, but not really so much on the operational where you're going to go. It was more on explain to me, because I don't know a lot about road building.
Sure.
So, I don't know whether, that's what I'm saying, I don't really think that's a matter that needs to be discussed here, but you can explain to me a little bit of where the rollers are used.
Yeah,
So
happy.
suits
Yeah,
me.
happy to do that. And just to be clear for the council, I think that's probably just clarifies where the plant comes from and that sort of thing.
Oh.
We wouldn't be looking to change service levels.
Yep.
The discussion the council would have to have is what Councillor Sherman was saying before is, do you want to increase that service level on there?
Yep.
We haven't done that. The roller for us is we would just use an existing roller or a higher one depending on availability. And if you did proceed, say next year or later this year, and you turn around and said, Aaron, we want to do the 480,000, that's when we would go to Kerry and say, hey, look, we think this is economical. That if we didn't have an existing roller, then we would be looking to purchase one for economy, if that makes sense.
Thanks.
And we'd run that business case.
No, that's
Is
good.
that
Thank you. Yep.
okay for? And look, I'm happy for. I know it's a long day. I'm happy for councillors to come and see me if it's just something minor about understanding. I wouldn't be discussing changing service levels and stuff like that.
We did discuss here one day about going out, maybe as a trip to have a look at, some road building. I'm still keen to get that, and especially with the rollers, that might give us an opportunity to see that. It gives us a little more information when we're in here discussing things and making decisions that we can actually see for ourselves.
Thanks, Jim. So we have the recommendation as presented there in terms of receiving the proposed fleet capex and providing guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second, Councillor Erkins to the vote. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just would like to add to that workshop, that service level discussion about those rollers. I don't know whether you need that in the recommendation or we're just taking note of those.
Mr. CEO, take note.
I've got it as a question on notice. How many age replacement terms higher? How we're going to manage both as a workshop and also question on notice. So
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking more about reviewing that service level discussion, because that was a lot of information you gave us on that day, on the back of a budget meeting. I think we also had that day, or we had another meeting and a workshop and reviewed all your maintenance data, and I probably want to get my head around that. So whether that's part of that workshop that we're doing,
I was just going to suggest, Mr. Mayor, at the next standing committee, we're happy to run through that unsealed stuff again in the presentation, if that helps. Because we've got that PowerPoint here. So
I think it's not so much the presentation, it's the service level discussion. Like, we left that presentation with a lot of, for me, I left that presentation with a lot of information, but, and options, and we sort of discussed what some of those options might look to be, but I don't think we actually sort of nutted out exactly. Well, I if we did, my apologies, because, I think there was a lot of information that day, and I'd really like to review and be clear on what our service level will be.
Through Mr. Mayor, we're happy to put that in the standing committee which is in a fortnight's time, and we might we'll just put on as an agenda item to run through that unsealed service level.
Yep.
We'll get that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and that and we'll probably have a bit of time so we can go through that and give the detail.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item is the proposed Buildings, Communities, NRM and Parks proposed CapEx program. And we do have Manager Leanne here with us. If we can make... Step up. Thank you, Manager Leanne. We've got your list.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just start with the community and lifestyle section. Yeah, Jen's actually out on site at the airport at the moment, so can't join us at the moment. But yeah, just had one change in here. We just wanted to note with council, there was the out at Boondooma Dam, the bunkhouse, the access ramps. It was noted down in the papers there as a Works for Queensland with grant funding of 25,000. That's actually won't be grant funding, so that would need to be a depreciation. So it was an old Works for Queensland project in the previous round, so it's not in the current round. So it's a access ramp to that work. So it was we all picked it up. I think I know Max or someone picked it up through the week that it's not in, or Craig, it's not in the Works for Queensland. So that one we'd be looking at shifting. That would just be depreciation funding for that ramp. But yeah, that was the only change on in the community and lifestyle in section.
Thanks, GM.
Is that access project aligned with disability access, or I can't remember exactly what that was.
Yeah, so that's to the, remember we shifted the bunkhouse from the top of the dam down to the bottom, and it was one of those projects. I think the Works of Queensland, a mad rush. So it was essentially, but it wasn't completed to that standard at the time. So it is required, and it's just been the lag of that program finishing, and it wasn't considered in the next one because I think there was a bit of a just changeover of staff and just fell through the cracks. But yeah, it does need to be picked up. But.
And just with the Boondooma fuel bowsers, do we get the revenue from selling fuel at the kiosk, or is that? Yeah.
I can quickly find it here.
Yeah, we do. Yep. Okay. No, that's good. So that would be a reinvestment in infrastructure that's returning a small profit maybe to council, hopefully. The dog wash area, decrease of use of amenities and pool, that had me confused. What are we doing washing dogs at BP Dam?
Through the chair. So it's not us washing dogs, it's people using the amenities blocks and the swimming pool to wash their dogs. So in the pool filters, I think all the air and that doesn't create causes problems. And in the amenities blocks, it tends to be people will take their dogs in and leave a fair mess for us to clean up. That's what the concept behind it is, to keep people out of the amenity, the showers and that with their dogs.
So why are we allowing dogs in the swimming pool and in the amenities?
It's not that we actually allow or condone maybe I answer that. The people are animals.
Yeah.
More so than dogs at times, but yeah.
It's just, it's almost, it's nearly $40,000 to, so that the few guests that bring dogs can wash their dogs at the, appropriately. I don't know. I'm personally, when we look at the long list of things that are needed across the region, and that is then infrastructure that we have to wash and clean and maintain. And I understand it's a reduction in the impact on our amenities or services, but I would have thought, I've stayed at Big Four parks and things before where it's pretty clear you're not allowed to take your dog in the swimming pool or in the toilet facilities. Like, is there something else we could do to mitigate that spend, and reinvest in more important infrastructure in the area? Or, can we put some hard rules in place around this?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll probably apologise for my candour. It's late in the
No,
day,
I
but
understand.
it probably is. It is one of those projects that isn't a must. So and it is like a nice to have, and it's come through from also customers requesting one. Like they take the dogs down through to the dam, and they come back and want. So it's one of those. Is it an attraction for the dam? And it's certainly be a plus if you say, yeah, I can take the dog and have a wash. So yeah, it is something. Yeah, given there are so many competing priorities, that it is one of those nice additions to the caravan parks. With a dump point, as we've talked about dump points, people like to have them at the caravan parks. It would be great for those people. But yeah, I would have to admit it is a nice to have, and not saying everyone. Again, 90% of people do the right thing with their dogs, and we do, we can certainly enforce. So yeah, it is one of those ones that. Yeah, if you were going to, drop capital project, this is an additional, a new thing, so it's not a renewal. So yeah, I certainly would, it's in council's hands if but there are certainly priorities.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking we could provide a hose and provide some signage that says no dogs allowed in the bathrooms or in the swimming pool, like that. I've never stayed at a caravan park where people have allowed that. And to be quite honest, as somebody who would go with children, if you had dogs in the pool, like that would be a concern for me. And looking at that outdoor area around the pool area, it would be nice to do some work to even tidy up some of that outdoor barbecue kitchen or something like that, if that was a priority. I probably just would like to see what other priorities are on your list before locking in those ones. And, after being at the crib rooms in Nanango and Kingaroy this morning, and I know in Mergen as well, Mr. CEO, you've raised it, I do wonder or challenge if there isn't, there are very old infrastructure and whether we shouldn't be looking at those buildings carefully and what our people need to be successful in their jobs. I don't know. Could we just maybe investigate that? Or that's my view anyway.
Yeah.
I'm only one councillor, but I'm not really supportive of nearly $40,000 on dog washing facilities.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that we could, if we were, because that 25,000 for the ramp, we would certainly see that as a high priority. So that does need to come back and be funded from depreciation. And I think we said so to drop that in, we should be looking at projects. So we could look at removing those two projects and looking at as I said, really basic visits and some improved signage and that. So, yeah, happy to do that swap. So take those two out and then bring the ramp back into the depreciation.
And could we put question mark on council depots? Like, could you have a look at our highest priorities? Or
We do have in Leanne
Oh,
good
Leanne's
news
budget.
coming sort of over the page. So yeah, so
Okay. Yep, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just weigh in on the dog wash, I can see that what it probably is those people let their dogs go into the dam, then they come back dirty. I think one of the, and they're probably all inside dogs, so they want them clean again. They're probably clean when they got in the dam. They wouldn't be too clean when they got out. But one of the things with putting the hose in, because I thought that too, but it's probably more that if you're washing them and then that's running, it's be the soap running down to the thing. Not that I agree with putting the dog washers in. I don't. I think that is money we could spend elsewhere, and I think they could probably make their own. I mean, most of them are probably small dogs anyway, and they can put them in a bucket.
yeah, so happy to remove that, and we'll bring back the revised program and investigate alternatives for that.
Wasn't there a conversation, councillor, around allowing dogs into our cabins and that out of the dam?
Yeah, we did have a
I hope we
bath
knock
them
that on the
first.
head, did we?
We bath them first.
I,
They have them in the cabin, they can take them to the bathroom
so
in their own bathroom.
can I, before I let you loose on your explanation, Leanne, so the 2.7 million that has been passed on to Pete and yourself and whatnot from the 9.8 proposed cash before we get into restricted, has any of that been spent in this particular proposal for your capital projects or anything like that? Kerry?
Yeah, through the chair. So the 9.8 does include all of the depreciation funded projects in here. So yeah, so they're all part of that 9.8.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So all the capital programs that we've seen today came up to roughly, I think, just under $9 million in expenditure out of that depreciation bucket, plus the $2 million for the betterment funding that got deferred. So yeah, around $9 million, just under, is being spent out of that 9.8.
Okay. So don't disagree with too much of this. The dog park in Mergen, $100,000 for a dog park, I'm sorry, I struggle with. The other thing I'd like to put forward is we have allocated money in a capital works program for Old Settlers Park at Benarkan, and I think it was 150,000. I think we identified. I think if that was, or they're about 140. I would like to see the councillors consider putting 150 extra into that to finish that. So that would take it to a $300,000 spend in that whole facility. As we've been down there and the councillors, or most of you have been down, that 150,000 is only going to address one side of the entry point into the facilities. It doesn't allow the other stuff to go ahead. So I'd like to have that expense considered in your capital works projects of 150 to complete that. The other thing that I'd just like to have a discussion around is the lining of the pool in Kingaroy. And I know it's leaking and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. What happens if that money was put into an account to enable us to apply for a larger grant or funding grant? And also then in saying that, the facilities down there need attention. Now, I'm happy to be corrected. I'm happy to have information given to me, but that pool, the way it stands now, the likelihood of that getting upgraded in the next 10 years without a massive grant is, I don't know what level of expectations we have for that. I just know from the experiences with the KTP, we actually borrowed money and we put money in and we added to it and got to about 4.5 million, I think, of council input, which enabled us to get that extra money and apply for that larger grant application and enable us to do a considerable amount. So my question is, Leanne, I guess, if that liner wasn't put in, what damage is it going to do to council as far as costs and all the rest around that? And is it beneficial to have the discussion around putting it into the bank and having a better, like applying for a larger grant and spending money on, like I've been down there, haven't been down there for a few months, but the facilities down there, the showers, toilets, all that sort of stuff, and some of that building, the roof and all that sort of stuff. Certainly, yeah. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And look, I'm happy if the council is, the majority of people want to spend that 1.95. I'm happy to do that, but I'm just with my experiences with the KTP and how we utilise that extra money to get that larger grant. Is there any, am I making any sense?
Yes, most definitely. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There has been an announcement of a new grant program called Growing Regions Program, and there is some large funding available for councils to apply for major projects like the swimming pool upgrade, but it requires a 50% project contribution. So if we did want to apply for a large project like 10 million, we would need to find $5 million. So it does very much make sense to use our current nearly $2 million as a contribution to that grant and make that project much bigger and address a number of other issues at the swimming pool. I think we learnt a lot through our community consultation and our master planning through Kingaroy Pool and the Memorial Park, that some of the biggest issues for the community isn't really the liner and the leak. It's really around the amenities and disability access to the pool, and the warm water facility is probably where we got the most feedback, that there's a lot of people wanting that warm water pool, not just for learn to swim, but also for exercises, rehab, and disability exercising. So that came very strong through that master plan feedback. So certainly the $2 million that we have there, or nearly $2 million that we have there in restricted cash, you would put that towards a grant and make that much bigger. And yeah, like KTP, you may actually decide to borrow some money and add that to that. So I went back and had a look at the quantity surveyor's estimate that we had actually prepared for the Kingaroy Swimming Pool Master Plan. And just for stage 1 of the pool, which was new amenities, new kiosks, new learn to swim pool, a water play area and a slippery slide area, was $12 million. So if you actually took some of that off, maybe the slippery slide area, downsize the water park area maybe, you might be able to bring it back to maybe a $9 to a $10 million project. So yeah, your $2 million would go towards that, plus some borrowings, and you might be able to apply for a $10 million project under this Growing Regions program. So that's, yeah, certainly agree. The grants are between $500,000 and $15 million for local government organisations and not-for-profit organisations, and we have to the 5th of July to prepare that. You have got those master plans, concept plans, and you're on the path to look at other grant opportunities. So yes, it is a possibility to use that $2 million and go towards a much bigger project to achieve greater outcomes.
Manager Leanne, when did you say that Growing Our Regions grant ends, the applications end for that?
The expression of interest closes on the 5th of July, 2023.
Right, and then delivery and completion of works acquittal, do we know when that's likely to be?
It's over a 3-year program. So, yeah, we need to look into it a little bit more, but it's a 3-year.
Right. Yep. So, for example, if council said, look, we had $2 million, we could borrow 3, that gives us 5, we could then go dollar for dollar on a $10 million project along the lines of what you talked about in relation to the amenities and the warm water pool facility, disability access, etc.
That's correct. And then we'd have to live with the fact that we've got a leaking pool. That's not going to go away in this fix. It's the 50-metre pool that is leaking. So you're not really fixing that. We can continue to do minor maintenance on it, and that's what we have been doing for a couple of years now. We've been, redoing the expansion joints every 2 years, where sometimes you should get up to 5 years out of those expansion joints. We've been doing them every 2 years. Last year we fixed the wet deck, and there's a lot of cracks and pipework damage coming out of the wet deck, so all of that was repaired. And we especially have sealed that, but we can't guarantee if that's going to give us 2 years, 3 years or 5 years repair, because it has a lot to do with the age of the facility and all the movements that's happening with that. We just have to keep in mind that the pool is over its lifespan of 50 years. It's up to that 70 years, so it's at its end of life, and there's no short-term fix for the 50-metre pool. Down the track, it will have to be replaced at some point in time. The liner was only giving you a temporary solution, so we could get through maybe up to another 10 years if we were successful with that liner. So you would have to live with that leaking pool for a little bit longer, and look at alternative options for the liner in future years, or a different grant in future years to actually replace the 50-metre pool.
So that grant's not likely to be able to be used for renewal works in terms of the liner being built into the package?
You could do. The liner is going to cost you, an estimate was provided of $2 million, so I don't believe you're going to be able to do the liner and all of the other unless and it's very difficult because you haven't got detailed designs, we haven't got detailed estimates, so you're utilising quantity surveyors' estimates. So yeah, until we get into that detailed design, it's difficult to actually pinpoint the exact figure of what it's going to cost, but that's what we should be working towards.
So the conversation then around the water park and the slippery slide and a few other things would be, we're probably not talking 2 million, but it would be a substantial amount of money that would certainly, if we were to drop that off and stage it and work your way through, that would contribute towards, again, if, like you say, if you've got a $10 million project now and you drop, say, 1 million out of it and you put that 2 million in and borrow, that it could possibly get to the point where you say,
Yeah.
we could stage it and drop other items off, I guess, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and if that was council's appetite, we would go away and work on that proposal. And yes, you would not allocate the restricted cash for the pool at this point in time. You would leave that set aside in restricted cash and not allocate it at this point until we brought it back to council with a detailed budget for that type of project and what we could achieve.
Food for thought. Yeah. Councillor Urquhart.
I can tell you this really, that whole conversation made me feel quite ill. I just think our community, and I'm not talking community outside of Kingaroy, I'm talking Kingaroy as well. You know, we have just spent a heap of money that is not, I don't believe, a popular decision by our community across the region. And if we talk about spending 2 million, borrowing 3 and then getting a grant for 5 to do toilets, a water park and a slide there, I personally think, especially when we're going out to them with their rates, you know, I just think that that will be the most unpopular decision made ever. And I think a bloody waste of money. But anyway,
So what are you suggesting? We shut down the pool in the biggest town in the South Burnham?
No, I'm suggesting we put a liner in because that's what we can afford to do.
Hearing what you're saying, Councillor, I would normally agree with you, but we also have a pool for which there is no disability access, for which there is a warm water facility that I think was there when my kids were little, and they're in their 30s now. We are a growing community here in Kingaroy, and a lot of people are disincentivised to use the pool, families I talk to, because of the way the facilities are set up. Now, there's capacity there to grow the usage of the pool into the future. If we can have a warm water facility, we can have disability access. I think, you know, okay, setting aside the water park and the slide, surely the disability access and the amenities are up there with the lining of the pool as priorities for that facility.
Mr. Mayor, I think
it is probably the most run-down swimming pool facility we've got in the South Burnham, and it's in our largest town. So I don't think it's fair to say it's a bloody waste of money, to be honest.
I think, well, go to your community and find out what your community think. I think you might be surprised.
Well, I think if the community were fair-minded.
Disability access is not, you know, disability, you can get disability access into your pool for people. But if you look at the proportion of people, and we say about saving money and shutting amenities, how many people across this region do you think use the pools across the region? I think you'll find the percentage of people who use pools compared to how many people put their rubbish in the bin, and you know, like we've got waste issues that, in my opinion, are a much more important issue. I'm not saying that we just scrap the pool, although I did think of that one time. But, you know, the liner, you could line that pool and get another 10 years use out of it. You know, I'm sure you could do the upgrade on those amenities if eventually the whole idea is to have the whole new thing put in. You wouldn't be looking at spending a huge amount like $5 million on amenities, because we're not even talking the pool with that $10 million. We're only talking a water park, slide and amenities.
Oh, no, councillor. I mean, what we're saying is you bring back a proposal and we could look at what are the priorities. Now, maybe after considering that, you might determine that, well, the disability access, the amenities, the warm water pool and the lining might be the 4 big ticket items that you want to tick off and say, okay, well, the water park has to be done in future years as the second, third or fourth stage. But at some point in time, council has to turn its mind to starting to do the work on the swimming pool. And it has to be done in a staged way. But because there are priority issues there that the community have clearly identified need to be addressed. And let's be honest, it is second rate compared to most of the pools across the region, and it is in our largest community. So I think, you know, the conversation that Councillor Jones has sparked here is a serious conversation that needs to be had in terms of when are we going, what is our planning going to be to start work on upgrading the infrastructure in that pool? Because it is a high, you know, it is an asset that is highly regarded by this community, highly valued by this community, and I think if it's properly presented and managed, it can be heavily utilised by the community.
Mr. Mayor, we're going through a budget, scraping out, talking about should we put it up $1 for the rates? You know, if we add $1 here or take $1 out there. I don't know if you people have heard the saying, you know, champagne tastes and beer pockets. At the moment, that's the whole point that we say we've got a low rate base and a big area and a lot of facilities to maintain. You know, I mean, I'm not against doing it, but at this time, I just think it would be absolute suicide to go and spend money like that on a pool that I don't believe pools, I mean, across the region, I don't think they get that much use. And as I've said before, when you talk about this being the biggest region and the big town and all that, that doesn't matter to the guy who lives in Benarkan and is paying his rates down there. He doesn't get that. He has to drive over here to go to the shoe shop, to go to the bloody optometrist, to go to a dress shop. You know, I mean, there are so many things that our community, and he has to drive. If he doesn't have a car, he's got to get someone to bring him because we have no public transport in the area. And we're talking $10 million on a water park, slide and amenities or pool.
No, well, not necessarily. I mean, what we're saying is that let's sit down and look at what the stage 1, stage 2 priorities are for the Kingaroy swimming pool. Let's cost that and let's start to consider, do we actually start to get that shovel ready? Because the truth is that people from Wandai and Mamarambi and Waroolan and other communities do come in and would come in and use the warm water pool, for example, for disability access, for exercise programs, for elderly people wanting to do, you know, rehabilitation from surgery and a whole range of things. It's not just for the Kingaroy community. Now, obviously, at the southern end, people from Blackbutt can go to Nanango and do that. But if you're living...
Kingaroy can't as well, you know. It's the same distance.
Councillor, you know, it's actually, you know, it's inappropriate to interrupt the mayor when he's speaking in these meetings. So can I just say to you that I hear what you're saying passionately, but, you know, I think this has at some point we've got to start doing some serious shovel-ready planning on this facility because it is highly regarded. And, you know, from Kingaroy North, there is nothing of this nature. So if you're living in Mergen or you're living in Proston, you've got to go all the way to Nanango to access a facility. So those people might actually have a different perspective on this being a central regional pool that people at this end of the region can access. But, you know, at some point in time, we have to turn our mind to renewing and rehabbing this swimming pool facility because it is our largest facility and we have spent very little money over many years on that particular facility. And, you know, I don't think it's fair to say we're just going to let it deteriorate to the point where we're going to close it. Because if we don't start to spend money on it sooner or later, that's where we're going to end up.
Well, the whole point of the matter is, if you put your lining in there and spend your $2 million, people will walk in there and close it down for workplace health and safety and won't allow any of your general public to go in there. So you're wasting $2 million, straight up. Because those facilities, if you walk down there, you will see acro props holding up roofs. And God help me if you're going to tell me that that's safe to let kids and parents and that walk into a facility like that. Now, we had the same issue over at the Nanango pool, and we found the money, and I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars because we had to upgrade the disability and all the toilet and shower facilities. Without hesitation, we done it because it was a service to the community that the community expected. And we're that far down the track with swimming pools now, God help us, there's no turning back, unfortunately. That's my view. And I'll argue with you, well, I won't argue with you because we'll just agree to disagree, but that's the point.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is the benefit here is to consider. And I'm not saying do it or whatever, but I'm just putting it out there because I had the experience with the KTP project, and Aaron will be able to back me up, and Mark, I think, was at the back end of that. It enabled us to get a considerably larger amount of money than what we initially thought we were because I think we borrowed $2 million and then we made contributions to it or whatever it was to get that up to $4 million, and then that extra federal money come in $4.5 million or whatever it was on top of that. All I'm saying is take the opportunity to consider it rather than put that in and have the people walk in or the local residents that use that pool still and say this is unsafe, make a complaint to whoever. We don't know about it. They walk in and say, shut your pool down, mate. You've just wasted $2 million on a bloody liner. You've stopped your pool from leaking that we can deal with and progress further down the track. And all your facilities are gone and no option. I'm just, that's all. It's just a conversation, councillor. Don't shoot the messenger.
I know in going to some community consultation at the Kingaroy pool where someone was complaining about an issue there, and when I mentioned to them that they could drive to Kingaroy, to Nanango, to a proper hydrotherapy pool where the temperature was at the correct thing, it was too far for her to go. So, you know, it comes back to, as I said, if you're in Nanango, you've got to drive to Kingaroy if you want to swim in a 50-metre pool at the present, or you can drive from here if you want to go to a heated pool to Nanango. But I can see we're spending, you know, we've got here $320 for new picnic tables in the park and $450 for the youth thing. Yes, 450,000. Well, that's 700. That's 700 and something thousand that you could take off the $3 million you're talking about borrowing. I'm just not in favour of borrowing $3 million to do anything anywhere at this stage.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, not for the next 12 months, but Councillor Jones, and we're talking a 3-year funding program potentially here. So it might be that this is in year 2 or year 3. But let's remember, I'll wrap up because we're going to go to Councillor Shoemaker, but you know, let's remember, livability is on our list of our corporate plan that we adopted and we signed up to. And, you know, do we want to progress as a region, or do we want to say, well, no, we're just going to allow everything to be as it is and not see our population grow, not create livability, see young families continue to move off to the coast because they haven't got access to those facilities for young families that they want to see here, because that's what we saw. Before this council's term, we were seeing leakage, a drift, a flow of people to the coast. Young people, young families out of our local schools because our communities weren't livable. Now, we've been chipping away at that with our park upgrades, with the work that we've been doing in our facilities. We've been working on that. We need to keep working on it. If we don't, we will see people start to leave our region and they'll go to other regions. So for the prosperity of the future of our region, livability has to be right up there as a priority. And, you know, that Kingaroy swimming pool is a major asset that is important to the community, and we do need to focus on it as a long-term development plan, as we do with Memorial Park. I mean, the reality is Memorial Park and that swimming pool have been neglected while we have turned our attention to other parks around the region. That's the truth of it. No matter where you live, it would be unfair to say otherwise. Memorial Park is a significantly used asset that has been deteriorating without very, very little investment in it for a long period of time. So I believe we do need to start focusing on those two assets. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, and I also recognise that for young people in our region, the rising of, our levels of socioeconomic disadvantage, the need for families and young people to have cost-effective activities that they can be doing in towns. Projects like these can't just be dismissed or put in a too hard basket. And certainly, I think that project does need to take significant time. I think we need to think it over carefully, and I think we need to look at all options as to how we fund or invest in the renewal of that infrastructure. I like the idea of putting that $2 million, tagging that for the Memorial Park, for the Memorial Pool. How we spend that, question mark. I like the idea of leveraging always federal funding, that opportunity to get up to $15 million funding from the feds should not be dismissed, particularly when we've got an issue like that, and particularly when we've spent so much money in the master planning process, which, I have been a part of many of those community engagements. I've had conversations with people of all ages, and I have spent quite a bit of time at a number of our pools across the region this year, and I can assure you they are valuable assets. But I do recognise the challenge of trying to fund them. And, I do agree with Councillor Jones. We've found ways to fix the issues in Nanango. We found ways to address the issues in Wondai. We've, looked at the Mergen pool has had extensive spend in the past. We've opened up the Black Button Proston pools, operationally. We've found the money to make sure they're available on school holiday periods. I think it would be unfair to just dismiss that project purely because it seems like a difficult one to achieve. So I don't know how, I don't know why. I do know why, and I do know that the solution needs to be multifaceted and over a number of years. And if we've got some opportunity to bake some money for that problem and turn our eyes to how we might fix it, I think we should. Couple of things just with your program, Manager Leanne, the Cumbia Park redevelopment, we've got $115,000 in there, just noting the different parks that we've actually been able to redevelop. I challenge if that's actually enough, and I do want to see a good outcome there for the Cumbia community. I know we've had the discussions around the recreation reserve. I know there's an interest, there was an old BMX track there. Maybe it's not necessarily that park, or maybe it's a bigger conversation about, recreation facility for Cumbia, but I wonder if 115,000 really is enough.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly from our experience of working through with Banarkin and Lions Park and a few others, $115,000 is not going to get us much at all. It'll probably get us a new picnic shelter and a little bit of fencing. It won't bring any new playground equipment. We won't be able to fix anything like that. I think from our discussions already with a few of the community consultation sessions that we've started to have, and just we've been talking down there, it's a little bit a bigger issue because it's not just the park, it's also the free camp area, and there's probably an opportunity to move some of our parking park activities and recreation activities for kids back down to the recreation area and get better outcomes. But 115,000 is not going to achieve that. So certainly going forward, we will be looking for a lot more money for that project to actually be successful.
So I'd just like to flag that one for consideration here in terms of what we actually need. If you could come back to us with what that actually looks like before bedding that down. The other one I just wanted to ask you about, I also agree. I know the dog parks come up quite a bit in Mergen, but $100,000, we've actually extended our PCYC spend in Mergen significantly. We've extended our spend in QE2 Park significantly. You know, I wonder if maybe that $100,000 might be an option to reallocate that to Cumbia, noting the challenges there, and noting that we have got a half-ball basketball court there by resolution of council for Mergen. You know, I know that's a long-needed asset that Councillor Duff's been advocating for that community. So, you know, I'm just wondering if we might be able to make a compromise or look at that. And considering that we've got the stage 2 QE2 Park development in there for 450,000, maybe we could look at reallocating those funds to Cumbia. The other one I wanted to ask you about, the Mergen Free Camp area, it doesn't sit well with me. Councillor Erkins has highlighted, you know, some significant concerns here around projects. We have got $960,000 public amenity spend here, and a large portion of that is for a free camp. I'm sorry. I understand the value of free camps. I challenge whether there is not an opportunity to use that to repurpose that facility for a social housing project. There was a very successful project in the Gympie region where they did just that with a caravan park that Gympie owned, and they attracted significant government funding and ended up with better living outcomes for the people that were living in that area. You know, state governments recently brought aged care facilities to repurpose for housing as part of the housing crisis. There's been some significant developments in that area. So for that one, I question that $450,000 spend, and if there might not be a better option there, being that there is, I believe, camping at the PCYC or the showgrounds, or anyway. The Nanango Butter Factory Park, I know that's a highly used facility. It was my understanding that $220,000 was to make those toilets disability compliant. Is that right? Yep, so that's not really much of a change. The one project that I would like to see added in here, and I know I've challenged some of the others, but in my division, Division 4, Karoo Park has been a consistent challenge for me. It is a very much unloved park. It needs some new furniture. It's been, we've all met there previously, and my proposal is an initial spend of around $40,000 for some tree planting and some planning around what a nature playground or something for the residents in that area might be. It would be a small project, but I know it would go a long way in that part of our community. And for the Karoo family, who hold long-held distaste about the fact that council dedicated a park to them and then didn't even purchase the trees that were put in the park to dedicate to the Karoo brothers, or the signage, or hire the toilet for the day that they commemorated this park. The whole thing, in my opinion, and I've tried very carefully and hard over the last couple of years to look at other options for that park, whether we could use it for housing. The answer is no, it's in the Swickers layer. Whether we could use it to, you know, for a basketball facility or a court in that sense, and the reality is the conversations I've had with those groups is it's too far out of town. So my suggestion is maybe there's a community project there
that we could do in partnership with Swickers and with the schools around some tree planting and maybe planning some sort of very low-key nature playground to try to minimise the mowing in that area. So, yes, I would like to see some money there for Karoo Park because there's been no allocation ever and it is quite embarrassing. That's my, and my only other question is that reseal of the rail trail. It sounds like, I just wanted to understand, we had put some money into that in the past, but my understanding is that that money hasn't lasted and there's cracks in the pavement that we're spraying every couple of weeks. And so from the discussions we had yesterday, if we don't reseal that, the risk is that it will be too far gone and the cost would be beyond our capacity. I just want to confirm that because that's quite a large spend on rail trail infrastructure.
Yep, so I'm no expert in the rail trail bitumen. We have been talking through with Aaron and getting some advice from him, so I might just ask him to comment on the pavement.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, question, apologies, I was just out, is in relation to the rail trail reseal. Yeah, so the rail trail bitumen, I think, is approaching 8 years, or it is over 8 years now, 6 years. So, suggestion in discussions with Leanne and the team there was that's going to require substantial investment to reseal that asset over its life. So, what we suggested is the LRCI program goes into between now and 24-25, I think is right, end of 2025. We did a cost up for Leanne and her team to go through and do a reseal on the rail trail. What we're suggesting there is that we would reseal in between probably 7 and 8 years, which is next year and the year after. What that'll allow that to do is that bitumen is not car loaded, so therefore it will let go quicker. It's quite rigid. Presentation the guys were talking about there yesterday about not having vehicle traffic on roads. The rail trail would be a huge risk. So our suggestion there would be for an early reseal to reduce the ongoing maintenance on the rail trail. Couple of our inspections we've done there, we started to see some cracking come through. You've got grass coming through the centre of the road, centre of the rail trail and those sort of things. So to minimise maintenance costs, we would recommend resealing early. The cost for that would be done by, we would actually tag that probably with our reseal contract. So, RPQ bitumen or Boral or someone like that would come through. We'd obviously probably look to do some prep on there also. So any areas there that require a bit of maintenance prior to reseal, same as a road. So if there's grass to be poisoned out, pulling back the shoulders and those sort of things, you would do that. And then it would be a hot spray. So it would be a road crew essentially that does your town streets or your rural properties would come through. And we would manage that as part of that reseal program. So if council... I'm sorry, Councillor, does that answer the question?
Yeah, that does. Yep. So, yeah, and I guess just in closing, I'm supportive of trying to find the extra funding for the Settlers Park in Banaka, and I think that's a conversation that we started at the beginning of this term, just like Cumbia, and I think those two projects really do need to be considered in here somehow. So that's my feedback about your capital program. In your hands, Mr. Mayor, in terms of how you want to manage. Does that come back and then we look at some of that detail further and bed this down, or?
Manager Leanne, can that be taken on board, those matters, and can that come back to, obviously we've got that workshop. There's a little bit of work for you to do there, I guess, in terms of coming and briefing council, some of the information that's been sought from some of those priority issues that have been raised. Is the next couple of weeks enough time for you to put some of that information together?
Yes, we can do that, most definitely. I did need to just comment, there was one project that we didn't reallocate in this round that I probably just need to highlight, and that was Kingaroy Apex Car Park. We actually, remember in the second quarter review, we suggested that we would actually push it out and do it next year. Unfortunately, we have missed that off this allocation of projects, so we would add that in there as well and then talk about how we're going to fund all of those projects.
Yeah, so if we could do that, come back with a report on Cumbia, look at the options in relation to that funding round, which Mr CEO has said found round one on that Growing Our Regions Fund actually goes through until December 2025. So it's actually quite a long period of time. So some information on that would be great. And yeah, certainly when with Councillor Henson and I were at Cumbia, there was a very strong community sense there about moving the Apex Park, as you're indicating, across to the recreational reserve and getting it off the highway, and then allowing that current facility just to become a camping ground for people where they've got the toilets there, caravans can pull up there. So I guess the scoping of that would need to consider that, as you've indicated. Yeah. Okay.
Just on, oh, sorry, John. You,
Yeah, I hadn't gone through anything else except for Councillor Jones's proposal. The Mergen Free Camp and the 450,000, my concern is, I believe that we supply already a huge amount of free camping facilities. We have showers in Banarkin, we have showers at Maidenwell, we have a shower at Nanango, Memorandie, Wandai, and I believe that the shower in Mergen, to be honest, that is in better condition than a lot of our ratepayer showers. They can't afford to renovate. So for free camp, I don't believe it needs to be replaced with a 450,000, because when I came in and said I'd been in there and how nice and clean and that, I didn't even know that you were at that stage intending a refurbishment. I thought it was quite fine because it is, after all, a free camp. And one of the things that does concern me with all the free, well, it's great to attract those tourists. Really, user pays, as Councillor Jones says. We supply a lot of things for free to our tourists. So, and the rail trail is one. We spend a lot of money on that rail trail, and it's at no cost to visitors coming in. We have all these showers, it's no cost. So I don't believe that we need to be spending 450,000. I think that 450,000 could easily be reallocated to Banarkin, the free camp there. But no, that's also used by it's a park as well as the free camp. And then to Cumbia, because I think it would be money much better put to use.
So, Manager Leanne, you've talked about this for some time, the dilapidation of that facility there. Could you just give us a quick overview? What are the issues there that lead you to believe that it needs to be replaced?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to give you an update, this facility currently has the whole complex. You have got up to about 15 permanent people staying there in the park, utilising it during this housing crisis. We're cleaning the facility twice a day just to maintain that. We also have major blockages through this system. So all the big trees there have caused a lot of the pipework to collapse, not just on the outer edges of the actual facility, but right through into the floor of the actual complex. So we actually have a lot of sewage issues through that amenities and through the showers. Historically, it was an old caravan park, so this building has got laundry services, or did have laundry services. It's very aged. We've tried to shut sections off and repurpose parts of it. So it's historically it's much bigger than what we would actually bring back and put there. But this project's going to cost a lot of money to actually replace. The building's in a situation to address the actual sewage connection and the issues to deal with the pipework underneath the building. We would have to do major renovations, which is going to trigger your building code, which we would need to bring it up to standard and make it all PWD compliant, which then triggers this whole thing about is it a revamp or is it a replacement? And our recommendation on such an old building is a replacement in this case. And unfortunately, that's the estimate from our building crew, technical officers. We have gone through and actually costed this project out, and that's the sort of costs involved in replacing this facility.
If I may ask a question, Mayor, that would be the cost of a new one on a greenfield site as well? It's a trick question because the showgrounds have been agitating for ages for us to build them at Toilet Rock, and they'll take over the free camping. And anyway, that's a conversation that would be worth at least.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, if I just quickly, the issue with the showground taking over the free camping is showgrounds, and I know that it's not, it's not designed for free campers, for homeless people, but the reality is that we have homeless people who are living there. They could not go to the showgrounds.
I would like to propose that project we put on hold and we start a conversation with regional housing and the Department of Communities about what opportunities might exist to use that land for actual social and affordable housing. Because if we've got 15 permanent people living there, like I'd actually like a business case or a feasibility or something done on this. We need to think about this problem differently, because if we've got 15 people living there, A, could we provide them with better living conditions? Maybe. And B, if our ratepayers are picking up the cost of cleaning that facility twice a day for the benefit of 15 residents, and I recognise there's a housing crisis and I would like to do something about that, but I don't think building a $450,000 facility for those 15 people and then increasing the costs for our ratepayers to have to keep paying to clean that facility over the longer term after some of the conversations we've had here today is a good decision. And I wonder if we might be able to think differently about that, and through the learnings that we've had by gifting the land and providing the land and having those conversations with regional housing and the state, that trilateral agreement, we've seen 8 new social housing outcomes here in the region. Maybe there's an opportunity to increase that bank. We know we need to, and maybe this is an ideal location. I would like to explore that further before we go allocating funds or making decisions. I think we need to know what all options might be.
Minister Leanne, is that whole area council freehold? It is, right?
Mayor, just the other thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the Blackbutt to Linville Rail Trail. Now, that's got 100,000 allocated to it, Leanne. We went down the other day and met with DTMR and all that sort of stuff, and is it fair that we're hoping that money will become free or come back to us, hopefully in a perfect world? Is that?
That's correct. After our inspection last week, Main Roads and ourselves would like to work together in developing a funding application back to DTMR and have them look at funding some of those crossing repairs through DTMR. So we may not necessarily need to utilise that 100,000 at this stage, because we're going to put an application in to DTMR.
So, excuse me, in that, I've asked council to consider the 150 for Benarkin, and Kirsty's asked, well, Councillor Shoemaker's asked for the 40 for Carew. Mr. Mayor, look, Councillor Duff's not here, and she's advocated very strongly for that Mergen Dog Park, and obviously, in her absence, I'd be more than happy, to wait. But for me personally, and I'd be interested in hearing what your thoughts are in regards to that dog park in Mergen for 100,000. Compared, does that go above, something that we're trying to achieve in Benarkin? Because why I say that is, Blackbutt has been hounding me for a dog park for ages, and what I'm trying to do there is trying to identify a place that's going to be convenient and workable for everybody. And then I'm hoping that I can go down there and raise funds with the community to put a fence around, and that's all there. And like one of the areas that we've identified, and this first time I've spoken about it to anybody on council, up on, as you're going out of Blackbutt, up on the left-hand side, there's picnic tables, all that sort of stuff. There's actually a tap there, all that sort of stuff, bang, right there. All we'd have to do is raise enough funds to put a fence up there and that sort of stuff. So for me, I'd like to see the people of Banarkin, and everyone's been down there, and I know it's in my region and all that sort of stuff. I get that. But, you know, Banarkin hasn't had a lot of money spent in for a long, long time. And, you know, when we put it all together, if there's $300,000 spent in Banarkin to keep that community active and happy and vibrant, I think it's money well spent. So my proposal would be, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Duff's not here, but I would like to see that $100,000 for that dog park to be diverted to Banarkin and Carew Park, along with hopefully the possibility of that $100,000 for that rail trail repair that we hope to get the money out of, and that'd be $200,000, and that would be, so just throwing that out there for thought.
Certainly, what we've planned to do at Banarkin in this first stage is welcomed, but certainly not ideal. The community down there have been very giving and saying, look, we'll be just happy to, you know, move those few things around and put the fence around and so forth. But clearly there's a lot more work that needs to be done there. I support Councillor Jones in what he's saying, that we really haven't spent a lot of money in Banarkin. I know in the 3 years I've been here, I don't think we've spent anything on capital in Banarkin, have we, other than that western end of the park. So you know, I think there's a legitimate case for that. In relation to Mergen, I really think we should go back and have this conversation with that community. There's been some points raised here today, you know, around, well, what does the community see as most valuable? Would they prefer to see, for example, the free camping ground located somewhere else where there's already facilities available, and then look at the option to perhaps create unit accommodation down there for social housing? That could give them some long-term, you know, some extra people living there close to the CBD. I think maybe we need to put these options to that community and at least give them the opportunity to think about that before we jump in and spend $450,000. And I think the other thing is, I think we need to go back to the Bergen community and say to them, look, a dog park's going to cost $100,000. Do you really see that as valuable? Is there really a strong demand for it? And I know Councillor Duff has advocated for it, but I'm just not able to comment on what the demand for it is down there. I know the half court, the police and the community are screaming out for that, particularly for the youth who are looking for something to do. I don't know so much about the dog park. I think it's worth having another look at as to, is there the demand for it? Is there the community desire for it? And really running that by the community again, because it may well be that there may not be. I'm not sure, but I think we need to double check that. Yeah. And I say that, you know, Councillor Duff may have more information, but I think it's worth going back to the American community. Let's have a conversation about the dog park. Is it a priority? And let's have a conversation about that camping ground, because once we spend that $450, we're really locked into leaving it where it is. And as Mr. CEO said, there might be a better option that works better for the community, that then frees up that freehold land to do something much more significant for Mergen that could have more permanent, better outcomes into the long term. Yeah. I know we've got to bring the budget down the 21st of June, but, I think it's probably a conversation we need to go back and have with Councillor Duff and the community before we lock this in.
Well, in saying that we've got to bring a budget down, Mr. Mayor, if we hold that $450, that's not going to stop us from bringing the budget down.
True. Yeah. Yeah, we could certainly bring it back in a first quarter revision or something like that if we were looking to do something else with it, if that was the decision. So, yeah, I don't think we should rush those big calls. Absolutely not.
Yeah, and I think it could actually be rather exciting, the outcome that you could achieve, particularly when you look at those housing vacancy rates and what other councils and communities have done. You know, if it's a large parcel of land, you could potentially
find better housing solutions for those 15 people and maybe others. So the other one I just wanted to ask about was the Proston Caravan amenities refurb for 150,000. Is that I'm really looking at that bigger picture, that longer term strategy for council. If that's a caravan park, is there opportunity? I know the show society. I don't know. I'm not sure our council can afford to be in the business of caravan parks into the future, and you've got a projected amount of 150,000. So just in this conversation today, we're talking $600,000 of ratepayer funds on caravan park infrastructure. I'm probably just wanting more information before we bed down this program. I understand it would be here because it would be a priority, but in terms of our longer term strategy, I'd probably challenge if that's best value for our money and what it's for and why we're doing it.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, this project has come through our assessment of all of our facilities. When we went through, CT undertook a condition assessment of all of our facilities, and this particular site has come up numerous times, and we keep pushing this project out. Yes, the amenities itself, the cubicles inside and the fit out inside has deteriorated severely. So there's tiles coming off the walls and the floor. The cubicle walls aren't really holding any longer. So it's very, very basic, but I think we have to keep in mind how often it gets utilised. So we do have one permanent resident that lives in this caravan park. So of course there's the male toilets. There's a particular facility there, toilet and shower, that we try to keep at a good working condition for that person to utilise. However, then it's just used for show weekend, and it's also used for the camp draft weekend. So it doesn't have high utilisation, but the facility is certainly deteriorating, and it's one of those projects where we just gut it and fit it out, or with new floor coverings and cubicle walls and tiles, or Laminex, new vanity units, and have it all set there for the community to continue to utilise. Or it might be something that the Show Society and the Camp Draft Committee might like to take on in the future, and they apply for grants and slowly work towards that themselves. We have been talking to those groups in the past about leasing the showgrounds and the camp draft area. One of their concerns they raise is the condition of this facility, and that's sometimes why it deters them, because they can see that they need to apply for some huge grants to get it up and operational. So I can understand both sides of the story there. So yes, is it of urgent need and urgent attention? No, we probably can continue to do repairs on this facility and just keep it operational, but just keeping in mind it's very, very basic, and it doesn't have a PWD. So we're always conscious once we go in there and start renovating a facility, we really do need to bring it up to code. So that's, if you don't touch it and we just rip off the tiles and replace those tiles, we won't have to bring it up to code. But once you start gutting the whole thing and really doing major renovations, we are required to bring it to code, and I can't do anything about that because the Plumbing and the Building Act will require that. But
I think it's maybe one where we need to look at, maybe it's a conversation with the community. If the community feels so passionately that $150,000 spent on this caravan park is worthwhile, then maybe it's something we consider. But to be honest, I probably, for both of these, for the Proston and the Mergen one, in making this decision, I'd also like to consider what we're actually paying operationally to clean these facilities. Because when we make decisions to renew our amenities facilities across the region, we're also making longer term decisions, which QTC have talked to us about, on the life of that asset and what it actually costs us to clean. So
I'd probably like to know what other facilities, like I don't know the Proston Showgrounds and Caravan Park like the back of my hand. I've only ever been there for an event. I haven't really paid much attention to these facilities, but you know, I'd probably like to know what other facilities are in the area that offer this. Is it something that the golf club's doing, or you know, and probably that bigger picture conversation with the Proston community. By all means, I'm happy to invest money in our communities, but I'd like to be assured that that offers value, and I'd probably challenge, you know, are there other higher priorities for that community, other footpath infrastructure or alike, or tree planting, or those sorts of things that we're not doing while we're trying to upgrade all of these caravan parks and maintain the facilities at a high cost for our ratepayers. So I probably want to see some of those operational costs or life costs, so that, you know, if we make decisions like these, and just, it's probably one where until there is, you know, a definitive answer around leasing or community or long-term strategy, or, you know, whether that land, if it's freehold, can council subdivide it? Could we sell it for small affordable housing lots? You know, I don't know, like, but I'm keen to look at any kind of options and to have that conversation with the community, because that's a significant portion of your budget that's, you know, on facilities for a limited number of people.
I think as a follow-on, oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think as a follow-on to that too, because we also have the free camp area at Proston as well, that correct me if I'm wrong, but at that free camp area at Proston, we have an amenities that we maintain there as well. So we've got those amenities, and my sort of thought was, if we don't actually do those amenities and actually just get rid of them completely, would that be another option? And I know that would still cost money, but then there's no ongoing expenses after that once you get rid of that building. So what would be the issues there?
Yes, so the land is not freehold where the caravan park is. So I think it's actually for camping purposes, or it's a reserve. So it's a little bit more complicated. There is an additional land to the side that is actually for that is freehold, but this piece isn't. Our suggestion would be that the parcel of land needs to probably be eventually amalgamated into the show society, and they work with it there. A number of years ago, we did bring a report to council with that suggestion, as we closed the caravan park and demolished the facilities, and that wasn't supported. The community wanted to see that building there because they still use it for show weekend and camp drafts. So it really lends itself to complement into the showgrounds and into the camp draft area. It's just how we work with them and how we upgrade it so it's workable, and in the future they take that facility on. But you're right, we probably need to continue those conversations and see where the Show Society and the Camp Draft Committee are at, and are they in a financial position where they'd like to take that on into the future.
Seem sensible to go back and have that conversation with the Show Society about what their future plans are for that space, and the camp crafters, and see whether there's a better outcome long term there. Yeah, whatever that might look like. Is that area able to be folded into the showgrounds? Being a reserve, is it overly difficult to fold that into the showgrounds lease arrangements that they've got with council?
Yes, so there's a number of reserves there that we need to tidy up the boundaries on, because not all the showground infrastructure is actually on the showground reserve, so we also need to tidy it up. So it would be a good project to tidy up a number of reserves at the same time, but we need to have those conversations with the community and make sure they're on board, and where do they sit in maybe some sort of future lease sort of with council to help look after that area in the future.
Just quickly, if I can, Mr. Mayor, one of the other facilities that really is in need of some basic upkeep is Nanango, at the Reg McCullum Park. You know, that's fairly dated, fairly dark, fairly uninvited. Mr. Mayor, you came down there and had a look at that facility when we looked at the vandalism. But it is, it's one of the most utilised parks, toilet facilities in the region.
I think we can just put a sunlight in there, councillor, and give it a lick of paint, and it should be right. That's all we need to do. We don't need to replace anything.
I'd be happy with that, just do something.
Okay, so we have the motion there as presented, and there's clearly more work to do here in relation to this one. So perhaps we take it as is. I think, Leanne, you've made notes around coming back to us at the workshop, which is going to be a big workshop, to reconsider some of these issues, and we'll need to look at how we're going to plan some of that community consultation in Mergen and Proston around some of those big ticket items over the coming weeks, if we can. Yeah.
If we don't allocate these funds, is there opportunity, probably what I understand through quarterly budget reviews or something, to pick these projects up? Like, if we don't allocate all of your budget or leave like a blanket kind of line item that says this is for amenities or parks or something, to hold the budget, put it in place. But I think there's a much longer term. I don't think we could have that conversation in a couple of weeks. I think that's a bigger picture discussion or strategy with those communities. I probably just wouldn't want to rush those communities, and I'm hearing you. I don't want to not allocate the budget, but
I think that's probably fine. I expect Councillor Duff would probably be saying if we can still keep Mergen and Proston tagged as projects for those communities. I'm not wanting to be not regional, but if we can hold them and flag them for those communities subject to community consultation, I'd imagine that would be a better outcome, and then we can take our time to work through it carefully in a more considered way over time. No, I won't be. I'm sure she's watching the video. Okay. So we've got the... Yes, indeed. We've got the recommendation there. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Erkins. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. And the last item is our computers, ICT CapEx. Mr. Sia, yes, 722. Anything there changes? It's a small CapEx budget. Happy as is. Okay. We can't do too much there. Motion as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Seconded Councillor Potter. Those in favour, carried by all. Thank you very much, everybody. That's meeting to a close.